Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter wielded magic in an alternate fantasy world. Here is short summary. Harry Potter finds himself in a realm where magic operates by entirely new rules, forcing him to adapt and rise as a hero in a world unlike his own. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. This story explores the humorous and unconventional bond between Harry and Stern Lee, a sentient sorting hat with a no-nonsense attitude. As Harry navigates a unique journey of magical learning beyond Hogwarts, Stern Lee's guidance challenges Harry's resourcefulness and adaptability. Blending comedic banter with moments of self-discovery, the tale delves into themes of trust, unconventional mentorship, and the inventive use of magic in unexpected ways. Together, Harry, his owl Hedwig, and the snarky hat forge a partnership that redefines teamwork in a magical world. "I don't think this going to work," said Harry thoughtfully, looking at the pair of feet sticking out from underneath Stern Lee. However, as he said it, and to his astonishment, the sorting hat began to shrink and within a couple of seconds, fit perfectly on the snowy owl's head. "Did you do that?" asked Harry in amazement. "One of my innate properties," replied Stern Lee. "Gryffindor thought it would be better if I didn't suffocate the smaller students." "When you sorted me you fell over my face," Harry pointed out obstinately. "Well, Gryffindor didn't realize how funny it could be to tease first years," admitted Stern Lee. "Nor how intimidating it might be for small children to get up on a stage in front of hundreds of people to have their inner qualities exposed. Forgive me for thinking it would be less awkward if you weren't looking back into hundreds of staring eyes. I mean really, kids these days." By the end of his spiel, Stern Lee's voice was dipping with sarcasm and Harry, fully chided, stared intently at the floor. "Sorry," he said mournfully, and then risked a glance up at the hat, which was plainly grinning from ear to ear. "You little..." "Oi," said Stern Lee quickly. "Your owl thinks you're too young to be using bad language." This made Harry pause to think. When he'd put the hat on Hedwig's head, he'd never quite considered the possibility that Stern Lee could act as an interpreter between him and his owl. "So she does understand what I'm saying?" asked Harry eagerly, and Hedwig hooted in a clearly scornful manner. "She understands you perfectly," said Stern Lee, with a chuckle. "She thinks you're ignorant for not learning her language as well as she has learned yours." This too blindsided Harry. He'd always thought that Hedwig was exceptionally bright for an owl and that she'd always seemed to understand his requests. Now he felt very embarrassed to have never bothered to try and comprehend her a little better. In a moment of decisiveness he fixed Hedwig in his gaze and lifted his chin proudly. "Hoot," he tried. "Hoot, hoot, hoot." A moment of silence stretched between the two, and then Hedwig closed her eyes in disgust. "Yeah," said Stern Lee, clearly searching for diplomatic words. "Hedwig wants me to make it plain that on no account should you ever try to hoot like an owl again." "What did I say?" asked Harry, horrified. "You really don't want to know," said Stern Lee, shuddering gently on Hedwig's head. Then he seemed to push the thoughts aside and his tone became focused again. "We'd better get a move on. We've only a couple of hours, till noon." "Right," said Harry, his sunny disposition returning in full force. "So where do we begin?" "We go in that direction," said Stern Lee, pointing with the very tip of his peak. "There's a couple of things you'll want to keep your eyes out for if we're going to make these wards. A birch tree, there'll be plenty of those in this neck of the woods. A bay laurel, that'll help consecrate some of the tools we'll have to make. A Scotch broom, you'll know that by its bright yellow and orange flowers." The trio wandered to and fro in the beautiful sunlit woodland. Together they spent a couple of hours exploring the area around the downed Anglia and picking up objects seemingly, to Harry at least, at random. They began with a couple of largish stones that Stern Lee proclaimed as excellent but didn't elaborate any further on. This was followed by a large branch from a rowan tree which he had to hack down with the sword of Gryffindor. Next they stumbled upon the Scotch broom, which Harry thought was beautiful and was slightly dismayed to have to partially deflower. Then he found a small cluster of birch trees close by a bay laurel. This too Stern Lee said was excellent, as they would boost the effectiveness of protective enchantments in the vicinity. At the hat's behest, Harry availed himself of as much birch wood as he could carry. After this stroke of good luck, a good 30 minutes passed in which Harry bashed his head innumerable times on low-hanging branches and fell into brambles on 2 occasions. However, it was one such stroke of misfortune, walking straight into a hidden divot, that sent him flying into a patch of Weasel's snout. This, Sternly later proclaimed, was a moment of pure genius, though the teenager assumed the hat was not complementing his foraging ability. During this process, Hedwig proved completely invaluable. Her ability to take Sternly high into the air allowed them not only to better locate the items they desired, but also to navigate their way back to the Anglia. All the while Harry couldn't help but stare in wonder at his surroundings. He'd never had much experience with the woods when with the Dursleys. This was probably a good thing, thought Harry, as they'd have probably abandoned him, and all his experience with the Forbidden Forest had been disturbing. By contrast, everything around him now was incredible. From the red squirrels scampering up and down the trees to the varied, almost intoxicating, assault of color from every direction. He found himself questioning Sternly's assessment of where they were. Just as the sun hit its zenith, sunlight brightly illuminating the forest floor, did they come across the last item that Sternly had declared essential. However, it was only as he carried a large armful of buckwheat back toward the car that Harry discovered he was allergic to the plant and began to uncontrollably sneeze. Harry dumped the buckwheat on top of the extremely odd collection of items that sat on the grass next to the Anglia and collapsed beside it, feeling utterly exhausted by the trials and tribulations. Sternly, however, appeared to have other ideas and chided him. "You can rest when you're dead," said the hat, "and if you're not quick, that'll be much sooner rather than later." Wearily and begrudgingly Harry complied, rising to his knees and resting on the balls of his feet. "What do I need to do then?" he asked. "Take 4 lengths of birch," said Sternly, "and use the sword to strip away the bark. Be careful though, you don't want to lose a hand or cut too deeply into the wood. You'll compromise the integrity of the magic if you do." It took Harry a little while to get accustomed to using the large blade for such a delicate task, and it was far too much like potions preparations for his liking. However, the incredible keenness of the blade made for quick, if slightly clumsy work. Soon enough, he had 4 similarly sized, straight lengths of naked birch on the ground in front of him. Sternly critiqued his work, though Harry wasn't sure if the hat itself had eyes, could innately sense its surroundings, or was utilizing Hedwig's sight. "Grab those 2 rocks," ordered Sternly, when he was satisfied. "And grind the weasel's snout, Scotch bloom blossoms and bay leaves into a poultice." This proved far harder work than Harry had expected, but Sternly managed to break up the process with some genuinely interesting description of the elements involved in the magic they were working. "Obviously, you can't use wand magic just now," he was saying. "And most wizards never bother learning any other way to utilize their talents. A few become potioneers of course, but brewing a pepper-up potion is generally the limit of most people's arcane arts. Anyway, what we're doing here is exercising a bit of herbology. It's not all carnivorous blossoms and lethal screaming bulbs, with some ritual magic that went out of fashion about the turn of the last century. Make sure you get a good bunch of those orange petals in there, along with the yellow. Not only will it look fantastic, but it'll help strengthen the unity of the sacred space that Scotch bloom defines. I'll concede that this is hardly as precise, practical or efficient as wand-based magic. But it's definitely handy if you've got the time or reason to go through the stages of preparation. In this case, you have both. Oh, watch you get an even balance of weasel's snout to bay leaves. The laurel will consecrate your sticks, removing any previous traces of magic that might cling to it, and in this forest, it's almost certain there'll be something. But if you've got too high a concentration of bay laurel, it'll consecrate away the magic in the weasel's snout. 2 points to Gryffindor if you can tell me why, and another 5 if you can tell me the main purpose of weasel's snout. Harry considered this as he added another handful of the weasel to the ugly, dripping mess that was smeared across the bottom stone. "Well, weasel's snout is part of the snapdragon family," said Harry, vaguely remembering a lecture Sprout had given on it. "And snapdragons bestow protection, but weasel's snout is a smaller snapdragon, Snape says smaller sub-varieties of protective flora tend to confer concealment properties, rather than physical or magical barriers. Harry glanced up at Sternly, who seemed rather pleased. He had absolutely no idea why bay laurel would consecrate Weasel's snout but not the Scotch broom petals. However, so far making educated guesses had seemed to lead him along the right route. I remember one of our first herbology classes covered the major segregations of magical flora, those that infer physical properties, those that infer magical properties, and those that infer symbolic properties. He paused, grinding again, trying to think through the question. Could it be that Weasel's snout is inherently magical, while Scotch broom confers a symbolic property to the poultice? Magic can be consecrated from an object, but symbolism cannot. Are you asking me or telling me? Demanded Sternly. Telling you, said Harry, smiling as he continued to crush the plants into oblivion. See, said Sternly, you do listen in classes, it just requires a bit of hands-on work to get your mind rolling over. You can stop grinding now, that's perfect. Lay the birch limbs together and smear them liberally with the paste. Excellent, now you'll need to burn a small circle into all four, they need to be in roughly similar places on each. And how exactly am I? Began Harry, but paused as an idea came to him suddenly. Re-energized by his brainwave, Harry leapt to his feet, reached into the car and pushed the cigarette lighter into its slot. It began to tick and heat up, and he turned back to the hat, who smiled at him, the beaten corners of his brim turning up at the edges. See, now you're thinking, he said proudly. Half a day without a wand and you're starting to get some common sense back. Even I hadn't considered that. A few minutes and a couple of reheatings later, Harry had 4 perfectly serviceable birch staves. Sternly expertly directed him from the air, having him place them in a square around the anglia, each stave representing a corner and the circles burned into their surface pointing outward. Now what? Asked Harry, looking proudly around at his handiwork. Put your hand against one of them, this will be known as the master peg, supplied the hat. Now, you remember that feeling you felt when you first took your wand in Ollivanders? Harry nodded in the affirmative. He had very few memories as happy as the one that confirmed he was a wizard. That he could get away from the Dursleys, that he wouldn't have to go Stonewall Comprehensive. Try and replicate that feeling, said Sternly. Remember everything about it, every little detail and every little spark that flew from the tip of your wand. Visualize it perfectly. Harry, who hadn't expected it to be quite so easy, found the memories flowing to the forefront of his mind, and in a sudden rush of warmth felt a tremor pass through him. In that moment he knew that his simple defensive ward, made out of nothing but a handful of materials he'd gathered from the local area, was working exactly as it should. With a wide grin on his face, he realized he'd just added a new happy memory to add to his collection. Absolutely fantastic, declared Sternly proudly. Never before had Harry felt so simultaneously exhausted and elated. Sternly gave Harry a couple of hours' rest during the early hours of the afternoon as the sun beat down above. The canopy above suffused the world with an ethereal greenish glow, and the few rays of sunlight that found their way between the leaves dappled the ground below. The forest around them was nothing less than a paradise. A paradise of muted songbirds, throbbing insects, and the faraway calls of some larger bird. Nearby Harry could hear the drone of some bees as they bumbled to and fro, pollinating the richly perfumed flowers that seemed to burst from every corner of the forest. Sternly, Harry murmured, spread eagle in his spot on the ground, enjoying the slight breeze that keyed his skin. Replied Sternly half-heartedly from the top of the anglia, where he appeared to be sunning himself. Hedwig had flown off earlier in the day, and from the expression on her face Harry thought it better to leave her to her own devices for a while. I thought you said this forest was dangerous. It is, said the hat, even more lazily. Terribly dangerous. It doesn't exactly seem so, said Harry, lifting his hand to block the sunlight from his eyes. I mean, we've been stomping around all day and nothing terrible has happened. Sternly twisted to get a better look at Harry, and the hat frowned deeply. How often have you ever seen a dangerous creature in the sunlight? He asked, scornfully. Where exactly did the basilisk live again? In a desert, on a scorching beach, in the middle of a nice, sunny field. Okay, said Harry hurriedly. I get your point, evil things like the dark and the cold. But then surely this forest isn't the perfect habitat for them. Of course it isn't, said sternly. But you've got to realize that this is their only choice. It's not as though it's a choice of Valbone or the dark forest of doom, it's this or wizards culling them left, right and center. I mean, do you think any magical government worth their salt are going to let things like trolls, giants and acromantulas go pottering around if they can help it? Most will generally cull creatures like dragons, griffins and graphorns which go out of their way to avoid people. But that's terrible, said Harry, feeling slightly sick. That's life, said sternly, sounding more serious than Harry had ever heard him. As nothing more than a magical construct and a few pieces of battered cloth, I know a lot about the value of life. I'm not one for needless killing, but in some cases it's preferable to the alternative. The alternative? Asked Harry, sitting up and scowling. What could be worse than indiscriminate killing? Than pushing species to extinction? You can't understand it, said the hat, twisting away. You're young. Of the wrong generation. So explain it, growled Harry, his fists curling into tightly clenched fists. He was a little surprised by his flushed cheeks and straining jaw, but few things rankled with him as much as being looked down upon for being young. He'd known worse things in 12 years than most knew in their entire life. Sternly sighed lightly and shook himself. You've got to understand that the wizarding world wasn't always like this, he said eventually. Only in the last 200 years or so has it become even slightly civilized. Harry scoffed at this, his mind full of thoughts of Dobby, the Basilisk, Voldemort and Lucius Malfoy. Exactly, said the hat. If that's what it's like now, can you imagine how it was 200 years ago before the 71st statute that banned dueling? 400, before the Ministry of Magic. 1,000, before the Wizard Council and the First Charter of Rights. Go back further, 2,000 years ago when the majority of wizards in Northern Europe were a collection of bearded soothsayers who lived in mud huts, ate hallucinogens and shagged goats in order to further their understanding of the universe. Whatever you might think, or have been taught, people were not always the dominant species on this planet. Vampires, dementors, giants, trolls and goblins ruled the world, humans were nothing more than cattle to them. And do you think one of them ever stopped to think that what they were doing was wrong? Sternly paused and sagged slightly, looking slightly listless. Harry had never seen anything or anyone look quite so dejected and weary before. So wizards organized themselves. It's why the Roman Empire expanded so rapidly. Behind the rapid advance of their legionnaires was the other, hidden war. Those that surrendered and could be assimilated into wizarding culture like the goblins were essentially forced, those that couldn't were pushed to the brink of extinction. Hardly the wizarding world's greatest hour, but can you really blame them? Anyway, that's why they're here. This is where they were pushed back to, and this is where the fighting just sort of stopped. I think everyone was sick of it by then. Sternly lapsed into a tired silence and Harry could tell that it wasn't the whole story, or at least the hat had much more story to tell. But he also knew that now probably wasn't the best time to bring it up, so he silently sat and digested the information. Soon, however, it became plainly obvious with the grumbling of his stomach that he couldn't sustain himself with information alone, and so he rose to his feet. Hungry are you? Asked Sternly, clearly relieved to have something else to dwell on. Harry nodded. We'd best go find something to eat then. With Hedwig nowhere in sight, Harry plonked Sternly on his head and collected the equipment he might need during his expedition. His sword he slung through his belt, ensuring it was positioned so the blade wouldn't cut through the flimsy leather. His wand he tied to his forearm with a length of cloth he ripped from his shirt. To these essentials he added a red petrol tin from the boot of the Anglia. This, he estimated, would suffice if he found some water. He also took a blanket off the backseat, which he could convert into a makeshift bindle if necessary. With these few tools, Harry left the makeshift wards that surrounded the car and ventured out into the woods. Though he wouldn't admit it, Sternly's words had spooked Harry earlier, and so it was with careful and deliberate footsteps that Harry navigated the forest. You're going to need a reliable water source, said Sternly. Not to mention that's where you're most likely going to catch game. Harry balked at the idea of hunting anything, and he heard Sternly chuckle above him. Soon enough you'll be hungry enough to get over that, said the hat, knowledgeably. But until then, I've got a fantastic recipe for a simple nettle soup. Oh yeah? Asked Harry, relieved to have something else to think about. What is it? It's pretty simple really, began sternly, and Harry thought he might hear the slightest hint of humor in his voice. You stick nettles in a pan full of water and boil them until they stop stinging the inside of your mouth. Harry gave a little sarcastic laugh. Anyway, said sternly, you want to be looking for tracks. Converging tracks going downhill generally means there's water nearby. Those bees around the car are a good sign. They won't fly more than a few miles, which means there's at least some water nearby. In the end it took about 20 minutes for Harry to find some tracks and longer still to follow them for quite some distance through the forest. Harry learned pretty quickly during his walk that although it was called Valbone Valley, the forest actually covered a much greater area than the valley itself. They heard the stream gurgling merrily along before they saw it. When they finally emerged from the thickets of trees that lined its banks, Harry stopped dead, staring in amazement at the scene unfolding before him. Splashing around in the water were a dozen creatures that Harry had never seen before. They were definitely of humanoid shape, but were perhaps 2 feet tall and glowed a pale shade of blue that reflected and refracted in the water as they leapt and laughed through it. Sylphs, I think, whispered sternly. They shouldn't be hostile, but they're proud and pretty violent if provoked. Be respectful, avoid eye contact and give them a gift in return for their water. A gift, hissed Harry out of the side of his mouth. All I've got is you and this stupid sword. What on earth do I give them? How should I know? Asked sternly. Something shiny. Everything loves shiny things. Harry frowned and shoved his hands in his pockets. He came up with a dung bomb, a handful of loose Bots every flavor beans, 2 silver sickles and a canute. He carefully polished one of the sickles on the edge of his shirt and stepped forward toward the river. Almost immediately all of the sylphs stopped their cavorting and turned to face him, something like curiosity shining in their eyes. Harry found himself fighting very hard to keep a blush from surfacing on his cheeks. The sylphs didn't appear to have a scrap of clothing between them. Very, very carefully he bowed, low and deep, then placed the sickle at the riverbank and retreated a safe distance upstream. There he crouched to fill the empty tin with water, and out of the corner of his eye, watched as one of the sylphs approached the coin, picked it up and began chattering to the others. Whatever language they spoke, it certainly wasn't English, and Harry doubted that any person could make the extremely quick bursts of hisses and yelps they used, so it probably wasn't even human. Either way, he had no idea whether his gift had been a good one or not, but continued to meekly fill his tin. When it was full he rose slowly, presented the strange little creatures with a slight incline of his head, and then slowly moved back toward the thicket, never taking his eyes off them. Once he'd disappeared from view, he heard the creatures go back to their game, splashing around in the water and chattering excitedly. Excellent, declared sternly. Couldn't have done better myself. You don't have legs, Harry pointed out. It's a figure of speech, replied sternly. Thanks for making light of my disability. You're a hat, said Harry. You're not supposed to have legs. It's hardly a disability if you weren't ever supposed to have them. Sternly merely grumbled. On the way back to camp they stopped to pick some nettles. They seemed to grow in thick clumps all over the forest, and according to Sternly they were chock full of vitamins and essential nutrients. Harry couldn't remember having eaten nettle soup before, but Sternly assured him it was delicious. Harry wasn't one to quibble, but he felt he had to make the point that as a hat, he didn't exactly have functioning taste buds. After this quip, the Sorting Hat didn't talk for at least 10 minutes. It didn't take Harry very long to find the quickest way of harvesting a patch of nettles. After drawing his sleeves over his hands, he gripped the sword of Gryffindor with both hands and swung it at the patch of nettles. The plant weren't even a slight match for the goblin rod blade, and in no time at all Harry was tossing them into his blanket which he'd laid out on the grass. For some reason a rhyme that he'd once heard in primary school came back to him then, and he recited it to himself in a loud, sing-song voice as he worked. Tender-handed, stroke a nettle, and it stings you for your pains. Grasp it like a man of metal, and it's soft as silk remains. When he reached the end of the rhyme, he stopped and started all over again. It wasn't until he heard a noise behind him that he realized his folly. He spun, the sword clenched in both hands, and came face to face with the largest cat he'd ever seen. Harry gulped as the creature's golden eyes gazed unblinkingly at him. Although it didn't look aggressive, merely curious if anything, it was still 4 feet long and comprised of sleek, powerful muscles, sharp teeth and razor claws. After the initial shock had worn off, Harry began to take in other details. It was a pale golden color, with dark spots that were spattered along the length of its entire body. It had small tufts of hair that protruded from both ears and larger ones down each side of its face that seemed to resemble a beard. "That's a lynx," whispered Sternly, sounding more worried than he had about the sylphs. "I don't think they attack people, but I don't think they're normally up during the day either." "What does that mean?" hissed Harry out of the side of his mouth. "Well, either it means it's starving," said Sternly, "or you've woken him up with your idiotic singing." Neither of these two situations seemed advantageous to Harry, who was beginning to feel distinctly nervous as the lynx continued to stare at him. The cat's amber eyes seemed to glow as the light caught them, and Harry couldn't help himself from gazing into them, despite his better judgment. For the longest 5 minutes of Harry's life, the pair of them stood perfectly still, gazing at one another. Then the lynx, apparently tired of this game, silently turned and padded away into the forest. Harry let out a sigh of relief and wiped nervous sweat from his brow. "Merlin's beard," said Sternly, and Harry could only nod in agreement. Then, without a single word being spoken between them, he gathered the blanket together, knotted the 4 corners and strode back to the car, setting a blinding pace. Harry sat on the ground carefully dicing the nettles he'd collected. Despite pulling the sleeves of his robes far over his hands, he'd still managed to sting himself more times than he could count. However, as he knew from 10 years with Dursleys, the promise of a full stomach was a powerful motivator, and he diligently shredded the leaves as Sternly had insisted. Beside him sat a merrily burning fire that made him smile slightly every time he looked at it. Sternly had taught him how to stack a fire that burned almost smokelessly. Although he assured Harry that the simple wards they'd erected earlier in the day ought to completely conceal his presence, they both agreed it was simply better to not leave things to chance. Harry wasn't entirely sure what time it was, neither his watch nor the Anglia's dashboard seemed to be working. But the sun was well on its descent toward the horizon, casting long shadows across the ground. And although it still hung in the sky, the cold chill of night had set in, and he was grateful for the warmth of the fire. "So what do you think, Sternly?" asked Harry as he finished the last of the nettles. "Cut the top off this fuel tin and stick it on the fire." Sternly snorted from his perch on the boot, not looking up from the car's instruction manual they'd found tucked under a seat. "Are you a wizard or not?" he asked gruffly. "Don't tell me you can't do simple transfiguration." Harry frowned. "I thought you said that I shouldn't do wand magic," he asked, stoking the fire with his sword. Sternly turned a condescending look upon him, then flipped to the next page with his mouth, ruining the effect slightly. "Well, what do you think we made those wards for? Rough as they are, they'll conceal you while you're between them." "Oh," said Harry, comprehension dawning on him. With this simplification of matters, he rose to his feet and pulled one of the hubcaps off the car. Then he removed his wand from the makeshift sling on his forearm where he'd had it all day and took careful aim. "Scourgify," he said, and suddenly the hubcap gleamed in the firelight. After all, he wasn't going to cook on a dirty hubcap. Finally, concentrating deeply, he swished his wand to shape the hubcap into something more appropriate for cooking in. Harry had to admit it wasn't the greatest piece of transfiguration ever, but it had certainly served the purpose. He spent a little more time than necessary mixing the nettles and water in his crudely shaped pot, using copious levitation and stirring charms in the process. He probably could have done it quickly by hand, but the glorious thrill of using his magic properly overwhelmed him slightly. Just then, something dawned on him, and he turned to Sternly, a puzzled expression on his face. "Sternly, you know I can use magic here?" he asked. Replied Sternly, apparently engrossed in the manual. "Have I been able to all day?" "Since you finished the wards, certainly." "So why did you just let me cut all those nettles by hand?" asked Harry, annoyance plainly written in his tone. Sternly craned to look at him and then made the hat equivalent of a shrug. "I don't eat food. Humans are funny about that sort of thing. I thought you might prefer." "Prefer stinging myself, stupid?" asked Harry, turning his wand on the hat, a curious expression on his face. "I wonder how flammable you are." Now, said Sternly, looking slightly worried and wriggling away as quickly as he could. "There's no need for that. It was only a bit of fun. And let's face it, if you burn me, who's going to get you out of here?" "Oh, I wasn't thinking of completely incinerating you," said Harry, his eyes gleaming. "Just singeing you around the edges slightly." "Now Harry, there's no need," began the Hat, in a placating sort of voice, but as Harry shot a jet of fire past him, broke away into an exceptionally girly shriek. Harry froze for a second, eyes wide in astonishment, then dissolved into side-splitting laughter that left him doubled up and gasping for breath. "Wah! What was that?" he gasped between guffaws. "That was pathetic. You tried to burn me," shrieked Sternly, making Harry laugh even harder. They stayed that way for several minutes, Harry gripping his sides and gasping for breath between fits of laughter and Sternly looking as affronted as a hat possibly can. Later in the evening, after Harry had managed to soothe Sternly's hurt feelings, he took the nettle soup off the fire and transfigured a spare piece of birch into a serviceable spoon. Despite his misgivings, the soup wasn't half bad, if not a little bland. There was certainly no hint of the sharp needles or toxins that had stung his flesh before. He left enough to eat a meal later in the evening on the off chance that he got hungry again and stripped off his shoes and socks. His feet, unused to long walks over difficult terrain, had swollen and the beginnings of blisters had begun to set in. Even Harry, who had very little experience of the outdoors, knew that if he left them for any period of time they'd become unmanageable. "Hey Sternly," he said, disturbing the Hat from his reading again. "Any good spells for blisters?" "Try a pisky," he said, as though he weren't really paying attention. "I don't know that one," admitted Harry, and the Hat looked over. "What do they even teach you in school these days?" he asked, sourly. "Back in my day." "You're a Hat, Sternly," Harry reminded him. "Right," said Sternly. "So I am. Right, take your wand and draw a sort of lowercase e in the air over your blisters and say, a pisky." Harry frowned in concentration, lifted his wand and did as commanded. "A pisky," he said firmly, and was rewarded by the sight of the swelling of his feet reduced slightly. While by no means perfect, it was certainly better. Sternly gave a satisfied HRMPH, and looked back to the manual. Whether he was genuinely interested in the functions of the car or whether he had nothing better to do, Harry wasn't sure. "I'm going to get some more firewood for the night," said Harry, pulling his shoes and socks back on. "You wanna come?" "Nope," said Sternly absent-mindedly. "Bring me back something nice." "I'll find you a lovely moth or something," replied Harry, and carefully tucked his wand inside the glove box. "Or a caterpillar." "Fantastic," said Sternly. "You go do that." Harry marched out into the forest, keeping an eye on the sun that was slowly sinking toward the horizon. He and Sternly had agreed that it would be better to gather wood from a number of dispersed locations, with the aim of leaving as little evidence of their presence as possible. For this reason he headed out a little further than he had before and picked a likely-looking ash tree. Each blow of the sword against the tree was reassuring. For some reason the steady rhythmic thunk of the blade against a limb reminded him of tea at Hagrid's. The rich smells of the forest had changed with the encroaching night, the succulent perfumes of the flowers had given way to the deeply aromatic smells of each and sap. He collected 4 largish branches before he decided to turn back, dragging them along the ground behind him. He felt they'd certainly be enough to keep such a small fire burning all night, especially considering Sternly seemed to have an expert eye for the stacking of new branches. In the time he'd been working, the last of the light had begun to wane as the sun disappeared over the horizon. Deep purples had begun to swell up in the western sky, adding to the completely surreal environment of the beautiful forest. Indeed, he was so distracted by the sky that it took him a minute to realize he wasn't exactly sure where he was, or where he was going. He turned rapidly on the spot, a sudden thrill of fear racing through him. He'd been absolutely sure he'd been going the right direction, but the dying light on the trees and the lengthened shadows had completely disorientated him. He heard movement behind him and spun, half hoping to see the Anglia behind him with Sternly giving him a condescending look, but all he could see was a vague dark shape moving amongst the trees. A shape that stared at him with gleaming eyes. The lynx, for that was what Harry realized it was, gazed at him with something approaching curiosity, but made no attempt to approach. The two of them stood staring at each other for quite some time. After a while, something unexpected began to happen. Harry found that the more he looked, the less terrified he was, and the less terrified he was, the more beautiful the exotic creature before him became. After about 15 minutes, Harry managed to crack a smile. "Hello, Lynx," he said, unsure if this was a magical animal that could understand him or not. "My name is Harry." "Moreau," said the lynx, only barely audible. "I'm going to go back to my car now," said Harry. "You're not going to try and eat me when I turn around, are you?" "Moreau," replied the lynx, reassuringly. Harry nodded his thanks and looked around in an attempt to get his bearings. Luckily he was saved from having to try and navigate his way back to the car by the timely arrival of Hedwig, who shepherded him safely back toward the car. "Good night, Lynx," called Harry over his shoulder as he left. And he could have sworn that in the distance behind him, he heard the tiniest, faintest, "Moreau," in response. "It's been 2 days, Harry," said sternly, from where he was perched on Hedwig's head. "At some point you're going to have to get over the idea." "I might just become vegetarian," protested Harry, looking down at the length of wire in his hand that the Sorting Hat had taught him to twist into a snare. "Rabbits and squirrels can't be particularly tasty." "It's the protein that's important," insisted sternly, shaking his head in disbelief. "You've got to maintain a healthy balance of nutrients. There's no point getting you all the way back to civilization in one piece if you've completely wasted away." As much as Harry thought sternly was probably talking a lot of sense, he couldn't help but stare in disgust at the object in his hand. It was barbarous, and he couldn't bear the thought of anything innocent, rabbit or otherwise, having to suffer such torment at his hand. "Isn't there any other way of doing it?" he asked, determined to exhaust every other possibility before he accepted it. Sternly gave a soft sigh. "I'm not one to advocate the needless killing of anything," he said patiently. "But sometimes it's necessary, and this is the best way to do it. What right do you have to eat of a creature that you can't face up to killing yourself?" Harry considered this and then nodded. Sternly was right, of course, it did make sense, but he still couldn't quite accept that he'd have to do it. Perhaps it would be easier if he were hungrier, but as it was, Sternly had proved a dab hand at picking out plants that were not only edible, but tasty, and Harry was too used to going without food at the Dursleys to be too worried about the occasional hungry pang. "Sternly, I was wondering," began Harry in a desperate attempt to change the subject. "How do you know all these things you do?" Sternly made a curious gesture that Harry had begun to understand was his attempt at a shrug. "Well, I was created by the founders, Gryffindor in particular, and designed to ensure there was a reliable source of input from them in the running of the school. They weren't exactly going to fill my head with bits of fluff, were they?" "I suppose not," replied Harry, frowning and untying the thin wire noose in his hands. "Not to mention that over the years, I've been used as a repository of sorts, used to record the cutting edge and the antiquated, unfashionable ideas that might have otherwise been lost. I guess people figured that as I've been around for almost a millennia, I was a pretty safe bet. I guess they didn't foresee me coming along then," said Harry, ostensibly as a joke, but feeling slightly sheepish. "Or they did," replied Sternly, with another of his curious shrugs. "Knowledge is only useful if you use it. I'd like to think that most headmasters would have preferred you to have me in this situation than be out here on your own. But if I never get you back, there's all that magic that's lost." "All those ideas," argued Harry, gaping slightly. "Magic goes out of fashion for a reason. Either it's made illegal, or it's impractical or superseded by something more modern." "But that ritual magic that you showed me earlier was really useful," protested Harry. "And if you'd been able to use a wand, you could have done it with a single charm. 99 times in 100 it's more practical and expedient to use your wand. So will I be using my wand to fix the car? Unless you want to be here for the next 20 years while we try and find some sort of ritualistic magic version of enchanting and probably invent an entire other branch of magical practice. Although that might require more arithmancy than I know." Harry nodded and retied the snare that was still clasped tightly in his grasp. He'd done it so many times that he'd gotten it down almost perfectly. His fingers, slowly becoming more dexterous with all the extra work they were doing, had become quick and nimble. "You've tied and retied that 1,000 times, observed sternly. "Have you considered actually setting it?" Harry's stomach churned, but then he nodded, his sensibilities falling to the weight of Sternly's insistence and good sense. He set off into the undergrowth and Sternly, who was still being borne good-naturedly on Hedwig's head, followed him. "You'll want to look for a good game trail," said Sternly, for the 1,000th time that day. "I know," said Harry, keeping his eyes peeled for the telltale signs as he walked in a slow circle around the outside of his wards. "Make sure you spring it properly." "I know," insisted Harry, finding what he was looking for and crouching down to examine it. He brushed lightly at some discarded foliage to reveal a game trail that passed between two tightly planted trees. Here he tied his snare to one of the trunks and then lightly fastened it to the other, to suspend it vertically. He looked to Sternly for his agreement and the hat made a strange little nodding motion. "You'll want a couple more of those," he said, observing Harry's handiwork with satisfaction. "To be sure of catching something." Harry nodded wordlessly, still feeling slightly disgusted by what he'd just made, and instead busied himself with producing another snare out of the wire in his pocket, searching for the game trails and suitable positions for his snares. By the time Sternly decided he was finished, he'd placed 7 snares in various positions nearby the car and was thoroughly sickened by the process, despite having not caught anything yet. Sternly, in an apparent attempt to cheer Harry up, promised him that if his snares were successful, he'd teach Harry some more advanced trapping techniques. "There's spring-loaded snares, of course," babbled the hat. "And that leads you into all sorts, like the baited spring leg snare, the trapeze spring snare, and my personal favorite, the double spring snare." When Harry couldn't take it anymore, he excused himself to go and collect more water from the river, remembering to take one of his few remaining sickles in order to appease the sylphs if they made a reappearance. He was joined, as he often was when he was otherwise alone in the forest, by the lynx. Harry wasn't quite sure if it was stalking him, looking out for him, or merely keeping an eye on him as he pottered around the big cat's territory, but he never got too close, but likewise never made any ostensibly threatening actions. When Harry reached the river, there wasn't any sign of the sylphs, so he simply crouched to fill the fuel tin, the running water making a pleasant babbling noise against the rocks around him. Once again he was struck with how idyllic the forest was during the hours of bright sunshine, but having spent 2 nights within it, he knew that the forest was not without its darkness. Last night he and Sternly had listened to the wolves baying at the full moon, which Harry had thought was poetic, until he really thought about it and felt his stomach tie itself in a neat little knot. There'd been another, darker call in the early hours, which had woken Harry from his dreamless slumber and sent a shiver down his spine. Even Sternly hadn't been able to identify what the creature had been. And Harry had the sneaking suspicion that this was the case, the hat had decided not to tell him in an attempt to give him some peace of mind. Harry wasn't sure which one he wanted to believe. He straightened up and turned to leave, but stopped short as he saw one of the blue-skinned sylphs stood on the river bank, gazing at him in obvious interest. Immediately Harry bent himself into a low bow which, to his surprise, the sylph reciprocated, then resumed staring at him. Nice morning, isn't it?" asked Harry, glancing up at the sky, completely at a loss to what exactly he ought to do. "Why you here?" it asked, in an accent that was almost Eastern European but undermined by a quality that Harry couldn't put his finger on. Harry considered for a moment and wondered how he ought to explain things to a creature with probably no idea of what a car even was. "I fell from the sky," he said in the end, opting for simplicity over anything else. He accompanied the statement with a hand gesture. "I see," replied the sylph, as though this was perfectly normal behavior. It was only as she repeated the hand gesture that Harry realized the statement had been intended literally. The sylph had seen the crash. "I go now," said the sylph, turning away from him. Something occurred to Harry as it strode away and he took a step after it. "Wait," he said quickly, and the sylph turned a wary eye on him, its brow furrowed. Harry decided it was probably better if he explained quickly. "I've laid traps around my home to catch rabbits, but they're probably the right size to catch sylphs too. You and your friends should be careful." "We know," said the sylph. "We see. We not sylph. We Stoizaval." "Oh, I'm terribly sorry, replied Harry in surprise and made another hasty bow. We too, replied the Stoizeval. Always. Then it disappeared into the forest, leaving a bewildered Harry in its wake, a bemused lynx watching from where it lay amongst the long grass at the bank of the river. The next day, Sternly took it upon himself to begin to teach Harry the fundamentals of enchanting. Harry was keen to learn for two reasons. Firstly, it meant that Harry would soon be getting out of the forest which, despite how beautiful he found it, had begun to get even more terrifying at night now that he'd adjusted and begun to listen for the subtler sounds. Secondly, there was something very appealing in the idea of creating something with two broad strokes of his wand that would last for a millennia or more. It didn't take Sternly very long to disavow Harry of this notion. Enchanting, he learned, while infinitely more complicated than he could have imagined, was broadly spirited into three main sequential parts. Though the spells that performed the actual magic were merely charms, they alone weren't enough to infuse an object with magical effects and were generally the second step in any project. Instead, the majority of the hard work and magic went into the first and final steps in the process. The first, according to Sternly, was where most wizards would fail when they tried to enchant an object. However, it was not particularly ability, practice or talent that it required in spades, but simply the understanding of the theory, which was mind-bendingly confusing. The upshot of it, or at least how Sternly explained it, was that almost no objects are inherently magical, and though magic could leave traces on an object, it couldn't lend magical attributes to something that would otherwise not have them because the object would know better. It was why wands needed a magical core and not just a stick. Take the very first piece of transfiguration you ever did, said Sternly, in his 20th attempt at explaining in a different way. You turned a toothpick into a needle. A matchstick actually, interjected Harry. A matchstick then, conceded Sternly patiently. These are two objects that are, to all intents and purposes, nothing alike. You know this, but more importantly the matchstick knows this, and that's what is ultimately important. Transfiguration's job is to make the matchstick forget it's not a needle and give it a gentle push into becoming sharp, metallic and pointy. But like you said, needles are nothing like matches, one's made out of metal and one is made out of wood. Why are they so easy? Because Lucas Asimov's deterministic convergent interpretation of magical induction says that two objects of significantly small enough mass and similar enough proportions are fundamentally similar, replied Sternly without missing a beat. You just made that up, accused Harry quickly. Did not, replied Sternly. It's a real thing. I don't believe you, said Harry. I think you didn't know, so you just spouted off a load of gob to keep me satisfied. Prove it, said Sternly, sounding triumphant. Sorry, who did you say wrote that law? Asked Harry. Do you want me to teach you or not? Countered Sternly, a severe tone creeping into his voice. Yes, replied Harry, quick to smooth Sternly's ruffled feathers. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in this forest. Right, well, where was I? Asked Sternly. Oh yes, transfiguration. Well, the first stage of enchanting is to convince the object that you're enchanting that it does have the ability to manipulate magic. And like transfiguration, it can't last forever. Just as the pile of broken glass knows it was once a mirror and the matchstick remembers that it is not a needle. Magic leaves traces, so not only is enchanting fiendishly difficult, but you've got to accept that unless you're exceptionally bright, your enchanted sword is eventually going to remember it cannot shoot fireballs out of the tip. You haven't, replied Harry. That's because the man that enchanted me was 3 parts exceptionally bright, 2 parts hardworking and 5 parts lucky. I'm pretty lucky, offered Harry. You're the most unlucky person I've ever met, replied Sternly. Your parents are dead. You got landed with the worst set of muggles I've seen for 400 years. You killed a teacher in your first year and a basilisk in your second, and then got lost in an uninhabited, deadly forest from which your only escape is to have a hat teach you one of the most complex magical practices you could ever hope to come across. Forgive me if I don't trust your luck, he concluded, a gentle note of sympathy creeping into his tone. Well, I haven't died, Harry pointed out. Which only goes to show that the universe has a sense of humor, replied Sternly, chuckling slightly. Anyway, back to the matter at hand. So if it's a given that eventually your object is going to remember that it's not actually able to perform magic, how do you extend this lifespan? In the past, people have tried finding ways of attaching magical reservoirs to an enchanted object to prolong its life, which, if you think about it, makes almost no sense. They've tried inventing self-spelling wands to install into the objects, with pathetic results. In the end, there's a half dozen or so ways you can actually do it, but the one that's become the most popular over the years is actually the most straightforward. You essentially bind the original piece of magic to a controller, whether it be a mechanical operation, a thought, a word. When you activate this controller, the object forgets that it cannot do magic, and this activates the magical effect you've imbued the object with. Harry frowned in thought. Sternly had been right. It hadn't made much sense to him, but he couldn't help but feel the hat probably hadn't explained it particularly well. So, he said, and then paused to iron out the last few details in his head. If I wanted to make a flying stone, I would have to make the stone forget that it's not just a stone. It's called an artifice, supplied Sternly. So first I'd artifice the stone, amended Harry. Then I'd cast the spell on it. Imbibe it with the spell. And finally I'd bind the artifice to a trigger. You have the essence of it, said Sternly. It's a little more difficult in practice, and often you'd have to have 3 wizards working in conjunction so that they could act in tandem, leaving as little possible time between the completion of each phase. Why? Asked Harry, his curiosity inflamed. Well, imagine you're going to create a prolebator, a large ball of lead that was intended to be stuck into a trebuchet and exploded a couple of seconds after impact. Say you perform the artificing perfectly, then you put the enchantment on it. The moment you do so, it's going to explode in your face. If you've a second wizard to bind it as you layer the enchantments on, it's far less likely that you'll be obliterated into 1,000 little pieces. I see, replied Harry. And so how do the bindings work? And that's where the magic really comes in, so to speak. As well as all of the pride, jealousy, theft and false information spreading, said Sternly with a laugh. When he caught Harry's expression of bewilderment, he continued. There's an awful lot of competition between enchanters in the magical world, some rather pointless and petty backstabbing too, and the binds are all at the heart of it. I'm not talking about your dime a dozen enchanters making cameras, wireless sets or portrait canvases. Or even those capable of producing something as elaborate, but relatively simple as your car. That'll just require a lot of hard work. No, we're talking about those with the ability to produce things of incredible magical sophistication. It's difficult to understand, given that the majority of your life in the magical world you've spent in Hogwarts being exposed to some of the greatest feats of magic ever attempted. Things like vanishing cabinets, the mirror of Arised and, well, me are all beyond the realms of almost any wizard alive in Britain today. In fact, there's 3 wizards probably capable of producing anything of that sophistication: Damocles Belby, Thane Ogden and Lucius Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy? Asked Harry, aghast. He got beaten up by his house elf. You don't think that family made their money from washing windows, do you? Asked Sternly. That's the thing about enchanters, it's not necessarily the ability of the wizard, but the history of their blood. The wizarding world has no form of intellectual property, so the moment one person invents something, every other Tom, Dick and Harry is welcome to roll his sleeves back to his elbow and get stuck in. The only way anyone can protect their ideas is to build it in a way that nobody else can understand it. So all 3 of those enchanters and a slew of the lesser enchanters will have their own style, their own binds, their own incredibly complicated methods of ensuring nobody can pick their work apart. And all of that information has been passed from father to son for the last 1,000 years or so. So only they know how to do it. There are others. I have no doubt that Dumbledore could very easily compete with the best of them, despite not having the blood for it if he really wanted to. I know that McGonagall and Flitwick are probably close on their heels, considering they've only got half the binds at their disposal, but they'll never become enchanters. Why not? It's an incredibly unpleasant game, said Sternly. When Lucius Malfoy is the most pleasant of the 3 big names, you might get an inkling of what I'm talking about. 20 years ago, Belby's daughter Maris seduced Ogden's brother Bob in a pub, drugged him and made off with half the family's literature. All because 10 years earlier Tiberius Ogden killed Edon Malfoy in a duel over a signature bind that was of disputed origin, which I know for a fact that Druella Black sold to both of them for a small fortune. Druella Black, Sternly gave him an odd look, somewhere between a frown of confusion and curiosity. The noble and most ancient house of Blacks were an old family, he said, cautiously. They've all pretty much died out or been married off now. There's a couple of them around still, but I don't think there's been anyone with the Black name at large for 11 years. Since, began Harry, then stopped and looked at the ground. Did he? No, they were big supporters of his. Regulus Black joined him though, replied Sternly, his voice distant. Anyway, how about we start working on some magic, Harry nodded quickly and drew his wand, eager to begin. Where do we start? Asked Sternly, slipping into a tone that Harry could only identify as his teaching voice. With the artifice, replied Harry quickly and happily. Correct, replied Sternly. Grab yourself a couple of decent-sized rocks and we'll get to work. While artificing was far harder work than Harry could have ever expected, it at least taught him something exceedingly valuable about himself. In the last 2 years, he'd been exceptionally lazy in class. He knew that he'd never worked as hard as Hermione had and had always consoled himself with the fact that despite it, he'd always been a little above average. But it was only as he really threw himself into learning to artifice that he realized how little he'd really been pushing himself. Never before had he felt so exhausted, confused, overwhelmed and challenged by anything he'd been learning. Yet still onward he pressed, and every little gain, breakthrough and eureka moment convinced him that he'd been working far below his potential. Sternly, who'd assured him that artificing was almost certainly first-year newt stuff, was astounded with the slow but steady advance Harry was making into the field. He was obviously still miles away from producing any actual results, but his attempts were getting more and more worthy. For what felt like the 1000th time of trying, Harry lifted his wand and directed it toward the rock on the ground in front of him. Behind him lay the stone's 30 or so cracked siblings, some broken cleanly through the middle and others pulverized into a fine gravel. The first stage of artificing Harry felt he knew by heart. That first flutter of something that he'd grown to understand as the vaguest of magical consciousness as he tapped into the natural inclinations of the stone before him. I am a stone on the ground, watch how I sit, thought Harry, who'd found after his 159th attempt that empathizing with the rock seemed to help his cause. As soon as stones can swim, leaves will sink. He who pelts every barking dog must pick up a great many stones. Those who move mountains must begin with a single stone. I am that stone. Of course, Harry knew that nothing the stone felt was anything close to as complicated as forming even an idea. Not to mention letters, words, sentences and concepts as large as a proverb, but somehow it gave him the understanding of what it might be like to be a rock. With he and the stone as similar as they could possibly be, Harry began to oppress its natural inclinations. It knew and was perfectly content with the idea that it was just a rock. Harry was determined to disavow it of this notion and convince it that it could, in fact, perform great feats of magic beyond anything any mere rock could hope to achieve. Harry found it helped if he thought of himself as the rock's own personal Sternly. Come on, he whispered to the rock, as the breeze around him picked up around him. You could be so much more. A hero amongst the rocks. I don't want this, he imagined the stone saying, crossing its rocky arms stubbornly. Why me? I'm only a rock. Sometimes it is not a question of why or who but a question of what must be done, continued Harry, oblivious to the look Sternly was giving him from not too far away. At this precise moment, Harry felt the subtle resistance that had been pushing against his intentions crumble away and the rock become slowly accustomed to the idea that it might, somewhere deep down, be capable of magic. I've got it, shouted Harry in excitement and promptly lost it. Or I did. Sternly's brim broke into the widest grin that Harry had ever seen the hat give. Fantastic, declared the Sorting Hat. You're making great progress, but you probably ought to take a break soon. A break? Asked Harry, then looked around and was surprised to see how long the shadows were around him. Time had quite slipped away from him as he'd sat and worked. His stomach growled and his mouth was parched, but despite all this, Harry was eager to press on. He twirled his wand dramatically between fingers that had been growing hugely more dexterous and confident in the last few days. Just one more, he asked, glancing up at Sternly with big eyes, but Sternly laughed him off. You were just having a conversation with a rock, said the hat, shaking slightly with mirth. I think it's probably time for a break. Even Harry couldn't argue with this and so rose and stretched, working out the kinks that had developed in his joints from the hours spent hunching over lumps of rock. Fancy a walk to the river and back? He asked. I probably ought to check those snares too. Sternly looked toward the sky, then nodded slightly. We ought to be quick, he said. But I suppose if we don't, anything caught in them will be gone by morning. Together they followed the wide loop around the campsite to each of the traps they'd set. Most of them were intact. One had been disturbed but hadn't caught anything. This one Harry reset. Another had caught a squirrel that hung limply in the trap which Harry retrieved, and the final one contained a live rabbit that thrashed madly as Harry approached. He looked at it for a long moment. It was the first live animal that he'd caught. Both the squirrel he'd caught today and the hare he'd found yesterday had been dead long before he reached them. This one, however, was only partially caught in the trap, and its struggles against the sharp wire had cut it and spread blood all over the forest floor. You need to be quick, Harry, said Sternly, comfortingly from his perch on Hedwig. You're doing him an unkindness the longer you leave it alive. I know, said Harry, and even though his stomach still churned, he lifted the sword of Gryffindor. 10 minutes later, when they arrived at the river, there was no sign of the Stoizeval. Harry had told Sternly of his interesting encounter with the creature, and the hat had confessed he'd never heard of the creatures before, nor knew anything about them. Harry stood, with Hedwig on his shoulder and Sternly, in turn, on her head, and watched the orange light shatter on the surface of the choppy water. The wind picked up around him and shook the boughs of the trees, showering him with leaves. The rich perfume of the blossoms in the trees wafted around him and slipping seductively into his nostrils. A single comet, just visible against the dying rays of the sun, flickered into existence for a solitary second, then was extinguished, like a candle in the breeze. A strange intangible quality of the atmosphere reminded him of the night he'd left Hogwarts and filled him with an uncomfortable feeling in his chest. Tonight he ought to be sleeping in the spare room at the Dursleys as the baking heat of endless summer days blended together into an endless summer. Instead he was hopelessly lost in an impenetrable, hostile forest. He couldn't decide which was worse, hopelessly lost, or hopelessly bound. Terrifying or boring. Yet, he decided, glancing up at Sternly and Hedwig, his companions silhouetted against the blaze of the setting sun, he knew it was better to be with friends. I'm glad you're here, Sternly, said Harry as the sun drew away from the dark. You too, Hedwig. So am I, replied Sternly honestly. Bark, said Hedwig. Harry returned to artificing the next day and, drawing on the experience of his breakthrough the day before, picked it up remarkably quickly. In almost no time at all, Harry was producing artificed stones that were almost clamoring for magic to perform. Excellent, declared Sternly, as Harry produced the 20th such stone. I think it's time to move on to the theory of binding. You missed a step, Harry pointed out quickly. Don't I need to know the charms first? Point your wand at that rock, said Sternly. Say, Wingardium Leviosa, and swish and flick with the wand. Harry lowered his wand and glowered. You asked me to teach you to perform charms, remarked the hat genially. I know the levitation spell, snapped Harry. But what if I wanted to make it shoot the stinging hex or something? How is a stone that shoots stinging hexes going to help get you out of this forest? You know what I mean, replied Harry. What about the breaking charm? The, stammered Sternly in a mocking voice. Honestly, the charm work will be the hardest bit. I want to leave it until last, and it honestly doesn't matter in which order you learn these two. I thought you said that the artificing was the hardest bit, objected Harry. No, I said that artificing was the hardest bit for most wizards who start enchanting. If you haven't noticed yet, you're not most wizards, explained Sternly. Most wizards probably wouldn't begin enchanting until their last year at Hogwarts. You're ahead of the curve when it comes to artificing and way behind when it comes to charm work. We're going to have to improve your general level of wand work to perform the charms I'm asking you to do. Harry grumbled in annoyance. The charms themselves had been what had really interested him about the entire processes. Spells that were practical and concrete, not to mention those which he could apply to his flying, were always an added bonus when learned. He remembered in first year going well out of his way one Sunday afternoon to learn a bristle straightening charm for his broom, just because Ron had mentioned it could be done. Now binds come in a variety of flavors, said Sternly. Most of the ones you'll need to know are pretty basic and widely available to most wizards in your standard sort of textbooks, but there's a couple of others I know that I think Newt Scamander may have invented at some point last century, and they make nice substitutions for a couple of the more difficult ones that you'd have trouble with. But to start with the basics, firstly there's the Albright bind. For the next several hours, Sternly lectured Harry on the variety of binds. They covered the Albright bind, which would slow the rate at which the object would expend its lifespan. Following that were the Clail, Falconer, Garda and Italian binds, which could be used to control the various properties of the enchantment. Next they covered the Magnus bind, which translated physical input into what Sternly called universal magical constant, which was itself a difficult concept to understand. The simplest explanation the hat could offer was that it was used to pass information between the binds, a sort of magical electrical current. It was only as Sternly began to describe the properties of the universal magical constant that Harry realized quite how complicated the process of binding was. There had to be a bind that detected the input, and as each variety of input had a slightly different bind, there were as many of these as colors under the sun. Then each of the inputs had a unique bind that translated them into the universal magical constant, and further binds called threads routed the constant exactly and efficiently to their relevant controlling bind. This bind would then need another translation bind to convert them into the correct magical outputs. And all of this was for a simple system consisting of inputs and outputs. Sternly explained that most systems were a great deal more complicated and had to contain intermediary steps in the middle of the thread, which required 2 more translation binds for each step as well as the steps themselves. Not to mention the other binds needed to stabilize the system, keep particular threads isolated, and the vast number of fail-safes that needed to be bound into any particular system. It wasn't only the logic of the problem that proved a challenge, but the actual theory behind it was also almost staggering complex. At first Sternly encouraged him to draw diagrams in the dirt with a stick, laying them out neatly with straight lines to represent the threads and boxes to represent the controlling binds. But of course, said Sternly, after about 6 hours of this practice, that's not at all how it works. I'm sorry, asked Harry, screwing up his face. Binds, and well, most magic don't really occupy physical space like that, he pointed out. Drawing them like that is convenient to record and design them, but you need to understand that it's purely representational. So what do they look like? Well, they don't really look like anything, they just are. There's no physical interaction between the spells, it's all completely symbolic and extra-physical. At this comment, Harry allowed his head to fall into his hands, feeling more frustrated by the second. But despite that, he did slowly find himself making progress. Little by little he learned how to use, manipulate and combine bindings. But and to his complete surprise, not only did he learn the how, but also the why. Why the Falconer bind was more appropriate than the Garda for controlling objects that moved. It was comprised of 8 subsections and arithmetically 8 suited movement, and why certain configurations of binds and enchantments required certain stabilizing binds, to balance the Galdesian prime. Whatever that was. When Sternly's lessons came to a stop once more, Harry found himself parched and starving again. The sky had clouded over as well, which Harry contemplated as unusual in summer, but he'd experienced summer thunderstorms before and wasn't overtly concerned. Instead he went to the boot of the car, where he'd been stockpiling his food and water out of the reach of wildlife, and tucked into the little food and water he had left. He'd have to make another circle of the traps soon enough, forage some more nettles and retrieve some more water from the stream before it went dark, but for those few minutes, Harry just enjoyed the smell of the forest around him, the chattering of the birds in the trees and the faraway bleating of a solitary deer. It's about to rain, observed Sternly. I suppose it must be, replied Harry. I think we ought to put some weather wards up. A lit bit of rain never hurt anyone. All the same, it's prudent to be careful. Last thing we want is for the poultice to be washed from the ward stakes. Harry could see the wisdom in this, and so he and Sternly spent a few minutes driving ash stakes into the ground, just outside the original set of wards, and outlining the square between them with small, consecrated stones. It was more ritual magic, which interested Harry very much, and would keep the area dry, temperate and most importantly lightning-free. Even Harry, glancing at the enormous metal car out of the corner of his eye, could see the merit in this last bit. As evening rolled in, Harry stacked some more wood on the fire and settled in against the tire of the car, enjoying the warmth of the flames. He'd completed the necessary chores, emptied and reset his traps, collected water and cleaned the muck off his face, cut firewood for the evening and double-checked the ward stakes for signs of degradation. Sternly had discouraged him from working any further on binds, artificing or charm work. Too much of a good thing, or something like that. Instead, he decided Harry ought to get to grips with the enchantment that Mr. Weasley himself had done and see if they couldn't figure out where it had gone wrong. So Harry set about transfiguring some necessary tools and then piece by piece, they stripped the bodywork of the car, ensuring that Harry knew how to remove and replace each part individually. In the next few hours, Harry learned that reverse engineering bound spellwork was an awful lot harder than it sounded. For one thing, as Sternly had said, the magic had no form, so he couldn't see anything. Secondly, although Mr. Weasley hadn't used any of the locking binds that Sternly had said some enchanters would use, these would prevent the removal of the other binds. It was almost impossible to know what a bind was before you removed it. Only by first finding out exactly how each bind responded when poked, then removing the bind and then replacing it in turn with each bind Harry knew until they received the same result could they figure out which bind was which. At first Harry began to mentally catalog these results, thinking they'd help him later, but soon realized that it was almost worthless data. The spell interactions were so complex that it was extremely unlikely that the same bind would respond in the same manner twice. In the end, with copious wandwork, hours of doodling in the mud and numerous oaths, of which Sternly had an amazing repertoire, Harry had a fairly fully fledged understanding of how the enchantments had been bound together. The ground around the car was a web of boxes, letters and lines that spread out in every direction, sometimes for several feet. It was chaotic. Most wizards explore enchanting on their own, explained Sternly. Most wouldn't have an instructor like you do. They'd be working from a whole series of different texts that each told them something different. Harry could tell that this was exactly how Mr. Weasley had learned, for the enchanting was a strange piecemeal combination of different, often conflicting binds. He indicated a strange loop of binds in one corner of the diagram on the floor that he couldn't make head nor tail of. "What are those for?" he asked curiously and was surprised by the expression of disgust on the hat's face. "I doubt Arthur Weasley had any idea what those binds do," he said, in a disgusted voice. "I imagine he lifted them straight from another tela." "What's a tela?" asked Harry. "That's a tela," replied Sternly, indicating the spidery diagram around the car. "Normally they're neater and in a book, but the essence is there." Harry nodded in understanding. "And what's wrong with those binds?" "Unusual stuff," responded Sternly, a strange darkness in his voice that Harry hadn't ever heard before. "Almost makes me wonder where he got them." "Where does he work?" "The misuse of Muggle artifacts office in the Ministry," supplied Harry quickly. "But what does it do?" "It's difficult to explain," said the Sorting Hat. "It makes it sentient to a degree in order to bind it to the will of the enchanter, make it unerringly subservient. It's normally used to make magical materials behave in a particular way that they wouldn't usually." "But Mr. Weasley couldn't have known that," pointed out Harry. "No, and it's certainly missing the identifying bind," replied Sternly. "Which essentially means it's subservient to nobody." "Well, that's good, isn't it?" asked Harry, feeling suddenly proud of the car. "It's like a new life." "Except it isn't alive," replied Sternly, his brow furrowed. "It isn't really sentient, there's just that glimmer of intelligence there." "It saved Ron and me from a pack of great dirty spiders," Harry pointed out, and this made Sternly frown even more. "And that worries me even more. It shouldn't be able to reason at that level." "Spell interactions. Must be, but I can't for the life of me figure out what could be causing it," admitted Sternly. "Well, you're sentient," observed Harry. "So are all the portraits in Hogwarts, the photographs in my album, and so was." He stopped short. "Tom Riddle's diary?" asked Sternly, an ominous tone to his voice, then the frown on his face rescinded and he made his curious shrugging motion. "It won't be that bad, but I do wonder where Arthur Weasley got the idea to enchant a car to fly. The clouds above broke during the night. Thunder fell thick and fast as though thrown, with some apparent amount of glee, by an errant and mischievous god. Enormous bolts erupted from the sky, scorching the earth and blistering everything around it. Several trees around Harry found themselves abruptly immolated by columns of fire that burned entire feet into the ground. Harry, for his part, cowered in the Anglia, hoping that it really would protect him from the storm. He half remembered hearing this somewhere in the Muggle world. It was not that he didn't trust his weather wards, but in fairness they'd only been described to him by a hat. However, he discovered, to his pleasure, that he could certainly trust the hat's judgment as an enormous lightning bolt struck a semi-transparent dome of light above the car. Everything was suddenly overwhelmed in a bright flash of light that burned itself into his retinas and sent him quivering to footwell. It was only several hours later, when he was certain the clouds had petered away, that he finally crawled, blinking, into the pale moonlight. Despite the early hour and the age he seemed to have been awake, he was not in the slightest tired. Nor was he worried by the carnage that surrounded him, rather he was deeply fascinated by what he saw. Deep trenches were cut into the ground where a flying branch had been hurled, by the enormous force of the wind, against the ground. Entire trunks were rent in two, split by the fall of the lightning. The forest floor was pockmarked with dark ringed craters, and an all-pervasive smell of burnt wood and superheated air invaded his nostrils to take up permanent residence. Sternly proved far less adventurous than Harry. "What does it look like out there?" he called, his voice soft as though not to attract the ire of the fleeing storm. Harry laughed softly as he examined the still smoking ruins of what had once been a mighty oak. "It's cleared up beautifully," replied Harry, his eyes drifting up to the twinkling stars in the sky and the slightly brightening sky to the east. "Even the rabbits are out in full force." And indeed they were, hopping to and fro frantically, as though expecting the heavens to open on them once more. Harry couldn't help but smile as he observed their antics. "Check on the wards," prompted Sternly, his voice quavering slightly. Harry laughed again. Of all the things for the hat to be terrified of in this forest, and he'd chosen the weather. Regardless, he went to check on the ward posts and found that one of his weather stakes had been damaged by a falling tree. Harry thought he and Sternly probably ought to correct this oversight in the morning, perhaps putting some more protective wards around the outside to prevent such things from happening, but it could wait. He repaired the damage as best he could, his nimble fingers making short work of binding the stake back together with a length of knotted stalk, as Sternly had instructed him. He knew that the stake would eventually need replacing, but he was content to allow it to sit until morning. The slight crack wasn't enough to put them in any serious danger, especially with the storm dissipating. Still, it was better to be safe than sorry, and Harry hoped the ground would dry out soon. In its current boggy state, he suspected that anything he attempted to drive into the earth would disappear for good. His little checks made and chores completed, Harry made his way back to the car and clambered into the back seat. He'd only just managed to stretch himself out when lethargy and exhaustion swept over him in equal measures. As he dozed, he found his mind surprisingly full of thoughts and fears for his new friends the Lynx and the Stoizival. Just before he fell asleep, he made a pledge to find them in the morning and ensure they were all right. He woke up bright and early the next day just as the sun peeked through the window of the Anglia, the bright rays catching motes of dust suspended in the air. Somehow the damage looked less severe in the daylight. Though the blackened stumps and ripped turf still looked like the victims of some horrific battle, there was certainly less damage than he'd previously thought. When he informed Sternly of his plan to go seeking out the Stoizival and the Lynx, the hat was less than enthusiastic about the idea. "They're not pets," he remarked in a careful tone. "They might not take kindly to your interfering. I'd rather them not take kindly to it than die because I didn't take action when I should," remarked Harry blithely. "They've been nice and neighborly to me, I don't see why I shouldn't exchange the favor." The rest of Sternly's vehement protests fell upon deaf ears, and Harry quickly decided to leave the moldy heirloom behind. Instead, he retrieved the sword of Gryffindor from the front seat and took the last of the cooked rabbit with him as he headed out into the forest. He slowly made his way to the area that he'd first seen the Lynx, hoping that this was where he'd made his hide. He wasn't disappointed either, for after 5 minutes of searching around the patch of nettles, he came upon the beast limping through the forest. It froze when Harry drew close, narrowing its eyes and lifting its head to sniff at the air. Then it turned to look at him and regarded him with a wary look. He could see from the way it held its front paw aloft that it had done some considerable damage. He thought he could probably heal the wound with his newly learned Apisky spell, but knew he couldn't do it in the open. Luckily, he'd prepared for this. "Come here," he crooned softly and cut a chunk of meat from the joint he was carrying. Then he backed several paces away. "Come on." The lynx regarded him, then the meat, then raised his eyes to look at the boy again. Harry took another step backward. Slowly and very, very cautiously, it limped forward a pace, then another, then devoured the morsel of food with apparent relish. Harry smiled in satisfaction. 4 times he repeated the process until finally leaving the rest of the joint just inside the wards. He wasn't sure if the wards would affect the lynx, but to his relief they seemed not to. He went to sit on the bonnet of the car and watched as the lynx, bolder now, came forward and began to gnaw at the meat on the ground, holding it on the ground with his paw and tearing pieces off with his teeth. Harry lifted his wand. "Apisky," he muttered, drawing the lowercase e in the air. The lynx went absolutely ballistic. With a bellow of rage it shot about 10 feet in the air, swinging around wildly. It landed on all fours and pulled itself close to the ground, its ears flattened to the back of its head. It stared around wildly, looking panicked and terrified. "Don't worry," said Harry plaintively, feeling equally as panicked that the enormous predator was so spooked. "I just fixed your leg, I didn't mean to." But the lynx didn't let him finish and bolted into the undergrowth at top speed, disappearing before Harry could do or say anything. "Well, don't say I didn't warn you," muttered sternly from inside the car. Hedwig barked her agreement. "Well, I don't care what you say," replied Harry, turning his back on the pair. "Better that he's spooked and healthy than dead." Feeling slightly foolish, very embarrassed and more than a little annoyed, Harry stalked off toward the river, swing the sword of Gryffindor angrily at any plants that came too close to him on his romp through the forest. He didn't understand why the lynx had reacted so badly to his spell. He'd seen as it ran that it was no longer limping, so why wasn't it grateful? Couldn't it see he had helped it? Harry's brows furrowed as he thought. Even still, he'd been telling the truth. Even if the lynx did hate him now, it was better that it was healthy, so it could still catch prey. Then a terrible thought occurred to Harry. What if he was now prey? He shook these thoughts away angrily. The lynx would come around. He should have explained himself, should have reasoned with it. It had always seemed to understand him before, and like Sternly had said, he'd fallen into the trap of thinking of it like a pet. He was a wild animal. When he reached the water, the Stoizival were clustered around the bank, their eyes lowered. They turned as he approached, and he made a great show of laying his sword down by the bank before he came any closer. Laying on the grass between them was one of their number, his blue eyelids closed in death, a serene expression on his face. "Oh no," whispered Harry, gazing down at him sadly. "I'm so sorry." "We too," replied the Stoizival in unison. "Always." Harry opened his mouth to ask what that even meant, but then decided this wasn't the time and closed it again. He joined them for a few minutes, staring down at the corpse, a strange knot in his throat. The Stoizival seemed like peaceful creatures, and that one of them died so senselessly made him feel terrible. "I wish there was something I could have done," he said softly, and the nearest one turned a curious expression upon him. "You are sad?" it asked simply, and Harry realized there was no trace of grief on the creature's countenance. "Yes," he said. "Aren't you?" "Always," said the Stoizival, then looked at his dead friend. "But not him." "I don't understand," admitted Harry. "No need. But you're not upset." "He is lucky," it said with a shrug. "Always the innocent are the first to suffer." "Ronan told me that once," said Harry, suddenly remembering first year in the Forbidden Forest. "Wise Ronan," said the Stoizival. "Wise Ronan," echoed his companions. Harry stared in confusion, then shook his head clear. "Look, I came to see if I could help you," he said. "Heal your wounded, cure your sick." The Stoizival turned a deeply offended expression upon him. "You look to curse us," it asked, disgust falling from every syllable. I want to help, said Harry, more confused by the conversation's direction than he thought he'd ever been before in his life. The Stoizival's expression softened and he bowed his head slightly toward Harry. Some always do, he conceded. In ignorance, in blindness. You cannot help, thief. Thief? Asked Harry, still completely bewildered. Thief, repeated the Stoizival. You stole them. Your blue flying box, your sword, your talking hat. I didn't steal them, began Harry, intending to tell the creature how he'd intended to return them, how he'd only borrowed them. But then he realized that he hadn't merely borrowed them, he hadn't intended to return them, he'd not even considered it. I didn't think. You have this problem often, it said, its expression inscrutable. It wasn't a question. Harry opened his mouth to retort angrily, then thought better of it and snapped his mouth closed. Wordlessly, seething with anger, he turned on the spot and stalked away from the river. As he passed, he snatched up the sword from the ground and as he strode through the forest hacking apart everything in his path. He was almost hysterical with anger as he arrived back at the car. Still seething, he buried the sword a few inches into the soft earth and kicked the wheel of the Anglia angrily. Harry, said Sternly softly, from the top of the car. You meant well, Harry. Your heart was in the right place. Yes, well, apparently I'm ignorant and blind, snapped Harry and kicked the wheel again for good measure. Apparently the innocent are the first to suffer and Mars is bright this evening and centaurs and Stoizival can go shove their head up their own. He stopped mid-sentence and stared at his hands, they were shaking with anger. Except it wasn't really anger, because he could feel the tears on his face and the pain in his chest as he tried to breathe. What's wrong with me? He asked, still staring at his hands which were covered in filth from days of being in the forest. One of his nails was cracked and gouged and there was a long scratch on one palm. What am I doing here? What's wrong with me? Nothing's wrong with you, said Sternly, soothingly. You're just a little emotional right now. I don't mean, began Harry, but choked on a sob that forced its way out of his mouth. He slid down the side of the car and leant one side of his face against the cool metal. I know what you meant, said Sternly in his ear. Hedwig had fluttered the hat down and his owl now pressed herself into his body. You're just a little confused, a little vulnerable, a little hurt. But Harry was thinking of the night he'd come here, the night he'd snapped and attacked Snape, the night he'd taken Sternly, the sword and the Anglia. 2 words rose to his lips unbidden and he whispered them, half afraid of what they might mean. Psychotic break, he said, echoing the words he'd once heard a neighbor use in reference to Vernon's reaction to his Hogwarts letters. Is that what this is? No, said Sternly, in a sharp, no-nonsense sort of voice. Don't be ridiculous. You were just a little confused, you've been fine for ages afterwards. But Harry couldn't help but wonder if he had been. Couldn't help but wonder how he'd taken this entire thing so easily in his stride. Couldn't help but wonder if this was a fleeting moment of sanity in a week-long episode of insanity. Couldn't help but wonder if any of this was really real. The rest of the day slipped away in a blur of cascading, mutating and overwhelming emotions. Harry found that although one moment he might be feeling extreme sadness, the next he might be feeling exceptionally giddy. In his brief moments of true lucidity, it terrified him, but the spells didn't last longer than a few minutes at a time, leaving him nothing to cling to as he slipped from emotion to emotion. Sternly encouraged him to sleep early into the evening and Harry gladly allowed sleep to take him, the softly crackling fire basking his face with warmth and the stars glimmering overhead in the murky sky. His dreams were unordered and chaotic, filled with a myriad of strange faces and places, sights he'd seen in the forests of Valbonne and half-remembered people he'd met in his childhood. And all the while, Harry was running, chasing, a dark shape that fluttered from room to room, from place to place and across the faces of the people he encountered. He stopped running only when he ran head first into a small first year, who almost went crashing to the ground but Harry, thinking quickly, swept in and caught her. He turned with her body weight and righted her with the same single movement, momentarily lifting her feet from the ground as he spun with her. She spun away from him, laughing merrily. My, she said, a serene smile on her lips. Mr. Enchanter, you dance divinely. Harry looked from the girl to the talking stone in his hand and smiled, then regarded the girl a little closer. She was effervescent, happy, and burned his eyes like the sun. "Has anyone ever told you, you look like an angel?" asked Harry, with the acute awareness that his unreality was falling apart around him. Every time you see me," she said. "All your life." He awoke with a start, jerking out of the dream as though he'd just fallen into an icy pool, his lungs gasping for breath and his heart hammering against the inside of his chest. For a moment he panicked, with no idea where he was. Then he became aware of the uncomfortable prickling sensation of the car's material against his skin and the quiet movements of Hedwig as she napped in the front seat. He sat up and caught sight of Stern Lee, bizarrely squeezed into the gap between the passenger headrest and the roof of the car. The hat's eyes roamed over him, a strange expression fixed to its features. "How are you feeling?" asked the hat, his tone terse and worried. Harry wasn't exactly sure. He didn't feel as desolate and empty as he had in the final days of his second year at Hogwarts, but neither did he feel the carefree naivety that he'd been feeling during his days in the forest. Something sullen had come over him, something unhappy, but not as gleefully angsty as the sadness that had overtaken him before. "Thin," he said finally, when Stern Lee began to rustle impatiently. "Stretched, empty, sane?" asked Stern Lee, his tone of voice blunt. "Yes," replied Harry, after careful consideration. "Like you said, just unhappy." "Good," said Stern Lee, his voice still slightly wary, but then added in a stronger voice. "Good. I'm starving," said Harry, as his stomach rumbled. "You'll have to wait until daylight," said Stern Lee, glancing out of the window at the slightly lightening sky. "Okay," said Harry, simply. "In that case, until then you can teach me the charms I'm going to need to get out of here." "I'm not sure I'm ready," insisted Harry in a forceful tone of voice, then allowed it to drop to a more respectful level. "I've got to be, or I'm never going to get out of here." Stern Lee sighed, then nodded his acquiescence. "We'd better get started then," he said. "Let's take your mind off your stomach, When Stern Lee had said the charms would be the hardest bit of the process for Harry, he really hadn't been lying. The binds, the artificing and the theory had been challenging, there was no doubt about that, but Harry was beginning on more or less the same level that any wizard might come to it. There was no precursor to these things and Harry had been able to start at the simplest level and work his way up to the level required in a fairly short time span. But the charms he was required to cast, while simple to the majority of wizards who would be beginning to enchant, relied heavily upon years of schoolwork he'd not yet done, hours of wand technique that he'd never had a chance to try, let alone master. Not to mention entire bookfuls of theory, most of which he'd never heard of or seen, let alone read. After what felt like his 1000th attempt to cast the Horton-Kiech-breaking charm, Stern Lee gave an annoyed grunt and shook his head in consternation. "This is no good," he said. "Completely hopeless. We're not getting anywhere like this." "Well, I'm sorry," snapped Harry, heat rising to his skin and his brow folding into a frown. "But what other choice do we have?" "I didn't mean it like that," explained Stern Lee patiently. "I just mean I'll have to figure out another way to teach you." Harry's expression softened, then he felt suddenly embarrassed by his little outburst, but Stern Lee seemed to discard it with a little shake of his brim. "It's all right," he assured him quickly, then glanced out the window, to where the dawn had fully broken and the sun bathed the forest in a stunning haze of shimmering light. "Perhaps you ought to go find something to eat now." Harry set off into the forest alone, the tip of his sword gently trailing amongst the grass as he held it limply at his side. He had completely forgotten to check, empty and reset the traps the previous day, with all the excitement, and to his dismay he found all of them sprung and the caught animals ravaged by scavengers. There was nothing he could do but reset them and leave. He went to the riverbank instead to collect a number of edible plants he'd learned weren't poisonous. All the while he kept his eyes peeled for the lynx and the Stoizival, but saw nothing of either. He washed his face and headed back to the car, using the last of his carefully conserved water to boil his meager breakfast. As he ate, Hedwig fluttered down to his shoulder and hooted softly in his ear. He leant his cheek gently against her, the warmth of her body pleasant against his skin. "Harry," he heard Stern Lee call from inside the car. "I've figured it out." Abandoning his soup half-eaten, Harry rose and stuck his head through the open car window, giving the hat inside a questioning look. "We're going to try a rolling mutation," said Sternly, seriously, and Harry couldn't help but laugh. "Is this one of those things you've made up?" he asked. "No," said Sternly, hotly, but then in a strained voice he admitted. "Well, yes, sort of. The theory isn't mine, but I've never seen it done, or heard of anyone actually do it." "That's reassuring. Don't worry, it'll work. So how does one go about doing a rolling mutation?" asked Harry, retrieving Sternly from the car and returning to his seat on the grass, placing the hat beside him. "Right," said Sternly, slipping into what Harry had come to know as his teaching voice. "We're going to go back to the matchstick." Harry frowned, once again finding himself confused by Sternly's cryptic comments. After a second though, something clicked in his memory and he realized what Sternly was talking about. "Transfiguration?" he asked. "What's transfiguration got to do with it?" "Everything," replied Sternly simply. "The inherent principle behind a rolling mutation is that you make small incremental changes to a particular spell in order to make it do something else entirely. We're going to make small changes to your matchstick transfiguration. It's a simple enough spell that you can an understanding of the basic principle without worrying too much about the spell itself." Sternly finished talking and gazed at Harry, who stared back at him with a blank expression. "What?" asked the hat after several long moments. "You lost me after the word inherent," explained Harry. "This is as productive as trying to teach algebra to a stone," grumbled Sternly. "Well, obviously stones can't learn algebra," replied Harry, being deliberately obtuse. "They don't like math." Despite Sternly's best efforts, the next few hours saw painfully little progress on Harry's part. It was slow, terribly dull work, but nonetheless he did improve, and degree by degree, Harry came to understand exactly what it was that Sternly was trying to teach him. "This is pretty cool," admitted Harry, holding his wand over the constantly mutating lump of wood sat on the ground before him. "I'd never thought of transfiguration like this before." As he sat and concentrated, the wood began to take form. First it rose upward into a solid cylindrical block, and then, as though being carved by an invisible craftsman, it slowly began to take the shape of a goblet. First narrowing in the middle to create a fluted stem, and then parted from the middle outwards to become hollow, before finally making the transition from wood to metal. It was a stark contrast to Harry's previous experience with the art of transfiguration, which had always seemed to be about single spells and immediate results. This new method was subtler, more nuanced, although admittedly far more taxing on his brain. Sternly was ecstatic with his progress, although Harry thought perhaps for the wrong reasons. "What did I tell you?" he asked, a gloating tone in his voice. "Remember, Harry, always trust the hat." All right," replied Harry. "But how is this going to help me learn the Hordenkeech breaking charm?" "Well, in exactly the same way you were able to morph that stick into a goblet in stages. We'll take the spell you know with the closest composition and effect and mutate it until you end up with the desired result. So, I'll have to go through these same steps every time I want to cast the charm. That seems very complicated. The theory is that by mutating into the spell, you'll gain a better understanding of just exactly what that spell entails, so you'll be more likely to learn to cast it in the traditional manner." "Ah, the theory is it?" replied Harry, pulling a face. "Do you know what I think about the theory?" "I think you can shove the theory." "Hear me out," interjected Sternly quickly. "You've just completed a fairly complicated bit of transfiguration with the rolling mutation. You agree that you wouldn't have been able to do it without the mutation?" "Probably not," agreed Harry readily. "Haven't really been able to do anything like that in McGonagall's class." "Well, try it now. The traditional spell, I mean. Try and visualize all the elements you practiced with the mutation, keep in the forefront of your mind the sensation of performing the magic, and then try and condense it into the single spell." Harry fetched a fresh stick and sat down once more, concentrating very closely on the shape and dimensions of the stick. Then he forced to the forefront of his mind all the changes he'd been able to make in the way the magic had felt. He sat thinking for several seconds, and then, suddenly, everything clicked into place in his mind. It wasn't something he'd have been able to explain later. He certainly couldn't have described the deeply disconcerting sensation, but in that instant he knew exactly how to work the spell. And with a flick of his wand, the stick became a goblet. Harry gaped at it. He'd really done it. Transfiguration at a level of complexity he'd been miles away from when he'd woken up that morning. True, the goblet was misshapen, leafy, and the metal surface had a distinct wood grain to it. But it was indisputably a goblet. "See," said Sternly simply, and Harry could only nod in amazement. "A little more practice and you'll have it down. Now all we need to do is start working on your charms." With Sternly's new teaching technique, Harry began to learn charms at a rate he scarcely believed himself. Every 2 or 3 hours seemed to lead to some new, exciting breakthrough. And for each breakthrough, Harry's thirst for another, similar milestone led to a redoubling of his own efforts. It was astonishing, really. Harry had rediscovered a passion for magic the likes of which he hadn't felt since the beginning of his first year. A passion that had been extinguished partly by the uninspiring lessons he attended and partly by the constant exposure to magic as a whole. And it wasn't as though Hogwarts was a poor school. Far from it. It just treated magic as an everyday fact of life, a matter of convenience. A time saver and an enabler, rather than an integral, crucial, beautiful art. He remembered, as he worked, the excitement, bewilderment and exhilaration he'd felt the first time he'd taken a stroll through Diagon Alley with Hagrid. The first time he'd touched his wand. The first time he'd ridden a broomstick. The first time he'd cast a spell. Little by little he rediscovered his passion for magic. However, now he wasn't impressed by the feats of other wizards, but by his own ability. By the things he could do with his wand. When Sternly finally decided to call it a day, Harry had learned 9 new spells, each of which would contribute in some significant way to repairing the car. The more complex charms that would comprise the propulsion system and chassis balancing had been set aside for tomorrow, but Sternly had assured him that by the following evening, they'd be ready to leave the forest. But as he rose and stretched, he looked around and wondered if he really wanted to abandon the forest that had changed him so much. Because that's exactly what it had done, he realized in that moment. The forest had taken the shattered pieces of his naive, broken mind and remade him. The end result had been someone, simultaneously similar to the boy that had entered the forest and completely different. The Harry Potter that had left the Chamber of Secrets had died. The Harry Potter that had protected the Philosopher's Stone had died. The Harry who had first arrived in Hogwarts, naive and astonished, had died. The Harry who had fled before Dudley's gangs down the sunlit streets of Surrey had died. And in their place stood Harry Potter. He pushed his thoughts aside with images of his friends, who he knew must be terrified by his disappearance, and this strengthened his resolve to return home. Only now did he realize how empty his stomach felt, so Harry set off into the rapidly descending night to find a belated dinner. "You coming?" Harry asked sternly. Responded the Sorting Hat, looking up from the tela that still spider-webbed around the car. The two of them had been simplifying it between spells, and though a lot of the redundant binds had been removed, it still looked very complicated to Harry. No, you go ahead, I'm thinking over this section." Harry looked down at the indicated area and recalled instantly how frustratingly difficult it had proven to figure out exactly how that loop had worked. "Suit yourself," said Harry, taking the sword and walking out of the warded area. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the mossy ground, and caught the leaves of the trees around him, dappling the forest with warmth. The blooming flowers that dotted the ground perfumed the air with their sweet scent, and the slightest of breezes ruffled the hair of his fringe. The first 2 traps he encountered had been sprung, but whatever they had caught had either escaped or been found by one of the other predators that lurked in the forest. However, the third one he came to held a live rabbit that thrashed madly as Harry approached, blood welling up where the noose met the creature's neck. "Hold still," he whispered, crouching down closer and lifting the sword. However, just as the tip came down, the rabbit leapt aside, and the blade, instead of slicing through the beast's neck, cut neatly through the loop that held the noose to the tree. The rabbit bolted away through the undergrowth, scattering leaves left, right and center as it flailed wildly. Harry muttered one of Sternly's favorite colorful curses and followed it at a trot. He didn't want to leave the wounded, dying creature loose in the forest, especially since he wanted his snare back. So after a moment of hesitation he carefully tracked the fallen leaves and hurried paw prints, following the creature's maddened flight through the forest. However, after following it for some 5 or 10 minutes, it came to an abrupt end where it intersected with the track of some much larger creature. Harry gazed at the size of the enormous paw prints, nearly the size of his hand, and swallowed thickly. He stood for a moment, staring at them, then decided to follow the rabbit's trail back to where he'd started. He'd only been walking a minute, however, when he realized that he wasn't following a trail at all, but just a random pattern of misplaced leaves and bent stems. He swallowed again and glanced up at the sky. The sun had slipped below the canopy of the trees now, and the only light that remained for him to see by was the very little that found its way between the trunks. He knew what a dangerous situation he was in now. If the sun set and he was still out alone in the forest, he'd be completely defenseless to the creatures that came out at night. A little shiver of fright passed through him as he considered his position. Slowly, he began to walk back the way he'd come, following the tracks that had brought him here. He'd only gone a dozen or so feet when he heard something moving in the forest nearby. He sat bolt upright, his eyes alert and gazing intently into the woods around him. His skin prickled, his eyes watered, his throat contracted with fear. Then, somewhere out among the trees, a wolf howled. Harry simultaneously resisted the urge to run madly away from the sound and to stand still. He knew that he had an exceptionally small time window in which to find his bearings, else he'd be hopelessly lost. But he also knew that there was no way that the wolf didn't know that he was here. Even if it hadn't caught his scent, he'd been making far too much noise to avoid detection. So he headed at a gentle jog along the path that he'd been following, his fingers clenched tightly on his sword, his eyes alternating between spotting his own trail and keeping a sharp eye on the surrounding area. The forest seemed to loom over him. Every slightest breeze became an enemy, every crunch of debris underfoot something creeping up behind him. His heart hammered in his chest so hard that Harry was surprised it didn't just explode. The wolf howled again, closer this time, and another spasm of fear shot through Harry, but he pushed it away roughly. Hadn't he faced a basilisk after all? Hadn't he faced Voldemort? What was one wolf? But it won't just be one wolf, will it? Asked a nasty voice in the back of his head. Wolves hunt in packs. Harry pushed the voice away, even though he knew that there was truth in the thought. One wolf, or 20, it made no difference to his tactics. He had to follow the path, he had to make it back to Anglia, even if he had to cut his way through an army of brilliant yellow eyes and dripping, gleaming teeth. Adrenaline and fear in equal measures flowed through him as he ran. Then again, he thought, perhaps they're just as afraid of me as I am of them. Maybe they're friendly, just as the lynx had been friendly to him. Just as the Shotsavagil had been. He swung the sword experimentally as he trotted, testing his arm, limbering it just in case he had to fight. Just in case. He rounded a thicket of brambles, emerged into a clearing and instantly knew that he had been traveling in the wrong direction. The clearing itself was beautiful, dense foliage and vivid blooms all stained white in the moonlight. But there hadn't been any clearing on the way out. Harry swallowed thickly and tightened the grip on his sword. He must have misjudged a turning and now he had no idea where or how long ago he'd made the mistake. He was lost. Fear and panic threatened to overwhelm him, but he fought it down, furrowing his brow as he tried to concentrate beyond the terror that tried to block out rational thought, but it was hard. His body was coursing with energy, making him quiver like a leaf, and a frightened little voice at the back of his mind kept piping up. "You're doomed," it said. "Lost, hunted, as good as dead." "No," said Harry, answering the voice out loud. "I may be lost and hunted, but I won't give up. So what do I do now?" Just speaking calmly to himself was enough to quell some of the terror that knotted deep inside him, and once he'd gotten beyond the fright, the sensible thing was obvious. He stood no chance of finding his way in the dark. It just wouldn't happen. He'd absolutely no idea what direction the Anglia was, and if he continued to walk, he would only get more lost. What's more, with the wolves prowling about, he was only a target wandering blind through the forest. But he hadn't been traveling that long and he knew he couldn't be too far out of his way. He'd be able to find the in the morning. He knew he ought to find some form of shelter. In the morning, the wolves would be asleep and he'd be able to find his way back to the Anglia. Or better still, Hedwig will almost certainly come looking for him. And in that case, he thought, I ought to be obvious to her from the air. And that left only one logical course of action. Harry began to climb the nearest tree on the edge of the clearing that seemed broad enough to support his weight. He ignored the howls of the wolves, despite the fact that he was sure they were closing in, focusing instead on finding hand and footholds to pull himself higher up the height of the large oak. He was good at climbing trees. He'd done it all the time when he was younger to avoid Dudley, his cousin's friends and Aunt Marge's dogs. And if dogs couldn't climb trees, he didn't see why wolves ought to be able to. Sorry boys, whispered Harry to the wolves as he swung up onto a large enough branch to support his weight. Meat is off the menu. He climbed a little higher into the tree, until he found a nice fork between two branches where he could perch quietly, watching for the approach of the wolves. He nestled into his spot, finding the most comfortable position to sit and wait. He didn't have to wait long. Only a minute or so after he'd perched himself in the tree, a wolf padded into the clearing, sniffing the ground tentatively. Harry could remember thinking that the dog that belonged to Aunt Marge had been extraordinarily large, ugly and vicious, but this wolf probably could have eaten Ripper in 2 bites. It was at least 6 feet long, and despite standing on all fours, it was at least as tall as Harry himself. Its eyes were enormous golden orbs and its teeth gleamed fiercely as it padded along, despite the dying light. Harry watched as it sniffed the ground, clearly following Harry's scent, and arrived at the base of the tree. It stood there, staring at the trunk for a few seconds, as though puzzled. Then walked around the base of the tree in a wide arc, still tentatively nosing the long blades of grass. Eventually it returned to the base of the tree and looked straight up. Harry's bright green eyes met the vivid yellow ones of the wolf. They sat for a few moments, staring at each other, and slowly, deliberately, the wolf bared its teeth and growled. Harry considered this gesture, his head cocked to one side. Fine, he thought, if you want to be like that. He bared his own teeth and growled back. The wolf looked startled at the sudden mimicry, then Harry was almost certain he saw satisfaction creep into its expression. It turned away from the tree and stepped a few paces away, lifted its head into the air and howled. It was a long, whooping howl, so loud that Harry had to block his ears with his palms and clench his eyes shut fast. By the time it was done and Harry opened his eyes again, 2 more wolves were stood in the clearing with the first. Then 2 more arrived, followed by 6 more in close succession. Each of these wolves were smaller than the first, by a good amount, but that didn't make them seem any less intimidating, for each had his gleaming yellow eyes and razor-sharp white teeth, dripping with saliva. Soon, 11 wolves were stood beneath his tree, gazing up at him, and Harry found himself hoping that he'd been right in his guess that wolves couldn't climb trees. It certainly seemed the case, for they made no effort to climb up and get him. But Harry couldn't be entirely sure that they wouldn't simply wait until he was asleep, or off guard, and then somehow spring up after him. Contrary to his worries, the wolves seemed completely unconcerned by his tree and instead pottered around the clearing, apparently investigating bushes, trees and other interesting smells. These apparently essential tasks complete, all of the wolves returned to his tree and lay down in a loose circle around the trunk, clearly intending to sleep. Harry felt the knot in his stomach grow tighter, his fingers clutching the hilt of Gryffindor's sword tightly, his teeth grating under the pressure of his clenched jaw. He hadn't considered the possibility that the wolves would be quite happy to wait him out. Why didn't they leave? What a brilliant idea, Harry, he muttered to himself, his tone dark. Foist yourself up a tree, why don't you? And where are going to go now exactly? Swing away like Tarzan. But he realized that his own panic was getting away with him, that he was overreacting. Nothing had changed. The wolves couldn't stay there indefinitely, and sooner or later Hedwig would spot him in the tree. He would be obvious enough. And if the worst came to worst, he still had his wand. No, there was no more to fear now than there had been before. He felt the hammering of his heart in his chest let up slightly, though it was still uncomfortably quick, and nestled backward against the tree, resting the back of his head against the rough bark. He didn't dare close his eyes, in case exhaustion overwhelmed him. He couldn't be sure he wouldn't fall out of the tree, so instead he contented himself with the reassuring feel of the hilt beneath his fingers and the steel resting against his leg. As the night settled in, the world became pitch black and the wolves were lost to his view. But he knew they were still there from the noises they occasionally made, snuffling at the base of the tree, the silent movements as one padded around, investigating the dark, the quiet yelping noises they made as they dreamed. Yet he caught the sounds of something else moving in the darkness too. Something in the trees. At first he thought it must be birds, flying down to roost in the tree tops for the evening, but they drew closer, chattering and whispering as they moved around. No birds Harry had ever encountered possessed the ability to whisper. Despite the fast approaching noises, Harry couldn't find the energy to feel fear again that night. Instead he merely lifted the sword very slightly and looked in the direction they approached from, his eyes straining in the darkness. Around the trunk, climbing across the bark on all fours as easily as Harry might walk across a carpeted room, came a tiny creature of no more than 7 inches tall, comprised of what appeared to be bark and leaves. Indeed, had it not been moving, Harry would have had an extraordinarily hard time making out the little form at all. It stopped a respectable distance from Harry, out of range of his sword at least, and glared at him through the darkness. Oddly enough, Harry knew exactly what it was that he was looking at, a bowtruckle. He'd read about them in his textbook Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Despite the book not being required reading, he'd become very familiar with the entire text after meeting the basilisk. Because who knew what horrific magical creature he'd next come up against? "Hello, Mr. Bowtruckle," said Harry, making a deliberate show of putting his weapon flat on the branch and holding up his hands. "I'm sorry, but I don't have any woodlice, but I promise I'm not here to damage your tree. My sword is for the wolves." Whether it understood the words, Harry had no idea, but it clearly comprehended his point, for it looked down at the wolves contemptuously. The expression on the little creature's face was so disproportionately severe, Harry couldn't help himself, he giggled. As soon as the laugh escaped him, he shoved his hand over his face, not sure if he might offend or startle the bowtruckle, but it seemed unperturbed and instead turned into the darkness and barked out a series of shrill calls. The next thing he knew, Harry was surrounded by at least 3 dozen bowtruckles. Some of them sat on the branches around him, chattering softly to each other. A pair had an impromptu, but good-natured wrestling match, each trying to push the other from their branch. More still merely seemed to curl up in crevices on the tree and begin to sleep. Harry, for his part, smiled. He held no false impressions and knew that the bowtruckles were merely tolerating his appearance in their tree. But he couldn't help but feel the warmth in the pit of his stomach that one feels from company on dark, frightening nights. Even so, he kept his wand out of sight and a keen eye on those long, sharp fingers. Dawn arrived without the usual splendor that always accompanied daybreak in Valbonne. The slightest trace of mist in the air leached color from the forest and the air was still and cold. Tiny droplets of dew gathering on the leaves and grass shimmered in the fragile sunlight. Harry watched the sun rise from his perch in the tree, his brow folded downward slightly, his eyelids heavy with lack of sleep but a soft, intent and ultimately content smile on his lips. He wiped condensation from his glasses with the hem of his dirty shirt and then replaced them on his nose. The bowtruckles slept around him, their small wooden forms curled up like cats. Though none were within swinging range of his sword and they seemed to sleep with one eye open, they were much closer to him than they had been earlier in the evening. Hedwig's penetrating call turned his gaze skyward and he watched the snowy owl fall gracefully from the air and effortlessly land neatly on a branch beside him, sternly borne on her head. The bowtruckles all seemed to awake at once, but despite Hedwig and Sternly's sudden appearance, they seemed more curious than afraid. "Dear me," said Sternly brightly, from his perch on top of Hedwig's head. "I leave you on your own for 5 minutes and you find yourself beached in a tree." "Wolves," explained Harry, indicating the pack still laying at the bottom of the tree. Sternly followed his gesture and frowned. "No ordinary wolves," said the hat, and Harry nodded, for this had confirmed his own suspicions. "Those are goblin oiks, specifically bred to be somewhere between war dogs and pets." Harry nodded again, his frown intensifying as he watched one of the sleeping wolves begin to run, clearly dreaming of chasing something. Harry hoped it wasn't dreaming of chasing him. "Will they have alerted the goblins?" "No," replied Sternly thoughtfully. "I think they're wild, or at least oiks that have escaped captivity. The goblins wouldn't let them wander around on their own. But they're bred and trained to kill humans all the same." So no negotiating then? Asked Harry, with a grim trace of humor to his voice. Sternly seemed to notice something amiss and fixed Harry with a long discerning stare. When he spoke again, his tone was guarded. Are you all right? I don't think so, admitted Harry. I've just spent all night in a tree, frightened out of my mind. It's all right, reassured Sternly, in a soothing voice. We'll sort it. But that's just the thing, interrupted Harry, his jaw set. I'm not scared anymore. Just before the sun began to rise I realized that this was stupid. I just asked myself, why am I frightened? Because I'm afraid of dying. And then I realized that I shouldn't be. Because I'm already dead. Until I get out of this forest, I'm dead. And until that time, well, fear's only going to kill me faster. Harry turned his gaze on Sternly's concerned expression, upon Hedwig's dark, unfathomable eyes and smiled, just ever so slightly. It's all right, really, he said, his green eyes alive in the pale morning light. Now, I've got a plan to get me out of this tree, but I'm going to need you two to help. A plan, asked Sternly, apparently shelving his concern for the time being. Well, at least you haven't been waiting on me for once. Harry took Sternly from Hedwig's head and hung him in the fork of a branch. He looked to his owl, a pleading expression on his face. I need you to find me some woodlice and love lies bleeding, it's that plant with the droopy red flowers. Think you can do that? The withering expression Hedwig gave him firmly established the answer to that question. Harry gave her a quick scratch behind the ear and in turn she gave Harry a sharp peck before taking wing in a rush of white feathers, flying straight upward. How far am I from the car? Which direction? 2 miles. 1.5 miles. And you'd need to head north. Harry nodded softly, using the sun to judge roughly north and gazing out in that direction. Are you going to explain your plan? Asked Sternly, sounding a little nervous. Harry nodded, though was distracted by a little movement beneath him. One of the wolves was waking, stirring ever so slightly and beginning to limber up out of sleep. The plan is I fight against an entire pack of wolves. Harry didn't have to look at the sorting hat to know that he'd adopted an incredulous expression. Regardless, Harry nodded, his brow set in determined lines. He raised the sword slightly again, hefting the weight in his hand. I reckon if I can kill the big one quickly, it might just disorganize them enough for me to escape. Harry, killing something in anger, it's not the same as killing a trapped rabbit for food. It's not as easy as killing a 50-foot snake. Asked Harry, a wry expression on his face. That was luck, snapped Sternly, his tones hard. This isn't the same at all. You're right, it's not, replied Harry. This time I'm going to mean it. This time I'm not going to be afraid and running for my life. Harry, there'll be another way, wheedled the hat. We can find a cleverer way to do this. Sometimes it's not about spells and cleverness. Harry's voice was firm, his mind decided, his will and courage bundled up and ready to fight. He just needed a few things. He needed Hedwig, he needed Sternly. I'm going to do this, said Harry. But I won't stand a chance without you. I need you to help me. Of course I'll help, said Sternly. I just think that there are other options. Duly noted. We go as soon as Hedwig gets back. I need her to take you up so you can direct me, warn me, watch my back. Of course. The tones in Sternly's voice sounded dissenting and worried, but Harry ignored them. Won't win everyone over every time, Potter, he told himself. It only took Hedwig 5 minutes to return and another 5 for Harry to explain the plan. She too seemed to object to Harry's idea, but readily agreed to help him in any way she could. Or at least that was how Harry interpreted it. Finally, he had the final stage of his plan. With a humble and contrite expression he turned to the bowtruckles and held out his meager offering of woodlice. After a second, they all descended from their respective branches and were greedily devouring them. All save one, who came to sit on Harry's knee, legs crossed and facing the boy. I'm really sorry to ask, began Harry, but I offer you these woodlice in exchange for a branch of your tree. The bowtruckle seemed to understand and tipped his head to one side as if weighing up the options. Harry waited with bated breath for what seemed like minutes until the little creature eventually nodded its head. Harry allowed the breath to slip between his lips and the bowtruckle leapt up the trunk and indicated a branch, about the size of a cricket bat, just above Harry's head. Harry nodded in understanding and, very carefully, used the sword to cut the limb away from the trunk. He hefted it experimentally in the other hand to the sword and smiled. Using the sword, he began to prune the branch and scratch away the bark, exposing the wood grain beneath. When he was done, he took the flowers Hedwig had collected and gently, careful not to waste any, began to crush them into a paste and lather it onto the branch. "That's very clever," offered Sternly, a little grudgingly. "How did you work that out?" "I have had all night," replied Harry, though his voice was soft and happy as he worked. He tore a sleeve from his shirt and wrapped it tightly around one end of the stave, forming a handle. "Though I got the idea from potions. He might be an ass, but Snape generally knows what he's talking about." "Teachers generally do." "Not all of them," laughed Harry, thinking of Lockhart. When he was satisfied with his makeshift cudgel, having spun it a couple of times lazily in one hand, Harry plopped Sternly down on Hedwig's head, where he shrunk to owl size once more. "Fly safe," said Harry, pressing his forehead gently against his owl's. Hedwig crooned softly. "If this all goes bad," said Harry, "make your way back to England, Sternly can explain to everyone. Make it sound better than it was and pretend I said something brilliant." "You'll be fine," said Sternly, in a reassuring tone of voice. "You were right, this is the best plan." "Of course it isn't. I came up with it." There was something humorous in Harry's voice, despite the impending danger. "I don't have a good track record with plans." Without waiting for a reply, Harry slipped from the branch and began to climb downward, followed at a healthy distance by the bowtruckles, who seemed genuinely sad that Harry had decided he couldn't live in their tree any longer. Harry lowered himself to the lower branches of the tree as stealthily as he could. Perched here, he was just out of reach of the wolves, even if they jumped, but had a good view of them. All but one were still sleeping and the one that had roused itself earlier was still walking groggily. He'd hoped they'd all be asleep, but one was better than all, and if he waited any longer, they'd catch his scent and then he'd not stand a chance. He picked out the largest one, slumped at the base of the tree and readied his weapons. Any moment now. The one wakeful wolf staggered sleepily over to the base of the tree, just below Harry. For a moment, Harry's heart leapt into his throat, for he was sure the wolf couldn't help but notice him. But then the wolf turned, cocked a leg and all hell broke loose. One moment, the wolf was happy relieving himself against the base of the tree, and the next the bowtruckles were among the wolves, screeching indignant battle cries and their long fingers snatching at canine eyes. The wolves, in turn, were suddenly awake, running around in small circles snapping at the air, each other and their own bodies as dozens of tiny forms swarmed over them. Harry, realizing that this was the best possible chance he was going to have, leapt down, his sword flashing out in the direction of a wolf that came too close. There was a flash of blood and a pained yelp and it fell away, leaving a clear route north out of the clearing. All thoughts of battle forced out of his head, he sprinted into the gap, as though the hounds of hell themselves were chasing him. Which, as it happened, wasn't quite as fanciful a notion as he'd have liked. Howls of anger and yelps of pain followed him out of the clearing, but closer and closing he could hear the crashing of pursuers and the panting of wolves hot on his tail. "Two behind you," came Sternly's voice from somewhere above him. Harry broke out of the sprint and spun, swinging up his stave. The two wolves in pursuit were in midair, teeth bared and seeking his throat. But both were caught by the explosion of fire that roared from the end of the stick. The smell of burning fur and scorched flesh reached Harry's nostrils, but he paid it no heed and continued running into the forest. "There's one looping around ahead," said Sternly. "Go east." Harry turned to his right, just as another wolf burst out of the undergrowth, missing him by inches. He stumbled away, swinging the sword out as he did. More by luck than judgment, he caught it under the chin, spreading its blood in a wide arc across the forest floor. It made a noise somewhere between a yelp and a gurgle and collapsed to the ground. Harry paid it no heed and pushed on, Sternly shouting encouragement above him. He was light-headed now, with his heart pounding in his ears and his eyes stinging from the combination of sweat and wolf blood that ran in rivulets down his face. "Further east," cried Sternly, coming in closer. They've seen off the bowtruckles and are heading straight for the car. They'll beat you there, so you'll have to avoid them. Go up the valley. I've gotta, panted Harry. I've gotta get back to the car. It's the only way out. And you're going to fight another 6 wolves while you're at it. Harry almost vomited at the thought and came to a stop at a tree. He leant against it, panting heavily and retching as the blood, still warm, ran from his face and into his mouth. You can only take a minute, there's still a tracking you, said Sternly, taking to the air again. Head up the sides of the valley. Harry couldn't figure out why Sternly was telling him to go up, but blood was crashing around his head so much and he was so out of breath that he could barely think, let alone reason the hat's illogics. So he did as he was told, heading up the side of the valley at a softer jog, knowing that the sprint he'd been using before would do more harm than good. At first he climbed a gentle slope up through woodland paths bathed in an eerie green light, but soon he was scrabbling up scree slopes and over rocks, the forest a distant memory below. As he looked back once or twice, he caught sight of the wolves following him, loping along at an easy pace, apparently unconcerned by the steep slope. Sternly's plan of heading up seemed to be backfiring, as they could travel over this ground much faster than he could and were quickly catching him up. Just a bit further, assured the hat, from above. Just a little. Watch out. The enormous wolf that Harry had seen first sprang from behind a rock and was on Harry before he could react, bowling him over and biting at his neck. Luckily Harry landed on the scree and it collapsed beneath him, sending him sliding down the valley side in a shower of dust and small stones. The wolf leapt after him, growling and snarling, teeth bared and snapping. Harry flung the stave out and with an enormous bang, the entire thing exploded in an enormous fireball, flinging the wolf away in a plume of smoke and showering Harry with shards of wood that cut his skin. Unbearable pain lanced through his left hand and when Harry looked down, it seemed nothing more than a useless lump of flesh, blood and shards of bone. He gagged, but forced himself to rise, leaning on his good hand. The wolf, its face horrible torn by the same explosion, climbed unsteadily to all fours and regarded Harry with a fearsome expression. Harry knew from its body position that it was going to pounce again, knew that he couldn't beat it with the sword alone, knew that it would attack and kill him, knew that his friends would hear of his death from a talking hat. He laughed at the thought, though he didn't know why exactly. Somehow, he still wasn't afraid. As he'd said to Sternly in the tree, he'd accepted that he was already dead. What did it matter if this was how it happened? Come on then, he said to the wolf, almost hissing the words as he scowled at the bloodied creature. Let's go. However, before either of them could move there was a yowl from behind Harry and something flew past him, with all the speed and power of a locomotive. The lynx hit the wolf like a ton of bricks, smashing the creature to the ground and the pair of them were lost in a whirlwind of flying paws, flashing teeth and spraying blood. Harry froze, his sword half raised. He couldn't dare attack, for fear of hitting his defender, but he couldn't run either, he just couldn't. Come on Harry, cried Sternly, urging him to move. It's buying you time, run. For Merlin's sake, there's still 2 more wolves just behind you, run. Harry nodded breathlessly, then with a final look at the warring animals, began to run again, cradling his ruined hand to his chest. He staggered his way further up the hill, his chest now slick with his own blood, stumbling and slipping on the stones, not at all sure of where he was going, what direction he was traveling, even what was ahead of him. Merely following the sound of Sternly's voice. So it was a surprise to suddenly find himself inside a narrow cave that jutted back into the mountainside. It wasn't deep and was barely wide enough for him to fit, but it was enough shelter to make Harry feel safe. He collapsed against one of the walls and slid down it, still clasping his hand to his chest. It seemed to have mostly stopped bleeding now, but he still couldn't bring himself to investigate it. Instead he sat, head slumped as he tried to force some coherence back into his head. Sternly and Hedwig joined him a moment later, the snowy owl's wide wings buffeting him with cool air. How's your hand? Bad. You don't look like you're bleeding to death. You hurt anywhere else? Harry shook his head. Some bumps, some grazes, better than I could have hoped for really. Use your other sleeve to bandage your hand. Harry did as he was told, removing his blood-soaked shirt and shivering as he tore the fabric away. Carefully he wrapped the dirty white material around his hand, sobbing with pain as he did, pulling it tight to staunch the blood flow. "It's going to get infected like that," said sternly. "First thing we need to do when we get back to the car is fix that up." "When?" asked Harry, snorting despite the pain. "If." "When?" snapped the Hat, firmly. Harry just nodded, then allowed his head to sag again. He spent an indeterminate amount of time there, falling between sleep and wakefulness, with Sternly constantly trying to engage him in conversation and Hedwig fluttering in and out of the cave, clearly keeping watch. Though in a moment of lucidity, Harry thought that the wolves couldn't have been that far behind him and that their absence probably meant that they too had run off to lick their wounds. The day had become noticeably dark the next time that Harry had a moment of lucidity and both Hedwig and Sternly were gone. He rose awkwardly, his arm pulled in tight against his body. At some point he'd put his shirt back on, but couldn't remember doing so now. "You're awake," came Sternly's voice from the entrance of the cave. It sounded guarded and worried. "Just about," replied Harry, but felt better than he had all day. His head was aching, his hand hurt to an almost unbearable degree and his skin crawled with how cold he was, but his brain was engaged again. "You'd better come out." There was an ominous tone to the Hat's voice that Harry didn't like. He lifted the sword from the floor of the cave and staggered toward the entrance. There, Sternly was perched on a rock and Hedwig was sitting on the ground, gently prodding a large brown lump on the ground. It took Harry a moment to work out just what it was. He threw himself to his knees next to the lynx, his hands running across the creature's side, feeling the ugly wounds up and down its body. The enormous rents in its skin, the blood-matted fur, the horrible gouge across its face. For its part, the lynx managed to lift its head and examine Harry, then it dropped again, as though exhausted. Its side heaved with the effort of breathing. Harry reached for his wand. "Harry," snapped Sternly, "don't be stupid." "He's dying," said Harry, raising it above the lynx. "And what are you going to do?" "A pisky it better. You can't help him, all you can do is doom yourself." Harry froze, wand outstretched and then swallowed the lump in his throat. "Teach me," he said and silence fell over them for what seemed like hours. "Teach me." "I can't." "You know I can't." Harry felt his eyes burn and his breathing become ragged. "Then we've got to get him back to the car. We've got to." "How far is it?" "Miles and miles." Harry wept tears of grief and frustration. "Help me," he roared at the Hat. "Stop just sitting there and do something." "Harry," said Sternly, his voice soft. Harry ignored him and moved around to the head of the lynx, lifted it awkwardly into his lap and sat there, cradling it. His good arm wrapped around its neck, the other resting against its torn muzzle. Slowly, it looked up at him and then licked his ruined hand with its enormous, rough tongue, lapping the dried blood away. "He fought them," said Sternly. "Hedwig has been watching him. He fought off all 3 wolves." Harry bit back the angry retort and leant his head down to nuzzle the neck of the great beast. The tears fell hot and heavy against the creature's soft fur. He should have been there. He should have stayed to help. And yet he knew that there would have only been one outcome to that. "Thank you," he whispered into the creature's neck. "I'm so sorry." "Moreau," said the lynx and licked Harry's hand a final time. Then it lay still. It was nearly nightfall by the time Harry descended from the ridge and the dying rays of the sun seemed to set the forest of Valbonne ablaze with orange light. Harry's sword hung limply in one hand, while he held the other tight to his chest. His shirt was now more red than white, his trousers ripped in a dozen places, his glasses were more bent than ever before and his entire body ached. He had pulled the lynx's body inside the cave and sealed it, stone by stone. It was the closest to a proper funeral he could give his friend. When he had finished, Harry had stared at the pile of rocks with a forlorn feeling. There was nothing at all to commemorate the loss of such a brave creature. He knew that to anyone else's eyes, it would just be a pile of rocks. Perhaps because he would remember, that would make it all right. Somehow. He had fallen twice while carrying the heavy stones across the scree slopes and now he sported a dozen bruises and grazes in addition to his maimed hand. Strangely enough, none of these injuries hurt even the slightest. Either he was too exhausted with the fighting, or too exhausted with the grief. Too exhausted to feel pain, too exhausted to feel sad, too exhausted to feel anything. So wordless, Expressionless and emotionless, Harry walked down the side of the valley and returned to the car. The incredible views, the windswept trees, the gentle twitter of birdsong, all these things were lost on Harry, who had no time or thought for anything save sleep. There was no evidence at all that the wolves had ever reached beyond the wards, despite the notable footprints that seemed to encircle them. Harry thought this ought to worry him, or gladden him, but he couldn't quite find the energy required. Hedwig and Sternly joined him as he clambered into the car, almost falling into the back seat in his eagerness to be asleep, to escape. "You need to clean up your hand," said Sternly, even as Harry closed his eyes. "Need to fix it up. You've already waited too long." Harry thought about arguing, was sorely tempted to do so, but in the end, just couldn't find the energy to disagree. Instead he sat up, produced his wand and held it over his ruined hand. "Scourgify," he said, without even thinking. A wave of pain so intense that it almost made him vomit washed through him. So painful was it, that he actually screamed, something he hadn't even done when the injury had happened. Sternly shook his head ruefully. "That's one way to do it," he offered. Harry just clutched his hand tightly to him, his eyes brimming with tears of pain. In some strange way, however, Harry was grateful for the pain, because it gave him a legitimate excuse to have tears in his eyes. Crying had always been something Harry had rejected and spurned, something he saw as babyish and embarrassing. He hadn't cried at the Dursleys, not since he was too young to know better, and he certainly hadn't cried during his 2 years at Hogwarts, despite the terrible things that had happened. But then again, he supposed, the same stubborn refusal to display emotion was probably what led to them overwhelming him and ended up with such a spectacular break. Regardless of these thoughts, Harry brushed the tears away with his hand and then examined it carefully. The wound was clean, there was no doubt about that, not a speck of blood or dirt remained anywhere. Now, for the first time, Harry could see the little shades of white deep inside the wounds, the bones of his hand. He poked at it with a macabre curiosity, interested to see his inner workings so exposed, but Sternly reprimanded him sharply. "Don't touch it now," he snapped. "You'll get it dirty again." Harry nodded and lifted his wand above his hand, then paused, frowned and stopped. Surely his meager healing spell couldn't help with something as delicate as his hand if it couldn't have helped the lynx. "Good," said Sternly, as though reading his thoughts. "You're beginning to think. There's that dittany in the boot that you collected a couple of days ago. Brew that in some water over a fire and then soak your hand in it. It'll begin the healing process that we can finish off with spellwork tomorrow." Harry nodded and clambered back out of the car, feeling more exhausted than he'd ever felt before in his life. He collected the dittany from the boot, carefully shredded it with the sword and added it to some water in his makeshift hubcap pan. Then he collected some firewood from the footwell of the passenger seat, where he'd been keeping it dry, and began to build a fire, just as Sternly had shown him. Stacking the logs neatly and in exactly the right formation to avoid as much smoke as possible. While the dittany stewed, Harry took a large gulp of water from the can. Partially because he was thirsty, but also because the sensation of cold water in his stomach made him feel more alert and awake. Sternly watched the dittany, while Harry slumped against the car, sitting on the ground with his head leaning against the metal bodywork. When it had stewed to just the right consistency, Sternly called him over and Harry placed the saucepan on the floor beside him, to let it cool. Eventually he was able to sink his hand into the bowl. Despite still bubbling slightly from the fire, the dittany was cool and soothed the ache in his hand. Harry lay back against the car once more, enjoying the sensation of tension falling from his body in waves. Above him the sky was practically ablaze with stars and with colors that Harry couldn't have imagined. From what he could remember from his astronomy classes, he thought he could make out Mars in the inky night. He thought about what the centaurs had said, nearly 2.5 years ago. Mars was bright tonight. He paused for a minute to remember what that could mean. He'd not yet studied divination, but he'd investigated it after the events of that night in his first year, and he vaguely remembered something about Mars being an indicator of war, violence and bloodshed. Well, it had certainly got its fill today. But it wasn't just Mars that Harry could see, but other shapes in the night sky. Constellations he only knew from faint drawings in textbooks. Constellations so completely different to those he'd known from the Muggle world. And in the center of it all, a lone shooting star falling across the sky, streaking the darkness. Harry couldn't remember later when exactly he'd fallen asleep, but the next thing he knew sunlight was gushing into the forest and forcing his eyes open. His trousers were cold and wet where he'd spilled the dittany during the night and the rest had seeped away into the ground. He lifted his hand, joints still stiff with sleep, and inspected it closely. The wound looked far uglier than it had last night. Where there had been clean cuts, there was now ragged strands of flesh. Where he had seen bone jutting into plain sight, there was discolored, bright purple flesh. "It's healing," said sternly from above him. Harry looked up and found the sorting hat sitting on the top of the car. "It'll look weird because the dittany is forcing your natural healing to act more swiftly. We'll have to help it out a little today though." "Can it wait until after breakfast?" asked Harry, his stomach rumbling slightly. "Of course," replied sternly, nodding his satisfaction. Harry rose from the ground and brushed dirt from his trousers. He could have probably cleaned them with magic, but he wasn't particularly concerned with appearance. Though, from the state of his shirt, sooner or later he was going to have to ask sternly about laundry charms. He hefted Gryffindor's sword from the ground where he'd dropped it last night and took it with him. It was weird, he thought as he walked in the direction of the river, that after 2 whole years in the wizarding world, he still knew almost nothing about magic. Sure, he could cast a levitation charm with the best of them, and he knew more than the healthy number of jinxes and hexes, par for course when you were friends with the Weasley twins, but he didn't know a good charm for cleaning his clothes, or cooking anything, or purifying water, or essentially any of the things that people might need to survive in the real world. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized that Hogwarts wasn't about preparing witches and wizards for the real world. His charms lessons wouldn't help him any more in this world than geometry would have helped him in the Muggle. Perhaps that was simply the way of the world. But that didn't make Harry feel much better. He'd never really known before Valbone, before sternly, just how ignorant he was. Just how lazy he'd been in learning important things about the wizarding world. What did he know of wizarding culture? He hadn't known what Lucius Malfoy had done for a living. He hadn't really understood just what it was that Arthur Weasley did. Didn't even know what his own father had done. Why hadn't he ever asked? He quite regularly thought of a dozen questions he'd like to ask someone, now that he was alone in the forest with nobody to answer. But not one of them had ever occurred to him when there were knowledgeable people around. Of course there was sternly, but despite having sorted them, he didn't really know people. Or didn't like to talk about them, at least. Regardless, magical theory he was an expert on, the lives and culture of the wizarding world, not so much. But Dumbledore had known his parents, as had McGonagall, not to mention Snape, who must have known them. Although the idea of asking Snape anything was akin to madness, at least as far as Harry was concerned. Harry marched right up to the river, ignoring the Stoizival who played their incomprehensible games in the water nearby. After his last conversation with them, Harry had no desire to talk to them. Especially considering recent events, it was probably better for their sakes that they didn't have anything else to do with him. He walked straight into the river, downstream from the sylphs, still wearing his clothes and shoes. He watched as the blood soaked into his shirt and trousers, stained the water around him red, and then floated downstream. Even the Stoizival stopped their games to watch him as he submerged himself beneath the water. Beneath the water, it was cool and quiet. Only the rush of water passing his head and the slight tingle of water against the pebbles on the shore broke the silence. He stayed submerged beneath the water for a whole minute, before an ardent desire for breath forced him to resurface. When he did, he realized that the Stoizival were standing all around him. He sighed, then adopted a patient, long-suffering smile. "Do you long for death?" asked one of the Stoizival abruptly, completely catching Harry off guard. Was that a threat? No, he replied, awkwardly. "Really?" asked the Stoizival, seeming rather disappointed by his answer. "What a shame. Ought I to? You have lost a lot for one so young," said another sylph. "There is more pain yet to come. I would wish it over." "Well, you aren't me," snapped Harry, anger overwhelming him suddenly, though he couldn't have said why. "So why don't you go away and feel sorry for yourselves somewhere else? Mars was bright last night, said the first Stoizival. Yeah, snarled Harry, his hands tightened into fists at his sides. Well, you won't be seeing it for a while once I've shoved your... He broke off as it became apparently that none of the Stoizival were paying any attention to him. Instead they had all turned to look upstream, their eyes wide. Harry followed their gaze and saw something that made his heart lurch with fear. An enormous wolf, its face still mangled from Harry's ritual fire, stood on a small rise, staring at them in the water with a fierce expression. Harry stood his ground, his bright green eyes locked to the wolf's own piercing yellow ones. For minutes they stared, and for Harry, there was nothing else in the world but the oik. It had hunted and attacked him, it had killed his friend, it had ruined his hand. Harry knew, as keenly as he'd ever known anything, that their fight wasn't over. Couldn't be over, not until every last drop of their bad blood fell to the ground. Then, without breaking the stare, Harry lifted the sword straight up into the air and smiled. The wolf gave him a loathing look, then with a single, tortuous howl, it disappeared into the depths of the forest. Harry lowered the sword gently and looked down to see the Stoizival gone. Instead, all he saw was his own distorted reflection in the water, still half covered with blood, fully soaked and with a fearsome expression on his face. All scowl and feral grin. It faded as he considered what had clearly been a challenge. He would have to fight the oik, and he needed Sternly's help to do so. In that moment, then and there, Harry resolved that he would not leave Valbone until the oik was in the ground and he was wearing its hide as a cape. They had unfinished business, he and the big, bad wolf. And after all, Mars was bright, and who was he to flaunt the skies? Harry returned to the car with his face and his heart set. Though, he couldn't help but feel that his dramatic return was slightly undermined by the fact that his clothes were soaked through and his sodden hair let water run down his forehead and into his eyes, forcing him to blink comically. Sternly, for his part, seemed to find the funny side to his appearance, rather than taking heed of Harry's expression, for he began to laugh uproariously at the sight of him. "This cannot be good," he said, still laughing as he watched Harry pull a handful of Dittany from the boot of the car. "What on earth happened to you?" "Mars," replied Harry, with deliberate evasiveness, feeling more than a little embarrassed by Sternly's raucous laughter. He began methodically reducing the Dittany to fine shreds on the blade of his sword, allowing the sliced plant to fall on the bonnet of the Anglia. "I need you to teach me to fix my hand." "Well, some more Dittany is a good place to start," observed Sternly. "Then I'll have to teach you a few more complex healing charms than Higgins." "Higgins?" asked Harry without looking up from his work. "Higgins' minor malady charm," replied Sternly. Then when Harry glanced up, his face contorted in annoyance, the hat clarified. "A pisky." "Ah." Harry returned to his chopping. He'd found that his skill with the sword, particularly in fine work like this, had improved tremendously since arriving in Valbone. He doubted he could have produced better work with his usual silver potions knife. Sternly watched him a while, becoming more and more restless until he couldn't hold it in any more. "You've got enough Dittany there for your hand twice over." "I know. It's not for my hand." Harry finished cutting the Dittany and renewed the transfiguration on the hubcap, which had been gradually losing its shape in the days that Harry had been using it. Sternly's teaching meant that the process was much more fluid and refined than it had been only a few days ago. Harry barely glanced at the perfect saucepan that he began dropping the diced Dittany into, but Sternly, on the other hand, let out a little chuckle. "That was really impressive, Harry." "Thanks," replied Harry, his tone completely impassive. Sternly stared at him appraising Ly for a long while, then suddenly burst, his tone simultaneously concerned and annoyed. "Would you tell me just what it is that's going on? And why you're preparing so much damn Dittany? What's gotten into you?" Harry gave the hat a level look. "War," he said simply, and began to top up the saucepan with water. Silence reigned for a few minutes, because Sternly seemed rather taken aback and was unable to speak for a moment. When he did, his tone was confused. "You've lost me," admitted the Sorting Hat. "That is the answer to all three of your questions," Harry said with a shrug. "I'm going to hunt down and kill all of those wolves." With that said, Harry began to describe the series of events that had unfolded at the river, his observations of Mars and his certainty at the coming battle. Sternly listened passively, nodding at the appropriate moments, and when Harry had finished, the hat sighed. "I had expected as much," he said, in a resigned sort of voice. "Oiks don't forgive easily, but I'd hoped to have at least a few more days to prepare for it. You'll have to give me a while to think this over." With that said, he promptly fell silent and perfectly still. Harry poked him once, got no response, then decided to get on with preparing the dittany. His hand was once more aching severely. He crouched down around the remains of his fire the previous evening and crushed out the lumps of carbon with the hilt of his sword. The blackened logs crumbed into nothing, but when flattened, provided a useful base for his new fire, which he carefully built. With the fire lit, Harry left the dittany to stew, knowing it would take longer than it had last night, since there was more in the pan. He looked up at Sternly, who hadn't spoken a word during the entire process, wondering if the hat had finished mulling the situation. On the car sat the Sorting Hat, completely motionless, as though it were nothing but old wizarding headgear. Harry shrugged, produced his wand and began to experiment with the Higgins charm. He found relatively quickly that using Sternly's concept of rolling mutations and a fair amount of transfiguration allowed him to knit the flesh of his hand back together. It wasn't perfect. Thick ribbons of scar ran across the flesh and it was stiff to the point of being unusable, but it wasn't gaping anymore. Despite these successes, Sternly was still ominously still, so Harry removed his shirt and began to clean it. His first cleaning charm barely seemed to make a dent in the blood soaked into it, but with concentration and persistence, he managed to get it looking vaguely white again. Unfortunately, one sleeve had been blown to pieces by his makeshift fire stick and his other was beyond his limited ability to clean. So instead of a shirt, it was really more of a vest. Luckily he'd had the sense to leave his robes neatly packed into the boot of the car, which meant that he'd have something to wear in the evenings and if it got any colder. This little bit of housekeeping done, Harry checked on the dittany and finding it done, poured half into the empty petrol can. The other half, he allowed to cool. While waiting for the dittany, Harry made a little tour of the perimeter. He spent a few minutes checking on the wards and, having found a number of slight issues with the weather protection staves, made a number of small adjustments. He also decided to erect a new set of perimeter wards that would warn him to approaching wildlife. He still wasn't entirely sure if the wolves could pass through the existing wards. The lynx certainly had been able to, but Harry had wanted it to, but he decided it was better safe than sorry. He didn't want to suddenly find himself sharing his camp with a pack of wolves. Especially not goblin oiks. When he returned to the pot, the dittany was cool enough for him to begin to soak his hand in it. The sensations he experienced this time were far different to the cool, tingling sensations. Though no less enjoyable, this time the solution was warm against his skin and made his hand throb pleasantly with each heartbeat. He thought it might be the age of the dittany that produced the change in sensation, though perhaps it was the nature of the wound that had altered. Perhaps it was just a trick of his imagination, but he thought he could see the scarring on his hand begin to return to something more akin to his normal skin tone. Certainly as the liquid soaked into his hand, it felt less cramped, less stiff and more normal. He waggled his fingers experimentally and was pleased to discover that they had an awful lot more flexibility in them than they had earlier. "There's no point in soaking it any longer now," said Sternly abruptly, making Harry jump. "You won't see any more benefits from dittany in that wound." Harry rose and turned, allowing the strewed dittany to drip from his fingers. "I thought you might have died," said Harry, his face breaking into a grin, despite realizing how lonely it had been knowing he had nobody to talk to. "So where do we go from here?" "To war," said Sternly, as though this were the most obvious thing in the world. "Is that your master plan?" asked Harry, with a wry chuckle. "I've had a long think about it," continued Sternly, as though Harry had never spoken. "The oiks aren't going to forgive you for killing so many of them. They're going to come looking for you sooner or later and you can't stay within the wards indefinitely. Best form of defense is attack and best form of attack is defense, I always say." Harry nodded thoughtfully, as though this had actually meant something. He'd long ago decided that humoring the hat in situations like these was a far better tactic than questioning his logic. As knowledgeable and wise as Sternly undoubtedly was, he quite often got caught up in the excitement of the situation. Harry knew that pointing this out embarrassed his friend and he wasn't keen to upset the hat at this particular moment in time. "So where do we start?" asked Harry, nudging the conversation in the right direction. Sternly's answering smile was so tremendously creepy that Harry couldn't resist the shudder that ran up his spine. "Did I ever tell you that I'm fond of traps?" asked the hat, his very words seeming to drip with anticipation. Harry thought of the hours of lectures he'd received about the different types of trap that Sternly knew how to make and which he favored for particular situations. Indeed, even Harry, who'd known absolutely nothing about traps before arriving in Valbonne, now knew the best ways to trap a dozen different animals. "I think you might have mentioned it," said Harry with a wry grin. "Well, I think we ought to answer the age-old question, don't you?" "What age-old question? Who is the better strategist, the wolf or the hat?" "Is that really an age-old question?" "Yes, it is," said Sternly, with a tone of voice so severe that Harry didn't dare argue with him. "Now, remember that tree that fell just outside the wards during the thunderstorm. Go and bring it here. We have weapons to make." Sternly's battle plans turned out to be both complex and confusing. Indeed, they were so intricate that Harry couldn't ever manage to remember half of them without losing details. However, according to the hat, this was actually an advantage. "After all," he said, "how will the enemy have any idea what's going on if you don't?" Harry couldn't quite see the logic in this and said so. "Logic schmogic," replied the hat, dismissing his concerns. "Now make sure you're tying that tightly." Harry paused and looked down at the large wooden stake he was holding in one hand. With the other he'd been wrapping some strong vines around it and only just now noticed that he'd snagged it 4 lengths ago. With a sigh he unwrapped it to the air and then began to rewind it. It wasn't just been wooden stakes and traps that Sternly and Harry had prepared. Under Sternly's watchful eye he'd produced some better quality fire sticks than the one he'd managed in the tree. Sternly assured him that the fact that the wood had come from a tree cut down by lightning would enhance the stability and power of the ritual magic. As well as these, Harry had also been putting his newly learned enchanting abilities to the test. Sternly had insisted that he try his hand at turning a number of pebbles into mini probalators, despite Harry's objections. "Didn't you say that they had a nasty habit of exploding in one's face?" asked Harry, staring down at the pebble he was supposed to be enchanting with a worried expression. "For Merlin's sake, Harry," said Sternly, with a long-suffering tone to his voice. "I promise it's not going to explode in your face. I must have explained the theory 10 times to you already." "Yeah," said Harry, still not entirely convinced. "I don't suppose you could just explain it one more time." Sternly sighed wearily then sat very still for a long moment. "Okay, fine," he said eventually. "You are going to perform what is known as a double artifice. This essentially consists of artificing the stone as normal, to perform magic and applying the normal binds. After this, you will artifice the stone again, convincing it that it is completely magically inert. To this you apply the normal binds and tie them to a done bind." "That's the one," began Harry and then frowned. "The one that we're using for the car's invisibility booster, right?" "Correct. It is a bind that can kill any other binds it's combined with, provided it is given the correct input. And then I apply the probalator's charms and because the pebble cannot perform magic, it won't explode in my face, right?" continued Harry. "And then I bind the charms properly and when it's all finished, I can activate the done bind and because the charms are harnessed by the other binds, it'll be a fully working probalator." "Correct," said Sternly, apparently pleased that Harry had finally got it into his head. "The technique is called pulling the tablecloth. But you also said that done binds are dangerous to use, because you couldn't be sure how the spell interactions will undermine your double artifice." Sternly seemed rather taken aback, whether because his student had actually been paying attention or because he was offended that Harry was insinuating he may not have accounted for this possibility, Harry wasn't sure. "Yes, normally that'd be true," admitted Sternly. "But in this case, I do know the spell interactions and you'll be fine." "How?" asked Harry, stubbornly. "Because I once spent a delightful week watching Dexter Fortescue repeatedly blow his fingers off experimenting with this very idea," said Sternly, his voice wistful. He caught the unasked question in Harry's curious gaze. He used to take naps in his office and was a dreadful snorer. "You're very petty, sternly," said Harry, reproachfully. "It is one of my few vices," replied the hat. In the end, Harry ended up creating half a dozen mini probulators with Sternly's technique. He also created a number of long, thin javelins, an idea all of Harry's own, that used the spells he'd been learning to fix the car that would make them fly straighter, swifter and further than anything he could throw himself. Even Sternly had been impressed by Harry's creativity when it came to these. As well as these, there were the traps, almost 24 of various shapes, sizes and purposes. All in all, Harry felt as though he'd created quite the small arsenal, and Sternly seemed rather impressed with his own brilliance, as well as Harry's handiwork. "Those oiks won't know what hit them," he stated confidently, and Harry had to agree. They'd spent almost the entire day preparing the weapons, so Sternly told Harry in no uncertain terms that the campaign would have to start in the morning. So before the sun set, Harry took one of the smaller traps they'd created out into the forest and set it across a game trail. He'd not found the time or inclination to catch anything since the incident the day before, but the constant eating of nettles and the injuries he'd sustained had left him with a deep-seated hunger that wasn't going to be overcome by leafy greens. The evening air was cool, despite the day's earlier muggy heat, and Harry enjoyed the change in temperature. The breeze rustled through the leaves on the trees and carried the slightest hint of perfume from the blossoms in bloom around him. Harry found the perfect place for his trap, where the trail crossed the root of an enormous oak, and spent a few minutes setting it up. He was just in the process of bending back a low-hanging branch when a bowtruckle appeared in the tree above. Harry couldn't honestly have said whether it was one of those that had helped him fight the oiks yesterday, but it seemed happy enough to see him, before it scampered back into the tree. He was glad to see that they held no grudge against him for involving them in his fight, and was happy that they knew about the existence of the trap. The last thing he wanted to do was unnecessarily hurt one of his little friends, especially after what had happened to the lynx. As he headed back to the Anglia, the sun began to dip below the forest canopy. Beams of sunlight gleamed through the uppermost branches and dappled the forest floor. Despite the events of the last few days, despite the slight ache in his left hand and the severe one in his heart, Harry couldn't help but find it beautiful. He arrived back at the Anglia and set aside a couple of plants he'd discovered while walking through the forest. In only the short time he'd been in the forest, it had become second nature to Harry to constantly assess the plants he passed for their potential use and take the ones that he recognized as important. He'd ended up with quite a collection, from plants that fought infection to ones that were deliciously spicy. From flowers that could be crushed to produce an animal-repelling sap to some bitter herbs that could be used as an ingredient in ritual magic to produce a bright blue flame. If nothing else, he was beginning to see what Sprout and Neville saw in herbology and what Snape must see in potion making. The interactions and combinations of these simple ingredients was simultaneously fascinating and extraordinarily useful. "We need to take another look at your hand," remarked Sternly, as Harry came to sit in his now customary spot, his back to the driver's side wheel. Harry nodded his agreement and held it up to the light. He hadn't done anything with it since his last round of Dittany, and despite the thick bands of paler tissue that still covered the surface, it had actually vastly improved. Where it had been almost useless a day ago, Harry was now able to use it to hold things, although his fingers were still exceptionally stiff. "It's looking much better," said the hat, unknowingly agreeing with Harry's own assessment. "But it's going to retain that scar tissue if you leave it like that much longer. I'll teach you a charm to fix it." Harry nodded, a little relieved that his hand wasn't going to be quite so ugly for the rest of his life. Not to mention that he was a little hopeful that he might regain full use of it. Though he knew it was a childish concern, he needed 2 hands for Quidditch. "We'll do a rolling mutation, starting with the Higgins charm and move into a trillet variation of the scar erasing charm," said Sternly, slipping into what Harry had named his Professor voice. "The scars have a physical cause, so it shouldn't be too difficult to remove. Dark magic, like the scar on your forehead, leaves traces that are near impossible to erase." Harry nodded and lifted his good hand to rub at the scar he'd had as long as he could remember. He couldn't imagine not having it. It had always been such an important part of his identity, even before he'd known that it was where Voldemort had cursed him. Even at the Dursleys it had been proof that once things hadn't been so bad, that he'd once had parents of his own. He wondered if perhaps the scars on his hand might be just as significant. Sternly seemed to follow his thought process and smiled. "Some scars are important to who we are," said the hat, kindly. "But some are debilitating and some are just ugly. You shouldn't feel bad about removing them." Harry nodded wordlessly and produced his wand. "Begin by casting the Higgins charm, but try to find the edges of the scar and pull them inward," instructed Sternly. "The two spells are similar enough that they should fall into each other fairly easily. Once you find the resonation of the scar erasing charm, pucker the edges inward slightly, that's the trillet variation. It'll mean that it'll be less vulnerable to opening afterwards." Sternly's rolling mutation technique had been revolutionary in Harry's learning and retention of spells, and this new healing charm was no exception. It only took him 3/4 of an hour to master the spell and erase the scars on his hand, all but one. This last scar, a thick ribbon of pink tissue which neatly bisected the palm of his hand, he deliberately left as a permanent reminder of the price paid for his life. He thought it only fair. His mother's sacrifice had left a mark on his skin, and so the lynx's sacrifice now also had its own mark. He'd wear both of them with pride, knowing that he had been loved and protected by both. Sternly seemed to understand Harry's thought process and made no comment about the scar. They sat together in the last rays of sunlight and watched the day succumb to night in quiet companionship. The stars in the sky above were even brighter than they had been the night before. Mars gleamed among them, staining its section of the sky red. Though neither of the pair said a word, Harry knew that he and Sternly were both thinking the same thing. Worrying about what the coming day would bring. For tomorrow there would be war. Harry arose before the dawn, barely having slept at all. Despite his protesting joints and bleary eyes, his body was alive with a nervous energy. It suffused every inch of him, causing his hands to shake and his heart to race in his chest. He couldn't remember ever having felt so tense, so excited, so worried. The forest was illuminated by the half-light that always preceded sunrise and was perfectly still. In the absence of a breeze, the leaves made no sound and the branches hung leaden. It was as though the entire world was holding its breath in anticipation of what was to come. In silence, making no noise save controlled whispers of fabric upon fabric and the gentle clatter of wood upon wood, Harry and Sternly crept out into the dark. Tied to his back were the javelins they had created, his robe slung from one shoulder to opposite hip as a rope, holding them in place. At his waist was Gryffindor's sword, carefully tucked into his belt. His hands were full with the components of the first half-dozen traps he was to erect. He ventured no further than a few score paces from the Anglia before he paused to set the first trap. He and Sternly had discussed the best tactics for laying these the night before, and so Harry was able to identify the best spots immediately. He laid his first, a deadfall spear trap, between two trees he identified as a likely approach route. Another he planted across a sizable game trail, knowing that the wolves would almost certainly follow the paths of least resistance. Harry continued for much of the morning, setting his traps across game trails, between trees and across the paths that Harry walked most often, where his scent would lie strongest. He completely circled the car with these defenses, providing a loose ring of protection. By the time he'd finished, the sun was just rising above the tops of the trees, flooding the forest with rich summer sunlight and encouraging the songbirds of the treetops to twitter noisily. Heedless of the changes in the forest, Harry collected a fresh batch of traps and set them up further from the car. These he clustered tightly together, following the main pathway he used to walk to and from the Anglia toward the river. When he was finished, every few feet along this trail there were deadly traps of every type. After he and Sternly had spent a few minutes checking their handiwork, they then returned to the lone trap Harry had set last night. Harry could see from a distance that the trap had been sprung, but the foliage thrown into the air by the swinging branch had obscured the kill. It wasn't until Harry rounded a tree and came face to face with the trap that he realized exactly what it was that he'd caught. Despite himself and the cool calm he'd held all morning, he gave a little gasp of dismay. For pierced by the stake and, mercifully, dead, was a small deer. The expression of surprise, permanently etched into the foal's face, was more than enough to give Harry pause. He just stared at it for a long while, frozen with shock at just how effective his trap had proven. Horrified at how he'd snatched the life of an innocent creature. Somehow this was much worse than killing rabbits. "Harry," came the smooth, soft voice of Stern Lee. Harry couldn't tell whether the hat on his head was actually speaking, or just thinking. "This is the way it has to be, Harry. I'm sorry." Harry nodded and suddenly found himself swallowing back bile. Though it wasn't the dead creature itself that made him feel so sick, but instead it was the realization that he could still cope with it. The old Harry never could have. He gently prized the spike from the creature's abdomen and dismantled the trap. Harry bundled the creature gently into his arms and carried it back to the Anglia. Then he walked out to his avenue of traps, lifted his sword and gently cut his palm. It was strange, thought Harry as he walked to the first trap and allowed some of his blood to spill onto the stakes, that the cut from the sword had barely hurt at all. Just a little sting, barely worse than a paper cut. He walked from trap to trap, allowing a few drops of his blood to fall on each and to form a crisscrossing, confusing path between. Stern Lee and Harry hoped that the trail of blood would both distract the wolves and conceal Harry's own scent. Whether it would work on goblin oiks or not, neither of them could be sure. But both thought it well worth the price of a few drops of blood. Harry returned to the car once more and sat in the glorious sunshine, his eyes closed against the bright light that warmed the skin of his face and arms. After he'd washed the cut in the stewed Dittany and used magic to repair the cut on his hand, which proved easier this time than the first, the three of them sat in silence. Hedwig seemed quite content to bask in the sunlight, and neither he nor Stern Lee had anything pressingly urgent to discuss, despite the fight looming in the near future. They'd discussed the plans 1,000 times and now all either wanted was a chance to think and reflect. Harry's mind was full of Hogwarts. Despite fleeing the castle in such a spectacular manner, Harry knew in his heart of hearts that Hogwarts was every inch his home. Only now did he realize just quite how much he missed. But of course it wasn't just the castle itself that he missed, as much as the people. His friends. From lazy afternoons playing Quidditch beside the lake with the Weasleys, to quiet evenings studying in the Gryffindor common room with Hermione. Not to mention conversations with the headmaster in his office or tea at Hagrid's. Harry's heart soared at the thought of Hagrid. The Keeper of Keys would have loved Valbone, would have known exactly how to deal with these oiks, would have been able to save the Lynx. He found himself wondering how Ron or Hermione might have coped with this. Could they have done better than he had? Hermione was far cleverer, but Harry thought she might have been more intimidated than he, less ready to fight. And Ron, Harry smiled at the thought of his best friend. Ron was brave and bigger than he was. He might well have done better in a fight than he would. But would he have coped as well with the magic? Probably not, thought Harry, feeling a little bad for thinking so. For the first time in 2 years it occurred to him how well each of the three friends suited and complemented each other. Hermione with her books and cleverness, Ron with his jokes and faultless loyalty. And he, what did he contribute? Heroics, daring, perhaps he was just the glue that held the other two together. Whatever, he just wished he had them with him now. Harry forced memories of his friends out of his head and turned to Stern Lee. "Anything you regret, Stern Lee?" asked Harry. "Not taking the chance to see Helga in the bath," replied the hat in a distant tone, as though lost in through. What a woman! Harry's face burned hot and he didn't press the question any further. Hedwig returned only a few minutes later and Harry promptly dropped Stern Lee on her head, so he could act as a translator. The snowy owl had spent much of the morning tracking down the wolf pack and had apparently found them sleeping in the shade of a large elm a little more than 2 miles away. Harry rose from his spot on the ground and once more collected his weapons. This time he added the probalators to his haul of creations, carefully nestling them in his pockets. He gave Hedwig one final stroke and she took to the skies, fluttering above to keep watch. Harry glanced around at his camp and smiled slightly, if only to calm the jittery nervousness that overwhelmed him suddenly. Everything was as well prepared as it was going to be, he thought, and then crept out into the forest. He followed Hedwig, careful to avoid his own traps, and she guided him toward the wolf pack, the owl flying from branch to branch in order to act as a waypoint. Harry smiled every time he caught sight of her, the sorting hat perched jauntily on one side of her head. Harry could tell when they were close to the pack, for Hedwig began to swoop to the ground each time she left the branch. It was part of their previously agreed-upon signals. This meant that Harry had to be extra careful and spent a great deal of time moving from cover to cover as silently as he could. Sooner than he would have liked, he was in sight of the elm and could just about make out the indistinct shapes of 9 wolves at the base of the tree. He'd thought he'd remembered dispatching more in their first encounter, but perhaps he'd been over-optimistic, or the wounds hadn't been as serious as he'd thought. Regardless, this was his one chance to ambush them. He crawled a little distance closer to the sleeping creatures, removed 2 javelins from those slung at his back and planted one firmly in the earth. The second he lifted and sighted on the wolf closest to the tree. Holding it as he'd once been shown at primary school, he hefted the spear once to test its weight and then hurled it into the pack of wolves. Then all hell broke loose. The javelin sailed majestically through the air before plummeting into the pack of wolves, eliciting a yelp of pain as it took one of the sleeping beasts through the chest. The remaining oiks leapt up immediately, noses twitching, tongues lolling and eyes gleaming as they tried to discover the cause of the yelp. However, Harry didn't wait for them to gather their wits and let loose with his second javelin. Though he didn't even wait to watch it strike before he was gone, he heard another yelp from the wolves behind him as he went dashing madly through the woods, back the way he'd come. Green rushed all around him as he sprinted through the forest, everything except the ground in front of him a blur in his peripheral vision. For the first few seconds, he couldn't be sure that the wolves were in pursuit. Between the sounds of his heart thudding in his ear and the noises he made as he went crashing through the undergrowth, hell itself could have been chasing him for all he knew. But then came the howls. Long, indignant, angry howls. And he knew the wolves were on his tail. A little thrill of fear shot through Harry and he pushed it away as quickly as it had come. He had to run now, he didn't have time to be scared. After the first 100 meters or so, Hedwig swooped from the sky before him, sternly still on her head, and they only paused long enough for the hat to shout a few words. "They're all right on your tail," he said. "There's a boulder just up ahead. Good place to use your probalators, I reckon." Harry didn't have breath to respond, so merely nodded and powered on with a little burst of energy. The blur of green in his vision intensified as all he saw before him were the next 2 steps. As he reached the large stone Sternly had indicated, he unslung another javelin from his back. Then, he vaulted the rock, turned and let loose with the spear, sending it sailing between the enormous trees of the forest. He fell back behind the boulder, pressing his back against the cool stone. There was no yelp of pain this time, but that was just fine with Harry. He'd only thrown it to find his arm and range. Peeking over the boulder, he could see the first hints of the wolves closing down upon him through the gaps in the dense foliage, loping along at incredible pace. They were closer than he'd anticipated. Harry removed 2 probalators from his pocket and blew softly on the first one to arm it. He stood, took a moment to calculate the trajectory of the throw and then cast it out toward the wolves. It landed in the space between Harry and the oiks and exploded with a deafening roar that cast mud, flecks of stone and splinters in an enormous arc of destruction. The wolves barked and yelped in fear and paused, momentarily too scared to go on. This was all the chance Harry needed, and he blew on and threw the second probalator, the small stone whizzing off into the trees and landing directly among the wolves. Not even pausing to witness the destruction firsthand, Harry raced off into the forest once more, leaving the astonished and frightened wolves to regroup behind him. He crashed through a number of blue flowering plants, crushing the blossoms beneath his feet as he ran. Once again, it wasn't long before the wolves were in the chase, but Sternly's hit-and-run tactics had given Harry exactly the lead he'd needed. As he reached the straight path through the forest which he'd extravagantly trapped, Hedwig descended once more for Sternly to shout instructions. "Right, left, middle," he called, reminding Harry of their pre-established route through the maze of traps. Left, left, middle, left, right. The first 3 had been enough. Like clockwork, Harry's memory had kicked in and he remembered the route perfectly, navigating the traps with ease. Around the red bush that concealed the bow trap and under the branch that held the horizontal spear trap cocked. The wolves were not so lucky. As Harry emerged from the kill zone, the wolves hit the other side, and almost as soon as they did, the hisses of swinging branches accompanied by yelps and howls of pain began to reach Harry's ears. Whether his blood had made any difference, Harry couldn't be sure, but the wolves certainly ran straight along the path and headlong into almost every trap. Harry, at the other side of the trapped path, took a running jump toward a large elm tree, hooking his arm around one of the branches and hoisting himself up the trunk. Here he crouched low and removed another 2 of his javelins, preparing himself to ambush the wolves once more. "They're still coming," Sternly told Harry, having taken another jaunt on Hedwig above the battlefield. "Slower now, more cautiously. You've got to admire their persistence," remarked Harry, though certainly felt he'd admire it more if they weren't trying to kill and eat him. "How many left?" "Hard to make out," replied Sternly. "Those first 2 javelins took 1 out apiece. There were 2 too badly injured after the probolator to carry on the chase and were left behind. At least 1 more is lying still in the middle of all those traps, and I think those still coming are all injured." Harry nodded and licked his lips in anticipation. Between the wolves and him there was a clear stretch of ground in the forest. Previously there'd been a number of trees here, but the storm a few days earlier had felled several, making it a perfect place for Harry's final ambush. The wolves emerged into the clearing tentatively, and from what he could see, Harry couldn't really blame them. Where there had been 9, only 4 remained. One was his particular enemy, the enormous oik with the mangled face, and was touting 2 large gashes in its upper chest alongside the other injuries Harry had already caused. The other 3 were faring considerably worse. Each was festooned with a plethora of cuts, scorch marks and other miscellaneous injuries. One appeared barely able to put any weight on one paw, while another gushed blood from a wound on its head into its eyes and was perpetually blinking. Harry steeled himself and let loose with the first javelin. It soared through the air toward the largest wolf, but was anticipated and the wolf leapt aside, just in time. But Harry had thrown a second javelin almost immediately, and this one flew straight toward Wolf with the damaged paw, which didn't react quickly enough. The javelin buried its length into the wolf's side, dropping it where it stood. Harry tossed another probolator toward the drastically thinned pack and leapt from the tree, heading off toward the Anglia. The explosion behind him echoed from the tree trunks all around, reverberating through the entire forest. He skipped past the line of waiting traps and into the warded area, where he collapsed behind the car, watching and waiting. He sat there for a long, nervous minute, his heart beating like a hammer inside his chest, his breath bated as he tensed himself ready to spring out and do battle. His head was strangely empty though, as if someone had placed his thoughts on mute. All that remained of Harry was the adrenaline coursing through his body. He almost jumped out of his skin as Hedwig and Sternly soared down from the sky to land next to him on the Anglia's wing mirror. Sternly wore a grim expression that Harry wasn't entirely sure how to read. 3 left, said Sternly. They've avoided the traps on the way in and seem to be tracking your scent through the wards. They'll be on you in a few minutes. 3? Asked Harry, feeling as though he might laugh. 3 might as well have been 300 for all the chance he had of fighting them. Any suggestions? Give Hedwig your last probolators, she can do more with them from the air than you can on the ground. Harry nodded. It made sense, and in honesty, the last thing he needed right now was to suddenly explode as a probolator was detonated in the heat of battle. He fished 2 out, breathed on them gently and carefully placed them in the waiting claws of Hedwig. He pushed his hand into his pocket and came across 1 more probolator. 1 more than Hedwig can carry, said Harry, more to himself than anything. We'll try and take the big one from the air, continued Sternly, apparently oblivious to Harry's interruption. The other ones are wounded enough that you might have a chance. Might. Sternly turned a look upon him so dark that Harry wondered if that was how he'd earned his name. Harry, you've single-handedly bested the large majority of a pack of goblin oiks with no wand. If anyone can fight these last 3 off, you can. Harry gave him a wan smile. Thanks Sternly, he said. You've been brilliant. Well, wait till the end of the fight to say that, replied Sternly gruffly. But as the sound of snuffling noses and of twigs cracking beneath paws drew closer, Harry couldn't help but wonder if this wasn't the end. He drew his wand and studied it, as though seeing it for the first time. It was dented and marked by grease from his fingers. A number of scratches ran along its surface that Harry were sure hadn't been there at the end of his 2nd year. What spells did he know that he could use to kill a wolf? None. Not that it really mattered, What chance did he stand anyway? He took a deep gulp of air, steadied himself, then simultaneously threw Hedwig into the air and leapt, wand in one hand and sword in the other, from behind the car. He targeted the closest wolf, his wand flashing out and every jinx Harry had ever learned flying to the tip of his tongue, each jostling for prominence until one fell out. Transigenu. The knee reversal hex thundered from the end of his wand and struck the wolf square on in the face. From what Harry remembered of the jinx, it ought to have been painless, but the spell hadn't been designed for wolves and Harry watched as the creature's legs all turned inwards with a painful sounding crunch of breaking bones. The wolf let out an almighty howl and collapsed to the ground, twitching pathetically. Harry turned his attention to the second just as Hedwig and sternly swooped down, the first probolator striking the large wolf in the face, but failing to explode. Apparently the mere impact was exceptionally painful, for the wolf howled and jumped away from Harry, eyes scanning the sky. But the other wolf leapt at Harry, its teeth seeking his throat, and he had to throw himself aside, losing sight of the battle between Sternly and the oik. He rose as swiftly as he could but was immediately bowled over by a second lunge from the wolf that sent him sprawling on the ground. It reared over him, gleaming fangs flashing down, but Harry whipped up his sword, missing with the blade but the cross hilt crashing hard into the wolf's skull. Though it knocked the wolf's darting head to one side, the creature's powerful legs still pinned Harry to the ground. He swung the sword again, the pommel crashing down on the beast's head, and this time the wolf was dazed enough for Harry to roll it over, landing on top of it. Like lightning the wolf reacted, biting out and tearing a huge cut in Harry's arm. With a gasp of pain he instinctively let go of the sword and it fell out of reach. He rolled away and rose just as the wolf came at him again, soaring through the air. "Tarantalagra!" he cried, getting his wand up just in time. As the wolf knocked him to the ground again, its legs began to fly chaotically in all directions and it splayed on top of him. Heedless of its crazily dancing legs, the wolf snapped again at his face, but Harry was able to seize the wolf by the muzzle with one hand and force the mouth away. He pushed the beast away with as much strength as he could while reaching for the sword, but it was far too heavy, far too strong. Inch by inch it won the battle toward his throat, its yellow eyes gleaming in excitement as it pushed toward victory. Just as Harry thought it was all over, an explosion erupted nearby, spattering mud across both combatants. Hedwig's last probolator. He'd given her two, after all. But he'd had one left. And that meant, acting as fast as lightning, Harry reached into his pocket with his free hand and seized the last probolator. He wrenched it free of his trousers and pushed the pebble into the wolf's gaping mouth. Praying that wolf breath was as good as human breath as far as the probolators were concerned, Harry used both hands to force the wolf's jaw closed and then headbutted the beast firmly under the jaw with all the power he could muster. The wolf swallowed, its eyes wide with astonishment, then there was a sound like the tearing of paper and the entire creature gave an enormous, awkward spasm, then fell lifelessly on top of Harry. He pushed the creature off him hurriedly and staggered to his feet. He snatched the sword from the ground and leapt in the direction of the largest wolf, his sword and wand ready to fight. And then he stopped. The oik was lying on the ground, wounded and defeated. Hedwig and Sternly, neither of whom seemed hurt in any way, fluttered down and perched on the roof of the car. Neither of them made any noise, but waited to see what Harry would do next. Blood ran from an enormous gash in the wolf's side and stained the grass crimson. It looked up at Harry from where it lay, its chest heaving with the effort of breathing, and for a split second, Harry drew some bizarre parallel between it and the lynx. Both of which he'd seen in their final moments, both of which had fallen in battle, bloodied and wounded. Instinctively he raised his wand and stepped forward to help. To save the oik where he'd been unable to save the lynx. But then it glared up at him, angry golden eyes filled to bursting with hatred, and he stopped. Because he knew it wasn't the lynx, it was nothing like his friend, and nothing he could do would change that. The first thing it would do if he helped it would be to throw itself at his throat. He lowered the wand and stared down at it as it tried in vain to lift its head and attack. He ought to have felt anger for the death of his friend, he supposed, or triumph at defeating his foe. Or guilt perhaps, for killing so many of the wolf's brethren. But he didn't. If anything, he felt a little sorry for the pathetic creature at his feet. Bred for little else but to kill and destroy. consumed with hatred from the day it was born till the day it died. He lifted the sword. He thought he ought to say something. Something victorious, perhaps. Something witty, poignant, fearsome or vengeful. But he didn't feel any of those things, so instead he said exactly how he felt. Sorry. The sword fell. Harry wiped the sword of Gryffindor on the grass and then tossed it haphazardly aside, not even bothering to watch as it slid away across the ground. His head was full of a loud buzzing, as though a swarm of bees had somehow managed to infiltrate his brain. The skin on his face tingled and everything in his vision was distorted and surreal. He walked closer to the car, where Sternly and Hedwig waited and watched. "We ought to look at that wound," said Sternly. "Yes," said Harry, but automatically, as if he only had the slightest control over his own actions. "We probably ought to." But he didn't, and instead he merely sank to the ground and lay on his back, staring up at the bright blue sky. High above him, 1,000 miles or so it seemed, the tiniest wisps of white cloud jetted by, propelled by winds too high up to graze the boughs of even the tallest trees. His skin felt like it was dancing across the surface of his body, tingling and itching. He didn't want to look at the cut in his shoulder, or do any of the things he knew the must. He didn't want to clear the dead, or remove the remains of his traps, didn't want to check the wards or retrieve his enchanted weapons. Didn't want to do anything but lie in the grass, watch the world go by and bleed. It was a strange thought, he realized, a strange desire, to bleed. But he saw it from a distance, as though he'd been pulled out of his own head and left to analyze the thoughts as an outsider. He was in no danger of bleeding to death. The cut in his arm wasn't nearly so bad as the one that the basilisk fang had left. He could bleed for a minute. He felt that he ought to suffer in some way. He ought to make some sacrifice after so many died by his hand. Somewhere nearby, a bird twittered, and this single, lone call of nature pierced the silence in Harry's mind. A moment later his head was ablaze with sound, color and vibrant life. Birds sang, insects buzzed. Somewhere in the distance he could hear the river burble along its narrow rocky bed. Why had he never heard it before? Sunlight poured into every corner of Harry's mind, enriching everything. The greens of the grass and the trees were brighter, the blue of the sky and the anglia hypnotically so. Every blossom on every tree and shrub seemed to burn with intensity, each lighting up the day as bright as the sun. The slightest of small smiles crept onto his lips. It was as though someone had crammed the entire universe into his brain. Everything was in there and so bright, so miraculous and peaceful. Except that he didn't have a brain anymore, didn't really have a body. He was dissolving around the edges and the lines of his existence were becoming smudged. Where a moment ago there had been Harry Potter, now there was just Harry, said Sternly gently, and this one word was all it took to bring him back to reality. He opened his eyes, sat up and looked around. The forest around him, though still beautiful, was no longer the incredibly vivid sensory experience that had temporarily overwhelmed him. "Are you okay?" asked Sternly, his voice clearly laced with a great deal of concern. "I just felt really weird," said Harry, struggling to find words to describe the experience. "Like I was becoming the forest and the forest was becoming me." "It's probably just shock," replied Sternly, soothingly. "You've just had a very traumatic experience." Harry nodded, but he wasn't so sure. It had felt so real, he had felt so connected and energized and bursting with life. But whatever it had been, it had passed now and his arm was throbbing with pain. He looked down and regarded his arm. The tear in the skin was long but shallow. Automatically he lifted his wand and realized he didn't need any instruction from Sternly, didn't need to mutate the spell. Didn't really need the wand motion or words that he used, because he felt the magic so keenly. Scourgify. And this time there was no pain, because he softened the intent. Just a gentle whisper that suffused his arm, cleaned away the dirt and cleansed the wound. He gave another gentle flick of his wand, that felt superfluous somehow, as though he'd outgrown it. Suturium. The wound stitched together, the edges stretching inward, binding and automatically puckering inward, just as Sternly had taught him. What had been a wound 2 seconds before was now just blank, fresh skin. "Very impressive," remarked Sternly, admiring Harry's handiwork. "I've had a fantastic teacher," replied Harry, with a shrug. If hats could blush, then this one certainly would have. The rest of the day's sunlight was spent repairing the damage caused to the forest by his battle. The traps were carefully dismantled, those that hadn't been tripped doubly so. And Harry spent a long while trekking through the forest, collecting his javelins. The craters caused by his probalators were painstakingly disguised. The last thing Harry or Sternly wanted was for a goblin, or other unfriendly creature to come across the remains of a magical battle and deduce that a wizard was living in their forest. Then came the biggest problem. What to do with the corpses of the wolves he'd killed? He couldn't leave them where they were, that was out of the question. Something would notice, sooner or later. And he couldn't burn them, it would attract far too much attention. It was Sternly that had eventually come up with the solution to this problem. Create another set of wards, somewhere out in the forest, to disguise your magic, he suggested. Then I'll teach you some spells to help you bury them. Harry nodded. This made a great deal of sense, though it still meant he had to drag the corpses of the wolves he'd killed through the forest to a single location. It was slow, laborious work, especially under the heat of the sun above. The forest seemed to be teeming with life as the afternoon dragged on, providing a bitter contrast to the death that had accompanied the morning. Happily buzzing bees seemed to flutter lazily around every flower, and rabbits, normally asleep this early in the night, were hopping around as though curiously investigating every inch of the forest. It wasn't just the wildlife though, the plants too seemed more alive. Their leaves more vivid, their blossoms more pronounced and beautiful, all rippling in the breeze, the rustling of the leaves sounding like far-off applause. Harry couldn't explain it, but the entire thing made him feel peaceful and at ease. Harry heaved the last of the wolves into the area he'd chosen, beneath the same elm that he'd first ambushed them. Here the ground was clear a little way around the tree, and this gave Harry the room to dig. He spent a few minutes preparing the wards. The process and magic came far easier to him now than they had on that first day, and it wasn't just experience with this particular type of magic. He'd increasingly noticed, over the last week, that the more he improved his understanding of a variety of magic, the better he understood all types of magic. Indeed, the closer he came to understanding the fundamental workings of his art, the more he understood why certain spells reacted in certain ways. The more he understood the fundamental differences between curses, charms, transfiguration and all the other dozens of variety of spell, the more he was able to manipulate magic of all forms more astutely. "You've used spells to dig in herbology before, I assume," said Sternly, clearly preparing to teach Harry the basics of magical grave digging. "Well, what we're going to do is—" "I'd like to try this one myself," interrupted Harry quickly, hoping Sternly wouldn't take offense. "I mean, it's just a rolling mutation, right? How badly could I mess it up?" No, go right ahead," said Sternly, with a tone in his voice that Harry thought might be pride. Harry lifted his wand and concentrated carefully. The spell Professor Sprout had taught him in first year was one that scooped out a tiny piece of soil, just enough for him to tuck the roots of a plant inside. In second year, Sprout had taught him a spell that would loosen earth around the root. He tried as hard as he could to remember the exact wand motions to the millimeter, the words he'd spoken, tried to remember the exact experience of performing the spell. Then he tried to roll one into the other, merging the wand motions in his mind, merging the words and the feel of the magic. Something in his body that he couldn't find the words to describe lit up inside him. Something that he knew was his manipulation of magic, but that was unquantifiable and endless. And it was like he was playing music, singing, writing, laughing and crying all at once, but doing nothing as emotionally or intellectually complex as those things. It was something primal and transcendental. It was something fundamental to his existence. Foederus Formus, he cried, and the earth before him split apart and rose in two enormous cascades, leaving an empty hole the size of a small swimming pool in front of him. The feeling ebbed away and Harry collapsed to his knees. He felt empty, as though someone had hollowed him out with a spoon until he was nothing but a shell. He felt like he'd never be complete again. He felt exhausted, washed out and fragile. It was all he could do not to fall into the pit before him. "Merlin, you don't do anything by halves, do you?" asked Sternly, chuckling slightly, but Harry knew from his tone that he wasn't amused. "What was that?" asked Harry, his entire body felt so light, so empty. "I don't know," admitted sternly. I'm not a wizard, Harry. You must, insisted Harry. You've seen it before at least. I've seen it before, said sternly, his tone wary. I couldn't begin to tell you what it was though. It's not my place. What does it mean? Am I? I feel different. You will for a while, exhausted and broken, but you're not. That's just how you've always felt, and this is just a comparison to what you felt for those few seconds. Had it been seconds, it had seemed like a lifetime. As for what it means, continued sternly, I think you're in a better position to answer that than I. And Harry knew what he meant, because in a confused, jumbled sort of way, he understood what it was that had happened. He knew that for the first time, he'd really experienced just what it felt like to perform magic. He knew that each and every time before, he had been following someone else's guidelines, someone else's magic. It had been fluent and natural, but this time he'd had to force his magic along new pathways, and he had felt the force of it resisting the change. But what did that mean in the grand scheme of things? He hadn't the foggiest. Who would know? Asked Harry eventually. Who else have you seen it happen to? Dozens of wizards and witches over the years, replied sternly. Each as different as the next. But Dumbledore will understand. Dumbledore could explain it to you. Harry nodded gently, then rose to his feet. Sternly, I think it's about time we were getting home, he said. I think we'd better start by getting these wolves into the hole, replied sternly, humor creeping into his voice. Harry nodded and rolled the first corpse into the grave with his foot. By the time he'd finished, the sun was setting again and the sky was lost in a myriad of burning colors. He stared down at the tightly packed earth that stretched in a rectangle before him. Another unmarked grave in the forests of Valbonne. He felt as though he ought to say something. That was the thing to do at a funeral, wasn't it? Yet nothing sprang to mind. It would have been easier to say something about the lynx, but things had been so rushed and he hadn't had a chance. He remembered the words he'd said when it had died, thank you. I'm so sorry. Simple and sweet. That's how he should do it. He stared solemnly at the grave. You fought well, he said, his voice low and respectful. But not well enough. He turned and walked away. The sun beat down on the forest with such fierce intensity that it was almost a surprise that the trees weren't melting around him like snowmen. Worse than the heat was the humidity, which until today had been negligible, but now was thick and cloying against his skin. Falconer, Clail, Violence, Gambit. Falconer, Clail, Violence, Gambit. Or was it Falconer, Violence, Gambit, Clail? Huh. Harry lowered his wand, brushed sweat-sodden hair out of his eyes with his free, scarred hand, and looked down at the tailor once more. The spidery diagram that had once covered the floor around the anglia had been condensed onto a couple of rolls of birch bark only a few hours earlier. But already the charcoal scratchings had begun to smudge with Harry's constant pawing of the document, and he was beginning to think that Sternly's idea was fundamentally flawed. Use the sticking charm you learned earlier, suggested Sternly, as Harry rubbed angrily at a smudge. It'll fix the charcoal. But it wouldn't, began Harry, his tone laden with objection, but paused when he considered Sternly's raised brows. If you could call them that. I know, rolling mutation it is. I wouldn't say that it's exactly a rolling mutation anymore, conceded Sternly. I'm not sure what exactly it is that you're doing. Harry lifted his wand and concentrated. Sternly had a point. It wasn't as though he was taking a spell, breaking it apart and performing the individual components anymore. Rather, he was taking several spells, breaking them apart and combining the components in new and interesting ways. Apoximize, he said, tearing apart the sticking charm even as he cast it. Finding the charcoal and the birch with his magic and forcing them to fuse. It felt weird, every time he did it, as though he'd just had all the filling beeped out of him. He thought it was because he was forcing his magic to respond in a new way it had never done before. Like lifting something really heavy, perhaps. But it wasn't physical, and that was far too simple a task. Perhaps it was more like complex math problems. But it wasn't mental either. There was no comparison really, it was magical, and that was all there was to it. Harry ran his fingers over the tela and groaned with annoyance as they immediately smudged the charcoal all over the bark. Can't get it first time, every time, said Sternly, unhelpfully. for about the 10th time that day. And that was the fundamental problem. Harry couldn't ever be sure whether what it was that he was combining would work or not. He could make educated guesses perhaps, but twice he'd ended up with an orange car while pushing for rust-resistant body panels. Yet, on the other hand, he'd combined the handful of laundry and tailoring charms Sternly had taught him that had rendered a perfectly formed, nicely lined wolfskin cape. Even Sternly, who by his own admission, had no eye for clothes other than headgear, said it was a very fetching article. However, the sun beating down on the forest essentially prohibited Harry from wearing it, so he'd slung it across the back seat as a blanket. He lifted his wand and began again, this time cannibalizing elements of the hydrant charm and adding those to the sticking spell. Apoximize, he incanted, focusing intently on finding some middle ground between these two charms. A jet of clear glue exploded from his wand, covering the bark, the car, Sternly and his hair, clothes and face. Harry gazed down at the mess, his eyes wide in astonishment. "Can't get it second time either, apparently," said Sternly, his voice dark and humorless. "Sorry Sternly," said Harry, pulling the most apologetic face he could manage. Evanesco. The fluid disappeared and Harry stared down at the birch bark glumly. Perhaps he just ought to get on with his bindings. In fact, he and Sternly had reached an incredibly complicated section of fixing the enchantments on the car. Complicated both academically and morally. They'd already stripped an enormous amount of poorly or redundantly used binds out of the tela. Mr. Weasley clearly hadn't been working from a single unified source, because at least a dozen of the binds on the flying charm alone were canceling each other out. His motto had clearly been, quantity over quality, something Sternly explained as a common failing among fledgling enchanters, who tend to add each newly discovered bind to their project, heedless of spell interactions, purpose or requirement. The end result had been a confusing, incoherent mess of self-referential binds, endless loops that served no function and some downright dangerous failings that had probably been the cause of Harry and Ron's misadventures with the invisibility booster. Harry and Sternly, though admittedly mostly Sternly, had painstakingly worked their way through the tela, stripping out unwanted functions, replacing unwanted binds and eradicating unwanted surprises. For some reason, and Harry could only imagine Mr. Weasley had misunderstood their function, the car had been layered with charms and binds that instantly blackened all the windows. Sternly had seemed strangely unnerved when Harry asked him what the purpose could be. In the end, what they'd been left with was a much simpler, far more efficient and streamlined tela, that preserved the major functions of the car as well as adding a few more that Sternly thought essential. Like the ability to jettison projectiles through the headlights. Even Harry could see some sense in this, not to mention that he thought it was probably one of the coolest pieces of magic he'd ever attempted. Chunk by chunk they'd rebuilt the car. Both physically, for it was in a dire state of repair, and magically. Not only did the Anglia gleam in the sunlight, but for the first time all of its dials worked. Perhaps not in the manner the original manufacturers had intended. The tachometer was now actually an altimeter, but they served a function nonetheless. However, step by step, they'd come to the largest issue of them all, the car's sentience. 12 simple binds and 2 charms were all that existed of the car's intelligence, personality and, in all real sense, existence. Sternly had assumed that it couldn't possibly be that simple, that there had to be something else causing the advanced level of self-awareness, some spell interaction or hidden depth to the enchantment. Yet at one point they had stripped away every spell except these 14 and as far as they could tell, the car was fine, giving a merry toot of its horn on request. "We ought to destroy them," said Sternly, fervently. "Things like this shouldn't exist, it's an abomination." "It's quite happy," replied Harry. "Why not leave him be?" But Sternly wouldn't, or couldn't explain his fervent dislike of the car's existence. Harry on the other hand, considered stripping them out tantamount to murder, and considering the car had saved his life at least once, arguably twice, he felt he owed a great deal of loyalty to the vehicle. "In that case," sighed Sternly wearily, after failing for the 10th time that day to convince Harry to remove the binds. "You're going to have to add some, you can't leave it like that." "Like what?" asked Harry. It's, began Sternly, clearly searching for words. "It's stunted. There's not enough binds or charms for it to have a full, coherent thought process." Harry considered the car, wondering whether it understood quite what they were having a conversation about. Surely not, or it would have left ages ago, wouldn't it? He stroked the bonnet softly and pondered. What if by adding more charms he was doing more harm than good? What if it were perfectly happy as it was? He'd learned with the Lynx that sometimes it isn't always a good thing to get involved with lives you didn't really comprehend. He put this to sternly. It's not the same thing at all, he insisted, flatly. The Lynx was a wild animal. This is an invention of wizard kind. You have a duty to complete the process. Why? It's got a personality, it's got understanding and intelligence and everything. I might hurt it. You won't hurt it, replied sternly. It might not like it at first, but you've got to give it the choice itself. I think we ought to stop talking about it as though it weren't here, said Harry, obstinately. What do you think, car? Toot, said the car. For some reason Harry distinctly remembered having a long conversation with the car, the night before he'd come to Valbonne. Or, perhaps if not exactly long, then one that consisted of more than just, toot. He wasn't entirely sure whether he'd imagined it or not, but he thought he hadn't. If only he could get in the state of mind to talk to it again. But he shuddered and pushed this thought aside. Who knew where he might end up then? China, the moon, Jupiter. All three seemed equally likely. But the car ought to have a say, and the only way he could do that was to do as sternly suggested. All right then, he said, pushing his sweaty hair out of his eyes. Let me finish working this invisibility booster and we'll take a look at it. Good, replied sternly, the tone of his voice indicating that he still wasn't entirely happy with these circumstances. Not that this particularly bothered Harry, for he had the wand and magic and sternly was just a hat. Eventually, despite everything sternly said, it was Harry that made the decisions. Harry glanced up at the morning sky. Overhead a troop of swallows danced with one another, turning over and over as they sped through the sky. Closer to earth, insects hummed their way from flower to flower, disregarding Harry and his car entirely. For they were far more concerned with matters of pollen and nectar than wizards and magic. This time yesterday, he'd been fighting. Or perhaps just about to fight. It seemed like a million years ago now. Another lifetime, perhaps. Perhaps it was just so absurd. Kill a pack of goblin-bred wizard hunting wolves one day and start building a flying car the next. But then, between horrible relatives, jumping onto school roofs, deadly dark wizards and deadlier giant snakes, when had his life ever been normal? One of these days he'd have a morning where something absurd didn't happen. With a small chuckle, Harry brushed perspiration from his brow, lifted his wand and concentrated. Now, how did those binds go again? You promised me, said sternly, sound a little too petulant for Harry's liking. You said you'd do it after the invisibility booster. And I will do it, replied Harry. Just not yet. There's still some more things I want to tweak yet. You've been tweaking it for hours, when are you going to accept that? It will work, the twins said so, interjected Harry. The twins are not highly intelligent, sophisticated beings that have been around for the last 8 centuries. No, they're not, admitted Harry, shrugging. So will you please sort that? Fine, said Harry hotly, his face screwed up slightly. I'll do your stupid binds and charms. But it'd better not hurt the car. He walked away from the infuriating hat and stood beside the car, his hand touching the paintwork fondly. He really didn't want to do this. Every instinct in his body was screaming at him that this was a terrible thing to do. That it could turn out terribly for the Anglia. But then, his instincts hadn't been all that hot of late. Could he trust them? Should he trust them? And then there was sternly, who'd never steered him wrong, but who was always willing to debate, to converse, to rationalize. Not this. Harry knew, or thought, that sternly's hatred of the car's sentience was overpowering, all-consuming. Though he didn't know why. Was he worried about another inanimate object taking his place? Of course not. Sternly wasn't one for self-confidence issues, or prone to actually worry about his own ego, despite his jokes. After all, he had spent the last 800 years sitting on children's heads. No, there had to be a reason for it. A good reason. Though whatever it was, Sternly wasn't about to share it with Harry. But this too gave Harry cause for concern. Sternly always explained things if Harry really wanted to know. So what could be so bad that Sternly wouldn't say? Was the Anglia a threat? It certainly hadn't seemed so, especially considering that it had saved his life. But it also brought you here, didn't it? Came the nasty little voice from the back of his head. Close to Voldemort, close to goblins, into danger. Harry pushed this aside too, and stared at the car in question for a long time, his brow furrowed. Sternly didn't seem to object to his pause, content to let Harry puzzle it out in his head. And in the end, Harry knew Sternly must be right. Sternly was always right, had never led him astray, had always looked out for him. Protected him. He stepped towards the car and lifted his wand. Then stopped. And shivered. Despite the day's earlier muggy heat, it had lapsed into an exceptionally chilly evening, indeed tendrils of mist had begun to creep behind the trees. But perhaps it wasn't the cold that had made him shiver, as much as the thought of what he was about to do. "Cold isn't it?" asked Harry. "I wouldn't know," replied Sternly. Harry looked at him and gave a little nervous smile. "I always forget you're a hat. You're stalling, Harry." "I'm not stalling," he said with as much fake indignation as he could muster. "It really is cold. I'm going to get my cloak." "Perfect," thought Harry, "not only am I buying extra time, but I also get to wear my spiffy new cloak." He opened the back door, removed the wolf skin and wrapped it around himself. It was, admittedly, a little large. Almost 2 feet too large in fact. But this was neither here nor there as far as Harry was concerned. He would grow into it, after all, and until then, he and Sternly had enchanted it so that it never quite reached the floor, despite it being far too big. "Are you ready now?" asked Sternly, his voice sounding oddly urgent. "Almost," replied Harry, wrapping the cloak around himself a little, then extricating his arm. He spent a good 2 minutes arranging the folds neatly, until even he realized that this game was getting a little ridiculous. It was time. He swallowed, pushed hair out of his eyes, and took a deep breath. He stepped towards the car and lifted his wand. Then stopped. And cocked his head to one side. "Can you hear that?" he asked, indicating the forest with a jerk of his thumb. "For Merlin's sake, Harry," exclaimed Sternly, "would you stop?" "No, I'm being serious," replied Harry, craning his head to listen. "It sounds like someone screaming." "I can't hear anything," snapped Sternly, but Harry wasn't listening anymore. He took a step away from the car and toward the forest. He really could hear screaming, coming from somewhere beyond the trees. He leapt over to Sternly, snatched him up, dropped him on his head and picked up the sword of Gryffindor. He ran back to where he'd been standing a second ago. Silence. Utter silence. "Harry, this is," began Sternly. But then a shrill scream cut through the night. It was clearly human, yelling words that Harry couldn't quite make out. It seemed to rebound off the trees of the forest, coming from everywhere at once. He darted back and forth trying to locate where exactly it was coming from. "You must have heard that," cried Harry. "I did," admitted Sternly, somewhat reluctantly. "Well, we've got to go help." "I don't think," began Sternly, but the screams were worse now, higher pitched and more urgent. Fearing it was too late to help, Harry leapt off into the forest, his feet crushing bushes, flowers and anything else unlucky enough to get in the way as he crashed through the undergrowth. Cold wind snapped at any exposed skin it could find as he ran, the freezing night chilling him to his bones. Brambles tore at his trousers as he ran, tangling his legs and making him stumble. Sternly was yelling something in his ear, but it was drowned beneath the volume of the screams. A woman's, he thought. They were far closer now, and Harry thought he could hear a second voice shouting too. A man's voice, but shrill and high. They were so close now they could have been less than 10 feet away, but Harry still couldn't see them. He was beginning to make the voice out though, beginning to hear what they were saying. Again Sternly was shouting something else that Harry couldn't make out, and all three voices came together in inaudible cacophony. He was still running through the cold, and it was as though his chest was being crushed in a vice, and each breath he took was a little stab of pain. He wanted to sweat, but the droplets froze against his skin as they formed. The leaves around him were turning to ice, the grass beneath his feet freezing and crackling. Each breath that exploded from his mouth seemed to throw a million tiny crystals of ice into the air. And then he'd crashed through a bush into a small clearing and he heard the voices as clearly as if they were standing next to him. Not Harry, not Harry, please not Harry, not Harry. That didn't make any. His foot caught a root and he was falling and Sternly was flying from his head. Stand aside, you silly girl, stand aside, now. He crashed down to the forest floor and all the wind exploded out of him, leaving him lying on the ground, gasping for breath but so very confused. His glasses had fallen from his face and he was blind. What was going? Not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead. Whoever it was, they were going to die for him. But too many had died for him already, hadn't they? The lynx, his father, his mother. His mother, not Harry, please, have mercy, have mercy. That was his mother's voice. It had to be. Harry fought his way to his hands and knees, patting the ground around him, his fingers desperately trying for his glasses. But the screaming was so loud, deafening. He had to help her. His fingers closed around something on the ground. His mother. He pushed his bent glasses onto his face and looked around wildly. Wasn't his mother dead? The forest was awash with dark shapes that moved ever closer. So who was screaming? Harry, said a cool, collected voice in his head. It was a voice that he was intimately familiar with, but couldn't quite place. Harry, you need to calm down. Deep breaths, quickly now. Harry took a deep breath, the cold air bit at the tender flesh inside his lungs and he hissed in pain. Heedless of the agony, he forced the breath out. In and out, and slowly the panic ebbed away. But the screaming still echoed around and around the forest, around and around his head. It tore through him, cutting him to the bone and icy fingers of fear wrapped themselves around his heart. Not Harry, please not Harry. Harry staggered to his feet and only now realized he'd lost the sword. Gryffindor's sword. He'd need it to save his mother. His hands scrabbled on the ground looking for it, but it was long gone. Lost in the darkness. Harry, I need you to think happy thoughts, that same, cool collected voice speaking in his mind again. The assured tone lent him strength. What do I have to be happy about? He wondered. The laugh in his head was curt and dismissive. Ron, Hermione, Hagrid, Hogwarts, said the voice. You, Harry Potter, are a wizard and a damn good one at that. Harry almost laughed. The screaming had started to fade, but icy fingers closed around his throat and now it was his turn to scream. He heard whatever it was that held him take a deep rattling breath. Happy thoughts, boomed the voice in his head. Harry pushed them forward, flying his Nimbus 2000, catching the snitch, beating Slytherin. Now lift your wand, instructed the voice, but it was hard to concentrate with that rotting, miasmic breath blowing into his face. Harry struggled to lift his wand. Say with me, Expecto Patronum, said the voice. And force those happy feelings out. Just like you've been forcing your magic out. You can do it. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum, whispered Harry. Again, commanded the voice. With feeling. Push those feelings out. Scream it and throw all of it through your wand. Hermione by the lake, Ron on his broomstick, Hagrid and Fang in the pumpkin patch. The twins sitting beside the lake. Neville's extra 10 points and Draco Malfoy's crestfallen face. Expecto Patronum, said Harry. Happier, happier, happier. Picking up a wand for the first time. His 11th birthday. Naming Hedwig, his mum and dad in the mirror. He pushed them out with all his might. Expecto Patronum, roared Harry, and the world exploded with white light. Harry found himself face down in the mud, his glasses twisted and shattered beneath him once again. Hot, thick blood was oozing from his nostril, mingling with the cold, thick muck that oozed under his face. He rolled over, sat up and instantly regretted it. The blurry world in his vision began to spin around him and he felt bile rising in the back of his throat. He closed his eyes again and only then did he notice the splitting pain in his eyeballs. "OWWW," he groaned, holding his head in his hands. "You think that's painful?" asked a familiar voice from somewhere nearby. Try being thrown in the mud and stood on repeatedly. Harry ever so slightly cracked open his eyes and squinted out into the darkness. Sternly, is that you? Who do you think it is? Harry shook his head, flicking drops of blood left, right and center. I dunno, I can't see anything. My glasses are broken. Well, use a repairing charm already, said the hat, rather impatiently. But the magic, objected Harry. Well, you've sort of let that cat out of the bag already with your Patronus charm. Nice of you to tell me you knew how to do one, by the way. Harry sat quietly for a moment, trying to remember. He lifted a hand to try and staunch the flow of blood from his nostril. I can't. I mean, I didn't think I could. You taught me, didn't you? What? When that thing, it had me by the throat and I heard a voice. It's called a Dementor and there wasn't any voice, just you screaming. Harry swallowed, tasting blood in the back of his mouth, and shook his head to clear his thoughts, throwing more droplets of blood across the forest floor. He'd been sure it was Sternly. But it was in my head, he explained. I heard someone talk to me in my head, it had to be you. It wasn't, replied Sternly, his tone and words flat. At least it wasn't brimming with concern like the last time that he'd told someone that he could hear voices that nobody else could. Could it have been a snake that? He dismissed that idea immediately. There's no way a snake knew anything about magic. But he had performed magic, magic that he hadn't known until 2 minutes earlier, magic that had been taught to him by an unknown voice. Then his stomach lurched with sickening realization as his brain caught up with Sternly's words. Let that cat out of the bag. He had performed magic in Valbonne, outside the safety of the wards. The one thing he wasn't supposed to do. The one thing that would almost certainly make his stay here even worse than it already was. That would make everything so much worse than it already was. Though, he supposed it couldn't hurt in that case if he fixed his glasses. His wand, miraculously, had survived the fall and was still in his hand. He stabbed it in the general direction of his glasses. Reparo. The power of sight restored to him, Harry looked around. A crumpled Sternly was lying a little way away, covered brim to peak with what Harry hoped was mud. Harry lifted the hat gently and, despite his protestations, turned the wand on him. Evanesco. With Sternly clean and spouting obscenities at every opportunity, Harry tucked the sorting hat under his arm and climbed to his feet. Gryffindor's sword was the next thing he had to find. He sniffed in an attempt to stop the blood still flowing out of his nostril. Hey Sternly, did you see? Began Harry, but then snorted with laughter. What's so funny? Asked the hat, scowling up at him. You, chortled Harry, you're a talking hat. He burst into peals of laughter that shook his entire body. He laughed so hard and long that tears began to fall in earnest from his eyes. He found himself on his knees again, unable to breathe from laughing. Then, as quickly as the laughter had come, it ebbed away, leaving a very confused Harry kneeling on the ground, rubbing his painful ribs. What was that about? Asked Sternly. I don't know, admitted Harry. Shock maybe, some lingering. He tilted his head back and roared with laughter once again. Then a second later he was perfectly fine, looking around him with confusion. I don't know what's going on, he repeated, blinking. I do, said Sternly. When you cast the Patronus, you must have hit yourself with a faulty cheering charm at the same time. A cheering charm, bellowed Harry, wrapping his arms around his stomach as he began to laugh uproariously. A cheering charm. Quiet, snapped Sternly, angrily. We need to get back to the car. Quickly. This forest will be swarming with goblins any moment. Harry nodded and rose, the laughter momentarily abated. He spent a frantic few moments looking for Gryffindor's sword, before catching sight of the glinting metal hanging haphazardly from the branches of a bush. Sternly guided him quickly back to the car, and 10 minutes later Harry was still swinging between hilarity and terror as he stumbled around a tree and caught sight of the familiar blue bodywork. Right on the verge of crossing the wards, 2 screech owls swooped down out the sky and each dropped a letter which he managed to catch with his free hand. He watched as the owls flew past and away, their pale brown forms silhouetted against the moon. Even as he sat into the driver's seat, his body slumping into its comfortable depth, his nose still gushed blood down his chest. With shaking hands and in hoarse tones, he lifted his wand and performed the simple healing spell Sternly had taught him earlier. A pisky. He then let out a bellow of laughter that sent birds from nearby trees swooping from their perches and wheeling hurriedly off into the night. Any chance we can stop this? He asked Sternly, wiping tears from his eyes. I can't keep laughing like this all the time. We can try, replied sternly. But first read those letters, I want to know what we're dealing with. Harry nodded slightly and lifted his wand. Lumos, he said quietly, and the tip of his wand shone brightly. He held it close to the first letter in order to better examine it. He recognized the seal immediately as the same as he'd once received from the Ministry of Magic shortly before his second year. A small knot of worry balled up in his stomach, and gently he opened it with exhausted, trembling fingers. Dear Mr. Potter, we have received intelligence courtesy of the Albanian government that you performed the Patronus charm at 19 minutes past 10 this evening in a Grade 3 restricted zone of European significance. The severity of this breach of not only the Leipzig-Valbonne Accords but also the 15th International Wizarding Decree has resulted in your immediate expulsion from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As you are currently in a Grade 3 restricted zone, Ministry representatives are currently unable to attend your case and dispose of your wand as protocol demands. We therefore ask that you turn yourself and your wand over to the correct authorities at the earliest convenient time. The severity of the offense, combined with the fact that you have already received an official warning for a previous offense under Section 13 of the International Confederation of Warlocks Statute of Secrecy, we regret to inform you that your presence is required at a criminal hearing at the Ministry of Magic. As you are currently residing in a Grade 3 restricted zone and therefore presumed to be dead and or in poor mental health, we shall arrange the date of your hearing should you return to the country alive. Please note that this is an automated letter and that any return correspondence will not be read until normal work hours resume at 8 a.m. Hope you're having a fantastic holiday abroad. Yours sincerely, Amelia Bones, Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Ministry of Magic, Great Britain. Harry stared in incomprehension at the letter for some time, before placing it before Sternly, who'd been mercifully silent until this point. He saw the hat lean over the paper and begin to read. He opened the second letter without a great deal of interest. Dear Mr. Potter, we understand that as a magical tourist in the great country of Albania, you may be ignorant of a great many of our laws, regulations and customs. It is also likely that you are somewhat ignorant of our great nation's history, most particularly the history of Valbonne Valley, the area of the country where you chose to cast a Patronus charm at approximately 20 minutes past 12 this morning. I shall not bore you with the details, but should you have used this spell within the perimeter of the Golden State of Valbonne, as defined in the Leipzig-Valbonne Accords, the Brotherhood of Goblins will almost certainly see this as an open declaration of war. Please be aware ignorance of the law is not considered a valid form of legal defense in this country. Likewise, please consider that despite your foreign nationality, you are subject to Albanian law for the duration of your stay. Finally, please also note that under Proposition 9 of Krejtësisht Kesherike, the provocation of war is an act of treason, or, as you are a foreign visitor, of either espionage or deliberate political sabotage, you are free to decide. The punishment for either crime is death. Good day. Fedorni Chernenko, Senior Chairman of Magical Republic of Albania. Harry read the final line of the letter and burst into another round of hilarity, rolling around in the seat clutching sides as they tried to split. Then he placed this letter front of Sternly for the hat to read and then collapsed tiredly back in his seat. Outside the car, the wind picked up and howled between the trees, whipping branches against the chassis. What do you think? Asked Harry, when Sternly looked up from the second letter. I think we're screwed, replied the hat, honestly, his face screwed up in consternation. What should I do? It took Sternly a while to reply. When he did his voice was drawn and grave. The way I see it, you've got three options. You run to Dumbledore and hope that his political clout is enough to protect you. Or you go before the ministry and take your punishment. Or, he trailed off and Harry slowly eased his neck around to examine him. There was an expression he couldn't identify, written across the hat's face. Harry thought it might be guilt. Or, he prodded gently, or you seek asylum from one of the countries or powerful organizations that would welcome a war with the goblins. What sane person would want that? Asked Harry, his mind drifting over all the lectures Binns had given on the bloodthirsty goblin rebellions. Countries rooted in the values of old magic and with sons to spare. Russia, China, France, America, none of them have good relationships with the goblins and all of them are powerful enough to protect you. Then you've got the companies that want to exploit the creatures and other resources of the valley. Some of the corporations and conglomerations have enough political weight within Europe to hide you or even successfully defend you. Do you really think there's going to be a war? It seems likely, replied the Hat, without a moment of hesitation. There's a fourth option though, isn't there? Asked Harry, and sternly made no move to respond this time. The Albanian letter said nothing about a trial. They'll kill me the moment I arrive. You're already guilty in their eyes. There's no legal defense that could save you, said sternly. Would it, my death I mean, be enough to satisfy the goblins? It could be, said sternly, with an uncomfortable tone to his voice. But you couldn't guarantee it. What's more, this isn't your fault, this isn't your debt to pay. Then whose is it? Snapped Harry angrily, his eyes burning as he spoke. I did this. If I don't stand up and admit it, tens, hundreds, I don't know, thousands of people might die. Wizards and goblins. Is it really worth it, just for me? But you can't guarantee you'll stop it, replied sternly. You can't guarantee that the goblins will be appeased. At best, in their eyes, you're a violent renegade. At worst, a spy or assassin sent to deliberately provoke them. They don't take these things lying down. So what would you suggest? Asked Harry, but his heart didn't seem to be in it. I suggest that if you really think you're to blame, that you fix your mess, instead of limply taking the easy way out. Harry turned a flabbergasted expression on the Hat, but sternly wasn't finished. You heard me. Instead of playing the tragic hero and pretending you're somehow sacrificing yourself for something worthwhile, why not buckle down and actually do something worthwhile? Here's what I say. We go with the original plan and finish fixing this car. We get the hell out of here before the goblins turn up with a ward sapper and come straight through at us. Then we find some way of fixing this mess before it balloons out of all proportion. And if you're so desperate to martyr yourself, we can stay within the boundaries of Albania, so if we're caught, you get your wish. But for Merlin's sake, pull your finger out, boy, and do something useful. In the seconds following Sternly's tirade, Harry went through every mindset and every emotion he'd ever experienced before. Anger, self-righteousness, realization, embarrassment, shame, recognition, understanding, to name just a few. However, it was the one he settled on that was the most important: determination. With rejuvenated energy, Harry sat up straight in the driver's seat and turned a wide, cheeky grin to Sternly. Right, any plan other than cause hell? He asked, his voice brimming with renewed confidence. That's precisely what I'm advocating, replied the Hat, in a smug tone of voice. If everything's shaping up in preparation of a war, we'll give them one. Look at the last lot that underestimated you. How does your oik cloak fit? So I say, let's show them why they call me Sternly Erwin Charlemagne Douglas MacArthur III. Harry paused for a couple of seconds to consider this statement before dissolving into a fit of giggles. Who calls you that? He asked, wiping tears from his eyes. Everyone, replied Sternly, wearing a scowl. Everyone except you. The sky was beginning to lighten with the approaching dawn, suspending the forest in semi-darkness. Dew had begun to accumulate on the blades of grass underfoot and the leaves of the trees overhead. I'm sorry we have to do this, said Harry, his tone somber and his heart heavy. This is the last chance for you lot. 2 of you can fly and the third can be carried by the others if you want to get out of here. I won't mind. Don't be ridiculous, retorted Sternly, a scathing note in his voice. We're here and that's it. Hedwig barked her agreement and the car tooted happily. Harry assumed that it too was content with the situation. But he'd had to make sure. Far too often had he been burned by his own assumptions to lightly make decisions based on them. I guess this is where we split up then, said Harry, turning to Hedwig. She fluttered down to his outstretched arm and pecked affectionately at his clothing. He bent his head down to meet hers. Fly safe, whispered Harry to the snowy owl perched on his arm, his forehead resting against hers. When you're done, fly to the burrow for a little while, Ron'll take care of you. Bark, said Hedwig, and with a last lingering look at Harry, took wing. Harry watched as the owl disappeared into the sky, her heavy burden of 6 letters pulling her takeoff trajectory lower than it normally would have. When she was lost to sight, he turned away and walked away, trying to ignore his stomach, which was curled into a tightly wound knot of concern. The dawn was coming just like any other. The birds twittered as the deep blue sky slowly brightened through steely shades. The wind roared through the branches, setting whispers through the leaves and the grass. The slightest hint of fog drifted in on the air, possibly remaining from the presence of the Dementors the previous evening. Harry felt the morning ought to have been still and silent, that it ought to have been momentous. But it was ordinary. He began to notice the vast cobwebs that were draped between the branches in the trees nearby, each slender thread of silk glimmering with the accumulated beads of water. Harry was glad that Ron wasn't with him, and with this thought, was struck with a sudden bout of homesickness and a deep longing for his friends. As a tiny, hard-working spider dropped from a branch only a few feet away, frantically spinning its web, Harry felt an enormous surge of amusement overwhelm him. He managed to fight back the laughter, but it still made his eyes water. He and Stern Lee, try as they might, hadn't been able to dispel his cheering charm. Indeed, working on it had only served to alter the charm's effects. As well as randomly bursting into hysterical laughter at nothing, he was frequently overcome with restless, reckless spells of impulsiveness. Not something he was entirely comfortable with, in light of the circumstances. He returned to Stern Lee and the Anglia, his stomach leaping with nerves. He shouldn't have been worried, not really. They had a plan, a far more comprehensive and brilliant plan than he'd used against the Oiks. He was better prepared, with a free rein to use magic. He was much better equipped, with the javelins and the firesticks ready for use. The Anglia, too, was in an almost perfect state of repair. Though Harry hadn't ever really got the invisibility booster to work, he just didn't quite have the fundamentals behind his charm work to perform it, and Stern Lee didn't think they had enough time for him to learn them. Instead, they opted to work a basic chameleon charm in instead. It was a poor substitute, as it would only color the car to match the vague shades of its surroundings and certainly wouldn't hold up to close scrutiny, but it would help camouflage it against the sky. Stern Lee had warned him that tying the controls for the charms to the car's controls would take the most precise work and would be have to left until last. Harry quickly realized that he hadn't been lying. The charms they'd been using were designed for racing brooms and were designed to work with the inherent pitch and roll of the broomstick, not the steering wheel and pedals of a car. The binds, the spells used to link the controls to the charms, numbered in the hundreds and were mind-bogglingly complex. They had to be applied in strings and in a very particular order, or the entire thing would collapse like a house of cards. Gingerly he pulled up his sleeve and raised his wand. Precise wand movements now, Harry, coached Stern Lee, as Harry began muttering the bindings under his breath. Boa bind, Miller bind, jamming bind, thief bind. Boa, Miller, jamming, thief. Boa, Miller, jamming, bot. The bonnet of the car exploded in a deep cloud of black smoke, covering Harry's face in a thick layer of black dust. He blinked and stared down at it. He'd forgotten that on the third repetition that the pattern was supposed to change. He lifted his hand to his face and tried to wipe the dirt from his face, but only succeeded in smearing it around. Stern Lee chuckled and shook the soot that had accumulated on him to the ground. Third repetition change, remember, he said patiently, then looked at the sky, regarding it with a worried expression. Let's go again. When the majority of the wandwork was finished, he straightened up and stretched, leaning backward to pull the tightness in his back. He glanced at the early morning sky and reached up to wipe sweat from his forehead. Never had he imagined that fearing for his life could be such an enormous motivation for hard work. His body ached, his eyes stung, his consciousness strained with the effort of staying awake. All he wanted to do was lie down and sleep, but he had a long way to go before he could. He and Stern Lee crept out beyond the wards a little later, the sorting hat rammed low on his head and both his wand and the sword in his hands. Together they laid an extra set of concealment wards, using the small cluster of birch trees to their advantage. Stern Lee explained that looking into these wards from the outside one would see nothing but thick, dark smoke. Which was essential for the hat's plan to work. It'll allow you to quiet. The hat's voice became a low hiss, and when he spoke again, Harry could tell he was speaking directly into his mind. Something's moving outside the wards. Harry spotted the movement too and crouched low behind some bushes to watch. At first he assumed it must be some sort of wildlife, but as he sat and watched, a small, nimble-footed goblin crept from the undergrowth. Sword in hand, long nose twitching as he sniffed into the air. He was a little taller than the goblins of Gringotts, and rather than their immaculate uniforms, he wore heavily studded leather armor. His dark eyes, narrowed to slits, darted back and forth, his brow crumpled in a frown as he surveyed the ward before him. Harry smiled as he realized that his handiwork was functioning exactly as intended. The smile dropped in an instant as the goblin cautiously, though without a hint of fear on his face, stepped through the ward. Harry reacted instantly, acting on instinct, before he'd even paused to consider the outcome. He leapt forward, the sword of Gryffindor flashing out in a stroke toward the goblin's neck. It connected before he could move, before he could voice surprise, or even change his facial expression. The goblin crumpled instantly and lay still on the ground, and Harry stood, watching in disbelief as the life ebbed out of its dark eyes. Blood, hot and thick, flowed across the ground, staining the soles of Harry's trainers. And Harry, overwhelmed by the pointlessness of it and the cheering charm, laughed until his ribs ached. He then spent the rest of the morning trying to think of anything other than the little broken body only a couple of feet away. As the sun peeked over the forest canopy and the first gleaming beam of sunlight, the resonating sound of a single drum echoed through the forest. The sound hung for a second, then was joined by another drum and then another and another until the entire valley shook with the endless crash of drums. "The goblins are going to war," said Stern Lee, his tone grim. "First stop here, I imagine. You still think they're going to sap the wards?" "Almost certainly. You still want to do this?" "It's not too late." "I do," said Harry, resolutely. "Let's make them rue this day." Stern Lee laughed as Harry swept him up and placed him on his head. The pair of them climbed into the car, which had been refitted with panels and recharmed. They'd strapped huge sharpened wooden stakes across the bonnet and fitted the inside of the driver's door with a handily accessible rack on which the sword of Gryffindor hung. It wasn't long before he heard the approach of the goblins. They came whispering and scuttling through the forest like leaves on the wind. A swarm of ugly little creatures, garbed in full battle regalia and armed to the teeth with swords and spears and war hammers. But it wasn't just goblin warriors that made up their numbers. There were a scattering of human shapes among them where vampires and werewolves had joined forces with them. With them too, bound in thick chains and snarling angrily, were trolls, each of them larger than the one Harry had faced in his first year. Several goblins, dressed in long flamboyant robes and bright blue tattoos on their green skin, came forward bearing cubes of beautiful crystal. Harry knew they were ward sappers, not because he'd seen them before but because Stern Lee had been unusually verbose when describing them. They were exactly as he'd said, beautiful. They were perfectly crafted, without any sign of a tool imprint, or even slight imperfection on their translucent, pearly white, opalescent surfaces. They caught the sunlight like nothing else on earth and patterns danced across them, all bright blues, pinks and yellows. These goblins, well versed in the ways of the magic of their own kind, came right to the edge of the fragile wards that Harry and Stern Lee had erected. They lifted their long spindly hands and brushed them over the surface, where lightning spider-webbed and hissed against their fingers. Harry knew that from their perspective, they would only see an area of thick black fog. But without further ado, they each held out their little crystal boxes, and as they touched the wards, the lightning that had gently brushed their fingers began to arc violently and powerfully against the box. It was a testament to the phenomenal amount of magic being manipulated that Harry actually had some inkling of it. Like flying for the first time, but far more subtle, or like the smile of a friend, but far more pronounced. It was inexplicable, breathtaking and beautiful. Stern Lee gave him the signal and Harry activated his dun bind, which pulled the tablecloth on the second set of ward stakes he'd added the night before. It happened in an instant. The goblins weren't expecting such a powerful flood of energy, and each of the ward sappers exploded into a million razor-sharp pieces, shredding the goblins holding them, as well as several others, to ribbons. Utilizing this momentary distraction, Harry turned the key in the ignition to start the levitation charm and hammered down on the accelerator. The car lurched forward with a bang and then roared to life. Harry gave another great bellow of laughter, though he wasn't sure if this was nerves or the cheering charm that still exerted influence on him. The Anglia flew through the remains of the wards and hit the goblin front lines with a crash like a peal of thunder. Helmets, shields and various weapons took to the air in fleeting flight, before tumbling down on the goblins like enormous, lethal raindrops. The sharpened stakes tied to the bonnet of the car almost immediately shattered against the goblin-wrought armor, and the splinters added to the hailstorm of deadly projectiles flying through the air. For just a second, the world through the windshield was an incoherent picture of wildly flailing goblins and flying armaments. Faster than he'd expected, Harry sensed the car begin to slow, the sheer number of goblins pushing back against his charms. Instinctively, he pulled back on the gear stick and the car took off. Suddenly free of the suffocating crowd, the car lurched forward, the nose tilting upward in a bid to head skyward. But the canopy was too thick for Harry to risk breaking through, and so he forcefully threw the car downward again, smashing once more into the crowd of goblins. Who, this time, were prepared. Spells, stones, arrows and a number of small boulders crashed into the car in a blur of light and sound. "How are the shield charms holding?" began Harry, but was cut off as a bright purple curse smashed through the back window, flew the entire length of the car and blew the entire windshield out in a shower of broken glass. Harry and Sternly exchanged a momentary glance of mutual terror and astonishment, then Harry heaved the car skyward once more. But the goblins were prepared for this too. A number of them, either more nimble or wary than the others, leapt for, and held on to, any available handhold. Soon enough they were beginning to climb all over the car, banging on windows, fumbling with door handles and trying to stab down through the roof. Harry weaved slightly, trying to shake them free, but they hung on with dogged determination. Before he even had time to register the threat, he caught a glimpse of a swinging war hammer in the corner of his eye, and the driver's side window burst inward, peppering his face with glass. Harry lifted the fire stick from his lap and directed it out of the window, where it exploded right in the face of his foe, blowing him, flailing and smoldering, from the door. Blood streaming from a dozen cuts on his face, Harry hammered the accelerator and directed the car through an almost solid copse of trees, losing a wing mirror as they passed between two enormous oaks. But the trick worked, and the twin trunks swept away the goblins still clinging to the wings. Abruptly and without warning, Harry pulled hard on the gear stick and the car roared up into the sky, bursting through the canopy and scattering goblins to the ground like ugly green snow. Harry couldn't stop the exuberant whoop that escaped him, or the wild, reckless smile that found its way to his lips. Regardless of whether it was a result of the cheering charm or natural happiness to be in the skies once more, he just couldn't help himself. So rather than worry, he decided to throw caution to the wind and just go with it. Harry turned the car into a barrel roll, laughing again, joy and pleasure coursing through him in equal measure. Just when it felt as though Sternly might fall from his head, Harry seized him and popped him on the seat next to him as they righted in the air. His face was stretched in a broad grin and clumps of his hair stuck up at even more crazy angles, where his blood had run through it. "Silly slow goblins," he yelled back at the tiny specks running between the trees below him. "You can't catch me." And as though in answer, an enormous fireball hurtled past the car from above and crashed into the canopy below, setting the trees alight. Harry, cool as a cucumber, stretched an arm out of the window and lifted the wing mirror from where it hung limply against the side of the car. He angled it so he could see above and behind, and then, just as casually, he withdrew his arm. "Dragons," he said, in a very matter-of-fact voice. "Dragons?" asked Sternly in surprise from where Harry had placed him on the passenger seat. "Dragons ridden by goblins, to be precise," replied Harry, still seeming very unconcerned. "Do you think they know that this car broke 6 world records back in its day?" "Did it really?" asked the Hat, mimicking Harry's untroubled attitude. "Yeah, I think Colonel Fubster told me that once. He likes cars, does old Fubster. Cars, dogs." Harry lazily spun the car wildly to avoid another fireball, while lost in his memories of his sole trip to Aunt Marge's house. "And Marjorie Dursley," he added as an afterthought. "I wonder what that says about her." "Dragons," reminded Sternly. "I don't think Fubster likes dragons." "No, the dragons behind us." "Oh yes, I thought I might be forgetting something," said Harry. He thought for a moment that he probably ought to be terrified, but he just couldn't find it in him. So instead he turned to Sternly with a sneaky grin. "You'd better put your seatbelt on." "I don't have any arms," protested Sternly. Then as Harry swung the steering wheel, he continued in a high-pitched shriek. "I don't have any arms." Harry swept the car downward and spun it like a top, and the two brilliantly green dragons followed, their wings tucked in and tails outstretched. Another two fireballs ripped from their mouth and grazed the car, once again setting light to the treetops below. Harry righted the car with a reckless flick of the gear stick and yanked the steering wheel to the left, bringing them around in a tight circle the bulkier dragons couldn't hope to match. "Harry, you're going to crash into them," said Sternly, regaining some composure. Yet as the young wizard made no attempt to correct his course, panic flooded the hat's voice again. "Harry, you're going to." The entire car shook as the ruined spikes at the front of the car grazed the dragon's tail, leaving no lasting impression, but annoying the dragon enough for it to jerk its head around and let loose another blast of fire directly at the car. Harry, as easily as breathing, rolled the car under the blast of fire, which caught the other dragon a stunning blow and knocked the two goblins riding it to their death. Harry swung away again, heading downward. Both dragons folded their wings in and all but free fell to keep up with his rapid descent. Two jets of fire thundered down at him, but Harry was equal, shimmying the car first to one side, then the other, avoiding each blast of fire in turn. He hammered on the accelerator, pulled the car upward, then abruptly turned completely upside down, doubling backward and corkscrewing the car crazily. The dragons, with their bulky wings and large frames, weren't able to turn anything like fast enough, and Harry whipped between them at top speed, before rolling the car once more and turning back once more, to find that his ruse had worked and that the two dragons had broken formation. Popping up on the other side of the riderless dragon, Harry urged the car to match its pace and drew alongside its head. There was a split second where the dragon's enormous eye considered Harry with a great deal of surprise, and then Harry reached out of the driver's window and punched the creature solidly in the face. The vast creature gave a furious roar and spun to send another jet of fire at the car, which Harry avoided with a showy loop. Was that really necessary? Well, it means when I tell this story I can say, "Hey, I beat off a draw." Harry paused mid-sentence and then his cheeks colored slightly as he realized what he'd said. He might be 12 years old, but, well, he was 12 years old, not stupid. "You what?" asked Sternly, teasingly as Harry swept to one side to avoid a fireball. Harry turned and gave him a very serious look. "You mention this to anyone and I will use this sword as a hatpin." "Touché," responded the hat. Harry flung the car in another loop, partly to avoid the jet of fire that whipped by and partly to conceal his embarrassment. The maneuver brought him straight down on the other dragon. This time, however, he gave the slightest of pauses, then reached out and flicked a switch on the dashboard. The stakes that he and Sternly had rigged behind the headlights thundered out of the car and straight toward the dragon. Though they shattered on the creature's scales, a long sliver of wood buried itself through the dragon's hide and into the flesh beneath. The dragon whirled, roared and then fell out of sight, slipping beneath the canopy in a hail of broken branches and fire. The other dragon, still bearing its burden of goblin riders, pulled away from the chase, and for a moment, Harry thought they were giving up and retreating. But instead they rose high into the air, flew past overhead and forced Harry to avoid another blast of fire. Once again, Harry had the strangest feeling of fear in his stomach, but it was as though it were affecting him from miles away, not really a part of him. And then on top of it, layering itself upon the fear, was an incredible happiness and an overwhelming excitement. "They're going to double round and come head on," said Harry, eyeing them discerningly. It was the sort of tactic a Slytherin beater would use, and while it lacked all subtlety, it would doubtless be effective when you were riding several tons of fire-breathing lizard. "Know any good spells for such an occasion?" "Most spells won't pierce their skin," replied Sternly. "Well, that's useful," retorted Harry in a mocking voice. "Very useful. Why don't you go ahead and list all of those spells that you know won't help us?" "Well, there's the tickling charm," began Sternly in a sarcastic voice, but Harry tuned him out and his brows folded in concentration. "Sternly," he said, cutting across the Sorting Hat, "if I don't survive this, I don't want you to blame yourself. Go on without me, make your way in the greater world." "I am a hat," said Sternly. "That's great. Be proud of it," said Harry, not really paying much attention. Buy a farm, have lots of Hattie children with Mrs. Hat. Harry, warned sternly as the dragon finally circled around and dropped into a path that would take them into a head-on collision. Don't ever feel like you've got to somehow make up for my heroic sacrifice by being noble or something stupid, continued Harry. Instead, live your life to the fullest. Or something. Do all the things I ought to have done. Harry, yelled the Hat as the dragon drew within 20 feet. And in that moment, Harry wrenched the sword of Gryffindor from its resting spot in the door, hurled the car up and to the left and plunged the blade out of the window. The blade missed the dragon by millimeters, but instead sliced straight through the leather straps that held the large saddle in place. The goblins immediately tipped to one side, still clutching the reins, and the dragon veered away, spinning completely out of control and finally making the plunge into the thinning forest below. Harry righted the car and replaced the sword with complete nonchalance. He turned with a somber expression to sternly, then he burst out in exuberant laughter. "Did you see that?" he yelled, still laughing, and spun the car in another barrel roll. Yes, said sternly, chuckling despite himself. "Very good, now stop trying to kill us both then." The Hat broke off and his gaze became locked on something in the distance. Harry, his expression a puzzled frown, followed his stare and then gave a groan of bleak dismay. 100 or more broomsticks and their riders floated in the distance at the very edge of Valbone Forest. Their wands were drawn and Harry could tell, even at this extreme range, that it was not a welcoming party. "Harry Potter," came what Harry assumed must have been a magically enhanced voice. "This is the Albanian Ministry. Reduce speed and relinquish your wand." Harry's hands tightened around the steering wheel. They'd planned for the goblins, but not 100 extremely angry Albanian Aurors. He had no idea how they'd gotten here so quickly, but he knew in that instant that he wasn't prepared to give up now. He frowned and relaxed his grip. "How's he done the voice thing?" he asked sternly. "Sonorous charm," said sternly. "Usually you'd tap your throat with your wand and say, 'Sonorous.' But you ought to be able to manage it easily enough with your technique." Harry did as sternly bade, twisting his magic and combining aspects of other spells to mimic the effect he desired. On his third attempt, he felt a strange sensation in his throat, as though he'd tried to swallow far too much mashed potato. "Hello," he said in the barest whisper and winced as it carried like a bellow. He gazed at the rapidly nearing Albanian wizards and tapped slightly on the brakes to reduce the speed of the car, then took a deep breath. "Albanian Ministry," he roared. "This is Harry Potter. Move aside or I'll eat your children." This didn't seem to gain the desired effect. If anything, it had the effect of bringing the wizards closer together as they discussed his words, clearly trying to understand the threat. "No, I'm serious," roared Harry. "If you don't move, I'm going through you." Again the Albanian wizards neither seemed worried, or particularly to have understood what it was that he said. Harry sighed, shrugged and punched at the accelerator with his foot. The car shot forward like a rocket. "Well, don't say I didn't warn you," boomed Harry at the top of his voice. The car streaked through the air like a pale blue thunderbolt. The grouped Albanian flyers watched it with obvious bemusement as it hurtled toward them. Even Harry had to admit that they must make quite an odd sight. The car had been a wreck even before the tussle with the dragons, and two enormous fire-breathing lizards certainly hadn't helped matters. Most of the bodywork had fallen away, possibly thanks to Harry's inexpert mechanical tinkering, and that which hadn't was scorched, blistered and peeling from the dragon fire. The rear tires still burned persistently, despite the incredible speed they were traveling at, and the rubber belched thick black smoke behind them. All of the windows, with the exception of the windscreen which had miraculously survived, were either missing or covered with spider-webbed cracks where the goblins had struck at them. And most worryingly, the car had developed a strange limp on the right side, meaning that Harry couldn't fly it straight without it lazily rolling clockwise. Come on, roared Harry under his breath. "Harry, I think you should." "Don't worry," whispered Harry, his voice echoing through the car like a peal of thunder. "They'll move first. The bad guy always chickens out." "Harry, I think you'll find in this case they're the good guys," said the Hat. Sternley, if listening to TV at the Dursleys has taught me anything, Eastern Europeans are universally terrorists and evil. "I don't think," began Sternly, but his voice was drowned out by the enormous bang that shook the car as Harry punched the invisibility button. While not exactly turning the car invisible, the entire thing did fade away into a strange mottled blue, rendering it much harder to see against the sky. Or it would have, if the tires were not still belching out acrid black smoke behind it. Harry, these are trained Albanian hit wizards, they're not stupid, they're obviously going to use arresto momentum, asked Harry with a cunning grin and in a booming undertone. Sternly pulled an odd face. You didn't manage to get it working. I told you the twins were, he began and winced as he almost deafened himself, he gesticulated wildly at his throat. Quietus, said Sternly. Quietus, bellowed Harry. Has this, quietus, quietus, oh for, quietus. They were now within striking distance of the Albanian hit wizards, who raised their wands in preparation. The one at the front, who Harry had assumed was the leader, flicked his wand toward the car and a flash of almost invisible blue light flew from the tip. Harry ignored it and was instead occupied himself with poking his throat with his wand in a desperate attempt to return his voice to a normal level. Quietus, 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 Harry, said Sternly nervously, as the bolt of blue light grew closer. Harry, you probably need to look out for that spell. Harry glanced up just as the blue light struck the car and a wide grin spread across his face. Instead of slowing the car down, as the spell ought to have done, the car seemed to split in three, producing two identical chameleon-charmed replicas, one on each side of the original. All three cars, each billowing an identical smoke trail, hurtled at the slightly more alarmed Albanian hit wizards, who looked a bit nonplussed by this latest development. Even Sternly looked completely befuddled. This pleased Harry very much. Another hit wizard hit the car on the left with stopping charm, which in turn produced two more cars from thin air, leaving 5 cars now hurtling at their confused line of wizards on brooms. The leader of the Albanians at this point seemed to lose his head and decided to begin throwing the charm all over the place until the sky was full of semi-invisible, smoking cars. Fantastic, declared Harry happily, then raised his wand. Incogria. With this spell, each of the replicated cars burst from their original direction and flew in different directions. Some corkscrewed into the sky, some nose-dived toward the trees, some flew crazily at the hit wizards, some crashed straight into each other but most flew wildly around, deftly avoiding everything in their path but becoming a complete nuisance. But here, Harry was in his element. For as chaotic as the scene before them was, he found the order in it. An expression of extreme, blissful concentration on his face, he found the gaps between the wildly flying cars and whizzed between them. The Albanians, apparently getting over their shock, took it upon themselves to begin shooting the cars from the sky with a variety of spells which seemed to have wildly varying results. Some seemed fairly effective, while others produced dozens more clones and others still had no visible effect. However, none of this even began to faze Harry, who flew effortlessly between car and broomstick alike. The few spells that were directed at him he easily avoided, and in almost no time at all, he was beating a hasty retreat toward a clear blue sky, with only a few straggling riders chasing him. Do me a favor, Sternley, whispered Harry. And see how many I've got on my tail. Without looking around, Harry lifted Sternly above the height of the headrest and allowed the hat to look backwards. 9, said Sternly. Fewer than I expected, admitted Harry. Give me a heads up if they're about to curse me. 2 incoming, replied Sternly. But I think 1 is a stopping charm. Better safe than sorry, said Harry and whirled the car in his standard bludger avoiding pattern, a lopsided figure of 8 that kept him moving forward as much as possible. How close? 100 meters or so, replied Sternly. Though it's really hard to tell when you're moving this quickly and this high up. Harry risked a glance in the rear view mirror and nodded. Close enough, he bellowed and hit a small button on the steering column. The boot of the Anglia flew open and a huge cloud of sawdust streamed behind them, billowing out into the sky. The front 2 of the 9 riders stood no chance of avoiding it and were into the cloud before they could react. Though it had been designed merely as a diversionary tactic, it proved far more effective than Harry or Sternly could have anticipated, and the pair of Albanians struck each other in midair and plummeted to the ground. Another one of the chasers fell away from the pursuit to catch them. Harry gritted his teeth and turned the car upward, heading straight into the sun. The flyers behind him followed his trajectory just in time for the pile of logs that were also in the boot to come tumbling out at them as well. The logs proved far less effective and merely broke up the flyers' formation somewhat as they swung around to avoid them, but it gave Harry time to level the car out and put some more distance between them. Just 6, right? Yeah, but one of them is closing on us. How close? 50 yards. A jet of red light zipped past the car as if to emphasize his point. Harry swung the car to the right, allowing the Albanian flyer to cut the corner and draw level with the car. Harry slowed the car slightly and, keeping his hand in his lap, leveled his wand at the window. The hit wizard drew level with the window, his wand already in motion, performing a curse. But Harry was also prepared, and his disarming curse was an infinitesimal amount quicker than whatever complicated magic the Albanian had attempted. For a second the man's dark eyes were brightly illuminated by the bolt of red light, then the wizard, broom and wand went in 3 different directions. The Albanian plummeted to earth, forcing another Albanian to chase him and the broomstick, while the wizard's wand flew in through the window and struck sternly on the tip of his peak. Harry turned an apologetic grin toward him. "Sorry about that," he said, as meekly as he possibly could. "No problem at all," replied Sternly, in a sarcastic voice. "You feel free to hit me with anything you like." Harry wheeled the car away from the remaining 5 pursuers, banking it sharply to expose the underbody and absorb a handful of curses that had been aimed at them. "Hey Sternley," roared Harry. "When I say, tell me the funniest joke you know." "What on earth for?" replied Sternly. "Just do it," replied Harry, shaking the windscreen with his voice. He turned the car again into a sharp left turn that brought them around to head straight at the Albanian hit wizards. "Now." Sternly gave him a look that clearly questioned his sanity, but complied nonetheless. "How do you turn a fox into an elephant?" asked Sternly, with a surprisingly bitter inflection. "I don't know. How do you turn a fox into an elephant?" "Marry it." For a second nothing happened, while Harry tried to digest the joke, then he turned a withering expression upon Sternly. "Don't give up your day job," he roared. "I'm a hat, not a comedian." Harry shrugged, then turned back to the matter at hand. He faced the quickly approaching Albanians and opened his mouth wide. "Ha ha 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 ha," he roared, his fake laughter hardly convincing. "More souls for my ever-growing collection." Despite what he from the looks the hat was giving him, Sternly thought of his acting. The Albanians clearly hadn't noticed that Harry wasn't going to be winning awards anytime soon. Faced with the prospect of going head-to-head with a clearly psychotic young man who'd already gotten the better of the other 96 wizards sent to capture him, they broke ranks and fled. Harry made a slight pretense of chasing them, but the moment they were at a safe distance, wheeled the car around and started heading toward the ground. Harry had to admit that he had very little idea of where they were, or what they were going to land on, and assumed Sternly had no better coherent picture of Albanian geography, and so merely decided to set the car down wherever he could. Despite his best intentions and effort though, the car once again gave up at the final hurdle and the levitation charm failed as they were still 50 feet in the air. It spluttered back to life once or twice and then completely faded away, leaving them both free falling through the air. "Ah!" bellowed Harry, startling nearby birds into flight. "Arresto momentum." 10 seconds later, the windscreen filled with a view of treetops, the car crashed down with an almighty bang and everything went dark. When Harry awoke he was freezing, his teeth were chattering and his head was throbbing with pain. He realized, with annoyance, that he didn't just yet have the capability of moving, so while he waited for his body to catch up, he took a moment to assess his situation. He was submerged up to his waist in icy water, in a ruined car that seemed to be producing a dull wail that echoed around his already aching cranium. However, it wasn't just his head that throbbed with pain, his entire body was a bag of cuts, contusions and jarred joints. Falling backward into the seat seemed to alleviate the annoying sound that filled the air, and belatedly Harry realized he'd been leaning on the horn, his face pressed into the steering wheel. He gave a little sigh of pain, magically amplified by the charm he'd been unable to dismiss, that echoed around his head like a gunshot, bringing a fresh wave of winces. As his brain slowly began to regain some ability to work cohesively again, he looked around himself, drinking in the surroundings. He appeared to have crashed into a lake of some sort, and muddy brown water was gushing through the open windows and the numerous holes in the car's underside. Around him was what appeared, to Harry's dismay, to be another forest. Which, if he was honest, was exactly the last thing he wanted to see right now. He leaned across the car and put his head under the water, groping around in the passenger footwell until his fingers closed around something below the surface. He pulled it clear and watched in amusement as Sternly spluttered angrily, water dripping from the sodden mess that had once been the sorting hat. "I can't believe you did that," beeped Sternly, shaking himself slightly in an attempt to get dry. "I mean, why would you put me in the footwell?" "I'm sorry," boomed Harry and immediately winced again. "For Merlin's sake, boy, quietus. Qui-uht us. Pronounce the uht stronger than the us. Quietus," enunciated Harry as he directed his wand at his throat. He concentrated with all his might, focusing his wand toward his neck, and little by little began to feel the tendrils of magic that made up the charm peel away. He coughed as the last vestiges of the magic slipped from his body, and he was relieved to note that he sounded vaguely normal again. "Much better," he declared happily. "Tergio." Sternly seemed slightly mollified by Harry's new ability to speak at a normal tone. Possibly too by the fact that Harry's spell removed a vast quantity of dirty water from his fabric. Another flick of Harry's wand pushed the driver's side door open, and Harry waded to shore. Managing to hold the sword, his wand, his wolf-skin cloak, his firesticks, and Sternly out of the water as he did so. It proved no mean feat. When they eventually floundered to shore, Harry quickly stripped his wet robes off and lay them over a branch to dry. Then he turned to get a good look at the surrounding area. He realized, with relief, that he was not in fact in the middle of a forest, but merely amongst a small group of trees gathered at one side of an enormous lake. "We shouldn't linger too long," said Sternly, from his vantage position on Harry's head. "You've given both the goblins and the Albanians a black eye and a bloody nose, but it won't keep them off our backs for long." "You think the car's fixable?" asked Harry, turning back to it. "Possibly," replied Sternly, though with obvious reticence. "But I think we ought to choose a moment when we're not about to have every Auror and goblin in Eastern Europe simultaneously descend upon us." Harry glanced at the car and immediately realized that Sternly's assessment was indubitably correct. The Anglia was sunk halfway into the lake and seemed to be slipping deeper by the second. That, combined with the fact that there were probably more pieces of the car strewn across Albania than there were still attached to it, left it in a sorry state. Harry nodded his agreement. "You should probably try and pull it out of the lake though," said Sternly. "Otherwise it'll disappear forever. Do, or do not." "There is no try," observed Harry wisely. He promptly lifted his wand, added the necessary swish and flick that Hermione was so fond of, and removed the Anglia from the lake. It came softly to rest on the grass between them, muddy brown water and green slime oozing from between every nook and cranny. "Should I hide it?" asked Harry, gazing miserably at the wreck of his beloved car. "Why bother? Any Auror worth his salt will find it, and you know they're going to confiscate it." Harry nodded glumly, but then something occurred to him. "Will Mr. Weasley get in trouble for this?" "Don't see why he would," said the Hat. "He's already been punished once. I don't see how they can have expected him to do anything about it this time." Harry nodded again, still slightly gutted to be losing his car. "I know I shouldn't," he said. "But I feel really bad. I was getting quite used to her." "It was a good car," offered Sternly, but Harry knew he didn't really get it. "Where do you think we go from here?" asked Harry. "Honestly, I've no idea. Glancing back over what you saw in the midst of all that confusion, I think we went predominantly north, which would probably put us over the border with Montenegro. But I couldn't even give you an approximation of where. I only knew we were in Valbonne because it's so important, magically." "In that case," said Harry, turning to face the river that fed the enormous lake, "I'm going to head upstream. It ought to take us to the mountains, and I don't feel like being in a forest anymore." "Works for me," replied Sternly. "One more thing. No more magic once we've left the car. I suspect they'll start tracking us from here, but the last thing we want to do is alert the Aurors and goblins as to our precise location." Harry nodded and shuddered at the thought of goblins and Albanian wizards hunting him through the countryside. It was a horrible thought, to be prey. The pair of them took quick stock of their resources, which amounted to precious little, and took a moment to clean themselves up, dry Harry's clothes and repair his shoes as they were looking slightly worse for wear. Then with a final salute to the Anglia, Harry began to walk. The hike wasn't as arduous as Harry had quite anticipated. Though he could still feel the deep-set physical exhaustion of the last couple of days, the blisters on his feet and the incessant drooping of his eyelids. Yet, everything he'd been through seemed to have overwhelmed him so much that he was able to drift through it in an almost trance-like state. For much of the rest of the morning, Harry didn't speak, eat, drink or do anything other than walk. Indeed, he was so out of it that when Sternly asked him what he thought of the mountain air, he started violently. Staring around in amazement, he found that he was clinging to an almost vertical stone ascent with the sounds of a waterfall crashing by to his right. It took him several minutes to stop hyperventilating in panic and for Sternly to talk him to the top. "You all right, Harry?" asked Sternly as the young wizard lay panting, stretched out across the large expanse of rock atop the cliff. "Tired," admitted Harry, breathlessly. "I'm not surprised," replied Sternly. "It's almost noon. There's a little mountain pool and stream over there, you can see where it meets the main river. You ought to go and have a drink and lie down beneath those trees while it's so hot." Harry, agreeing more with Sternly than he'd ever let on, dragged himself over to the small copse of trees that jutted out of the rock. He lay on the mossy rocks beneath the shade and closed his eyes against the blinding sun. "Hey, Sternly," he said, sleepily. "You'll wake me when the sun passes over, won't you?" "Absolutely," replied Sternly, and although Harry knew he was lying, he couldn't find the energy to care. "Go to sleep, Harry." "MMK," replied Harry, and let sleep take him. When Harry awoke again, he could feel something cold and wet resting against his bottom lip. He reached up without opening his eyes, only for his hand to touch something cool and fleshy hovering above his face. He examined it with his fingers, prodding this way and that, in an attempt to discern precisely what it was. Before he could make any deductions, however, he heard a flighty giggle and his eyes flew open in shock. A couple of inches away from his face were the strangest eyes he'd ever seen. Where they ought to have been white, they were bright yellow, and where there should have been a pupil and iris, there was just a dark slit. At first, Harry was certain that these must be the eyes of a cat, but a second later all that Harry felt was slack-jawed amazement as the owner of the eyes drew her face away. For Harry's gaze had fallen upon the most beautiful creature he'd ever seen. She was about Harry's height, but that was where the similarities ended. Her skin was pale and fair, in stunning contrast to her bright eyes, and her hair fell away in deep red locks. Her features were sleek and exotic, and she wore the widest of smiles that ended on each side of her face in tiny, wonderful dimples. Her lithe body was hidden beneath a filthy, shapeless white slip that was an awful lot like Dobby's pillowcases, except that it was almost see-through, which brought the slightest of color to Harry's cheeks. For a boy who'd never truly considered girls this way before, it was a startling eye-opener. Her eyes, cunning, playful and mischievous all at once, gazed at him with obviously intelligent interest, and though she was shaped and proportioned like a person, when she moved, there was an obvious feline grace to her figure. "Hi," said Harry softly and sitting up slowly, not wanting to alarm her at all. "I'm sorry if this is your pond, I didn't mean to intrude." "Not my pond," replied the creature, in a silkily soft voice ever so slightly colored by an accent that Harry couldn't place. "Nobody's pond. What, someone owns a pond? Does it own the earth or the sky or the breeze? Madness." Harry gazed blankly for a minute and then couldn't help but laugh. He wasn't sure if this was just the way that the creature spoke. He knew from experience that magical creatures often had alien thought and speech patterns, or merely her unfamiliarity with his language. Oddly enough, it was only after the creature smiled at him, the corner of her mouth turning up, a faint echo of his laughter, that he even considered that he ought to be alarmed. Surreptitiously, he moved his hand toward the pocket that contained his wand. He felt a little embarrassed, especially considering the creature seemed friendly, but after all, he didn't know anything about her, or even what species she was. Then it occurred to him, Sternly would know. But then, Sternly had been oddly silent until this point. Had the hat fallen asleep too? He glanced around, looking for his friend, and was greeted with his friend's obvious absence. He looked to the creature again, who stared back with obvious interest. "I don't suppose you've seen a hat?" he asked, awkwardly. "What's hat?" asked the creature, blinking in surprise. You wear it on your head to keep the rain off," he said, hopefully. "What's head?" Harry decided to try a different tact. "He's about this tall," he gestured. "He's black, he talks when he shouldn't, and his name is Sternly." "Talks when he ought not to," exclaimed the creature, as though Harry was daft. "Who said who talks and who ought not to?" "Well, he's a hat," replied Harry, feeling slightly awkward. "What's hat?" asked the creature, and Harry felt like hitting himself on the head. "Sternly," he said eventually. "His name is Sternly." "Oh," said the creature. "The talking cloth." "Yes," exclaimed Harry, perhaps a little too violently, for the creature jumped, clearly startled. Harry winced. "The talking cloth. Did you see where he went?" "Up there," she said, pointing up at the sky. "He flew?" asked Harry in astonishment. "He didn't flew. He cloth," she said again, as though he was thick. "Cloth doesn't fly," countered Harry quickly, grinning. "Who said who flies and who ought not to?" The creature stared at him. "He cloth," she said, very slowly, and Harry let his face fall to the palm of his hand. "How did he go up there?" he asked finally. "Bird took Sternly to nest on top of hill," she said, and pointed to the very top of the mountain. Harry balked when he saw quite how high he had to climb. "Oh right, what kind of bird?" "A birdie bird." Harry realized that he wasn't going to get much more out of her, and so stood, lifted the sword from the mossy stone beside him, and bent to drink from the pool. "Wouldn't do that," said the creature quickly. "Why not?" asked Harry, pausing a few inches above the surface. "Birdie bird crapped in it," she said, her eyes gleaming with mirth. "Right," said Harry delicately, leaning backward and staring up at the sky. What had he done to deserve this? "You go to find Birdie Bird. I come with. I lead," she stated firmly, and Harry smiled. "Thank you," he said. "I appreciate it." "No thanks. No appreciate," she began, then, as she tried to pronounce the troubling word, made a face as though she'd just swallowed a bug. "No need. Birdie Bird crap on Shetta too." Harry stifled a laugh and then extended his hand. "Your name is Shetta?" he asked. "Well, my name is Harry." Shetta examined his hand momentarily, then took it in both of hers and licked it once with a long pink tongue that tickled Harry's skin. She released his hand and offered her own in its place. He repeated the gesture and she gave him an odd look of confusion, then scampered off, following the small tributary. Come," she beckoned, seeming excited to be moving. "Come, Harry, together we will climb the hill of peril and slay the Birdie Bird." Harry, feeling much better after his sleep, turned to face away from the mountain. The sun was sitting just over the horizon, and the dark clouds that hung above it were turning a deep orange. Harry stared at the sunset with a small, sad smile on his face and wondered where Hedwig was at this precise moment and how she'd gotten on delivering the letters. Out there somewhere, perhaps just over the horizon, the Brotherhood of Goblins was preparing for a war the likes of which hadn't been seen for 2,000 years. Nearby, surely, the magical governments of Europe were likewise preparing their forces, even if they'd prefer to barter peace. More than 1,000 miles away, Ron and his family would probably be sipping cool drinks in the front garden. They might even have the wireless on, listening for the latest Quidditch scores. Hermione would almost certainly be poring over some sort of book. Hagrid would be tending to his pumpkin patch, bent double over his fork with sweat beading on his forehead. And he, while the rest of magical Europe readied for bed or war, Harry Potter was climbing up a mountain called the Hill of Peril, with a creature he couldn't identify, to kill a bird she couldn't name, to rescue a talking hat. Just another average day in the life of the boy who lived then. "The Hill of Peril," snorted Harry. Then he turned his back on the view, adjusted the wolf skin cloak across his shoulders, and began to climb after Shetta. Why, just for once, couldn't it be called the Hill of Sugar Quills and Chocolate Frogs? To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.